Chapter 1654. Seeking life in the midst of death was the most difficult thing to do. The life symbol art of the battle saint technique was the life that one would have a narrow escape from death. The fighting symbol art and exterminating symbol art were enough to deal with the enemy, but the life symbol art was reserved for oneself. At this moment, the reason why Xianxia San was excited was not only because he had obtained such a secret art of survival, but also because of the importance of the life symbol art to the battle saint technique. As the backer of the battle clan, no one knew about Xianxia San's feelings towards the battle saint technique. This was his greatest pride. It could perfectly display the imposing manner of the battle saint technique. Without the life symbol art, the battle saint technique would ultimately be imperfect. Now that he had obtained the life symbol art here, Xianxia San couldn't help but be excited. The life symbol art could perfect his battle saint technique to the point of perfection. This was a symbol and a meaning. This was different from the feeling Jiang Chen had when he obtained the Great Void technique. Xianxia San sat cross-legged in front of the great green rock. His fiery golden eyes could see through everything. He carefully comprehended the profound meaning of the life symbol art. He wanted to brand all the traces of the life symbol art in his mind, making it a part of his body, an existence like the fighting symbol art and exterminating symbol art. This was the same as Jiang Chen's cultivation of the Great Void technique. It wasn't an easy thing. Xianxia San looked at the great green rock. His eyes gradually became obsessed, forgetting the time and everything around him. Another 2 months had passed in the Zulong Tower. Including the previous 8 months, Jiang Chen had been in seclusion here for a total of 10 months, which was equivalent to 10 days in the outside world. By this time, the journey in the Golden Horizon had basically come to an end. Jiang Chen opened his eyes and shook his head helplessly. During this period of time, he had been constantly trying to break through the barrier that was blocking him, but it still ended in failure in the end. The dragon transformation skill hasn't evolved in a long time. It seems like this barrier is not my foundation but the dragon transformation skill. Jiang Chen muttered to himself. This was the biggest bottleneck he had encountered so far. Ever since he started cultivating the dragon transformation skill, it had been constantly evolving. Each evolution would bring great benefits to Jiang Chen. The True Dragon Palm, True Dragon Fire, Azure Dragon 5 Steps, 5 Elemental Combat Dragon Seal, Zulong Tower. These powerful skills were obtained during the evolution of the dragon transformation skill. Ever since he had ascended to the immortal world, the dragon transformation skill had never truly evolved. Now the obstacle that was stopping him from advancing to the immortal emperor realm was the dragon transformation skill. In these 10 months of seclusion, Jiang Chen clearly felt that the dragon transformation skill was showing signs of evolution. And it was this sign that had hindered Jiang Chen's advancement. Jiang Chen was almost certain that no matter how many benefits were given to him, it would be useless unless the dragon transformation skill evolved. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to advance to the immortal emperor realm in his lifetime. As a matter of fact, Jiang Chen was looking forward to such a situation. After all, each evolution of the dragon transformation skill would bring him great benefits. If he could rely on the evolution of the dragon transformation skill to break through to the immortal emperor realm, it would undoubtedly be the best. However, it absolutely wasn't an easy thing for the dragon transformation skill to evolve. Jiang Chen needed great enlightenment and a certain amount of opportunity. Today, Jiang Chen had been in seclusion for 10 months, but there was no sign of evolution of the dragon transformation skill. It could be seen that the opportunity hadn't arrived yet. Therefore, Jiang Chen wasn't in a hurry. After all, it was useless to be anxious. Unlike advancing his cultivation base, every evolution of the dragon transformation skill required opportunity. Jiang Chen was incomparably clear about this. After all, the few evolutions of the dragon transformation skill had given Jiang Chen a great deal of experience. I can't continue my seclusion anymore. I need to go out and find the opportunity to evolve the dragon transformation skill. I have been in seclusion for 10 months. 10 days have passed in the outside world. The trip to the Golden Horizon is coming to an end. I'm afraid that the Golden Gate will open soon. Jiang Chen tidied his clothes and walked out of the Zulong Tower in a flash. Let me test the Great Void technique. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. With a thought, the void energy around him began to vibrate. Jiang Chen's silhouette vanished with a swoosh. When he reappeared, he was already 100,000 miles away. 100,000 miles in an instant without the slightest spatial obstruction. Even if there are restrictions and formations in the surroundings, they still won't be able to stop the Great Void technique. How terrifying. With this technique, I'm afraid that not even an immortal venerable will be able to kill me. Jiang Chen's face was filled with excitement. Although he had only mastered the superficial knowledge of the Great Void technique, it was more than enough for him. Given his current ability, it wouldn't be easy for anyone to kill him. Even if a mighty immortal venerable came to kill him, he had absolute confidence that he would be able to escape from that person's hands. Undoubtedly, the Great Void technique had given Jiang Chen a great life-saving means, which was much more useful than the Zulong Tower. After all, the Zulong Tower could only be hidden inside. If he encountered a true expert, he might be able to detect a trace of the qi of the Zulong Tower. In that case, it wouldn't be very effective for him to escape. Just like in the northern and southern dynasties, his Eye of Heaven could see through everything. Even if he hid inside the Zulong Tower, he still wouldn't be able to escape from the detection of the Eye of Heaven. However, the Great Void technique was different. It could allow him to escape in an instant, leaving no trace of the enemy. When Jiang Chen was being chased by the northern and southern dynasties for hundreds of thousands of miles, if Jiang Chen had the Great Void technique, he wouldn't be in such a difficult situation. Pong. The place where Jiang Chen appeared was still a barren land. The golden horizon was just too vast. There were barren lands everywhere. Just as Jiang Chen was about to use the Great Void technique to leave, a huge movement was heard from a valley ahead. Haha. I've finally advanced to the late immortal emperor realm. An incomparably excited voice sounded from the valley. Jiang Chen found the voice familiar. With a sway of his body, he flew towards the direction of the voice. Jiang Chen's speed was extremely fast. Very soon he reached the top of the valley and saw a man laughing excitedly below. When Jiang Chen saw the face of the man clearly, the corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a sneer. Because this man was none other than King Ping. Ever since Jiang Chen entered the Golden Horizon, he had never met King Ping. Even when the inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao appeared, Yang Buping didn't appear. Now it seemed that King Ping must have obtained some benefits. He had been hiding in this desolate and uninhabited place to advance his cultivation base. Now that he had successfully advanced to the late immortal emperor realm, he happened to bump into Jiang Chen. One had to admit that King Ping was really unlucky. Congratulations to King Ping for advancing to the late immortal emperor realm. Jiang Chen spoke loudly. He stepped in the air and came to King Ping. Since they had met, there was no reason for Jiang Chen to miss this opportunity. Jiang Chen had reason to believe that the 2 times Yang Bufan was besieged was related to King Ping. Jiang Chen. King Ping was obviously surprised to see Jiang Chen, but immediately calmed down because he had seen through Jiang Chen's cultivation base. Jiang Chen was merely a half-step immortal emperor. Now that he had advanced to the late immortal emperor realm, he didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes. Of course, this was because King Ping had been in seclusion all this time and didn't know what had happened in the inheritance of the Xiaoyao Qin. If he knew, he wouldn't be entangled with Jiang Chen. That's right. You should be surprised that I'm still alive, right? Jiang Chen said with a smile. Jiang Chen, I don't understand what you mean. You and I are both people of Great Qian Empire. In this golden horizon we should be united against our enemy. Don't you think so? King Ping said with a smile. King Ping, sure enough, you are very shrewd. You can still pretend that nothing has happened even at this time. In my opinion, you are just thick-skinned or shameless. You have killed King Fan and me twice with the help of others. I, Jiang Chen, will remember this debt in my heart. Jiang Chen Leng said. Although he and King Ping were both people of Great Qian Empire, a figure like King Ping was much scarier than an enemy in a hostile relationship. He was sinister and shrewd. You never knew when you would be attacked from behind. It wasn't a happy thing to be in the same force with such a person. Jiang Chen didn't like such a person. His way of dealing with those who schemed to take his life was very simple. Humph. Jiang Chen, it seems like you aren't stupid. That's right. I'm indeed surprised that you are still alive. Those people are a bunch of trash, but you really shouldn't have appeared in front of me today. You should continue to avoid me. That way you can live longer. Now that I've advanced to the late immortal emperor realm, I've become a first-class genius in the immortal world. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you by appearing in front of you? Or are you so confident that you can fight me with your half-step immortal emperor cultivation base? King Ping harumphed coldly. Both of them were smart people. Since he had been exposed by Zhou Xian, there was no need for him to continue his disguise. Otherwise he would look like a fool. He. Is a late immortal emperor very powerful? The matter between you and me will be settled today. In my eyes, there isn't much difference between your cultivation base and that of an intermediate or late immortal emperor. Zhou Xian chuckled. King Ping's arrogance was indeed a very funny thing. Given Zhou Qian's current strength, he was already strong enough to fight a late immortal emperor genius. King Ping had just advanced to the late immortal emperor realm, so his cultivation base wasn't very stable. Plus, Zhou Xian had just cultivated the Great Void technique, which gave him enough confidence to get rid of King Ping. Killing King Ping was equivalent to getting rid of a great threat. Even if he returned to Great Qian Empire in the future, he would feel at ease. If both the Crown Prince and King Ping were killed in this trip to Golden Horizon, none of the young kings of Great Qian Empire would be able to compete with Yang Bufan. Killing King Ping would be considered as removing an obstacle for Yang Bufan. Zhou Qian, you are still as arrogant as ever. Let me tell you, Great Qian Empire belongs to me, Yang Buping. What right does Yang Bufan have to have everything now? I will kill you today and then I will kill Yang Bufan later. I won't give you a chance to walk out of Golden Horizon alive. Chapter 1655. Seeing that King Ping was going to have a life-and-death battle with him, Zhou Qian couldn't have asked for more. Today he had no intention of letting King Ping go. Pong. An extremely powerful qi was unleashed from Zhou Qian's body. That was the power of desolation, like a vast ocean, vigorous and powerful to the extreme. Zhou Qian had already transformed into his dragon form. Given his current cultivation base, he had to transform into his dragon form in order to deal with a late immortal emperor genius like King Ping. Otherwise he wouldn't be a match for him. Seeing Zhou Qian transforming into his dragon form, the corner of King Ping's mouth revealed a sneer. This technique again. Zhou Qian, I have to say that this technique of yours that can increase combat strength is indeed enviable, but if you think that you can fight me with this, you're really overestimating yourself. You talk too much nonsense. Zhou Qian shook his head. The current King Ping had advanced to the late immortal emperor realm. Compared to when he had just entered the Golden Horizon, he had advanced by 2 levels. This was the time when he was bursting with confidence. Naturally, he wouldn't put anyone in his eyes, let alone Zhou Qian. Zhou Qian died. King Ping moved. Both of his hands drew a mystical arc in the void. Countless rays of dazzling light rushed out all of a sudden. These rays of light were like sharp, indestructible swords. This was the latest immortal technique that King Ping had obtained. It was incomparably terrifying. Once cast, those rays of light would turn into a huge energy net, intertwining with each other and instantly locking on the opponent's qi, leaving the opponent with no way to evade. The huge energy net had sealed everything in all directions. If it was an ordinary person, there was no way for him to evade it. As a matter of fact, to Zhou Qian, King Ping's attack wasn't worthy for him to evade, because it couldn't pose any threat to him. However, Zhou Qian really didn't plan to face it head-on. Just when King Ping's powerful attack had almost formed a circle and was about to trap Zhou Qian, traces of void qi emerged from Zhou Qian's body. With a slight sway of his body, Zhou Qian vanished without a trace, as if he had never appeared. Rumble, King Ping's ocean-like violent attack landed on the spot where Zhou Qian was previously, creating a huge hole in the void. It was evident how terrifying its destructive power was. However, it was a pity that such a terrifying attack only hit an empty spot, and did not cause any damage to Zhou Qian. What? How is this possible? King Ping turned pale with fright. He could not believe what was happening in front of him. He had clearly locked onto Zhou Qian's aura just now, but at the moment when his attack was about to hit Zhou Qian, the aura that was locked onto disappeared in an instant, quietly getting rid of his lock-on. In other words, Zhou Qian had easily escaped at the most crucial moment, rendering his powerful attack useless. King Ping, you can't even hit my man. What makes you think you can fight me? I really have no idea where your confidence comes from. Zhou Qian's figure appeared behind King Ping silently. The reason why Zhou Qian chose to escape previously was to test the power of the Great Void technique. Now it seemed that it didn't disappoint him. He was able to escape from any lock-on. Such a heaven-defying technique was just too abnormal. Swoosh. King Ping hastily turned around and saw Zhou Qian standing calmly behind him. His facial expression turned incomparably ugly. As a late immortal emperor expert, he would be able to accurately capture and detect even the slightest fluctuation in the surrounding space. However, he couldn't sense how Zhou Xian appeared behind him. It was as if Zhou Xian was a ghost, coming and going without a trace. Moreover, if Zhou Xian wanted to launch a sneak attack just now, King Ping was afraid that he would have been hit by it. This was just too terrifying. It made King Ping feel a chill that came from the bottom of his heart. "Zhou Xian, how did you do it?" King Ping asked. He couldn't imagine how a half-step immortal emperor could be so silent in front of him. This made the way he looked at Zhou Xian instantly changed. For the first time in his life he felt fear. "You don't need to know," Zhou Xian said. His chi suddenly erupted. Scorching air waves erupted like a volcano. His first move was the Qilin divine arm. One of his arms turned into the head of a Qilin, carrying an incomparably intense flame, as though it was going to burn the void. Zhou Qian's speed was extremely fast. He appeared in front of King Ping in the blink of an eye. The Qilin divine arm locked onto King Ping and smashed at him. King Ping turned pale with fright, because Zhou Qian's movement was so fast that he didn't even have the chance to react. This was the horror of the Great Void technique. It had given Zhou Qian an incomparably terrifying boost to his speed. Under such a boost, it could directly disrupt the enemy's mind. Just like the current King Ping, he hadn't fully recovered from the shock of Zhou Qian's silent appearance behind him. Zhou Qian's powerful attack had already arrived in front of him. As a result, King Ping's mind was in a mess. Even if he wanted to fight back, he couldn't even display his perfect combat strength. In desperation, King Ping could only raise his palm to resist Zhou Qian's Qilin arm. However, the gap between the chi of both sides had widened. Plus, King Ping had just advanced to the late immortal emperor realm and his cultivation base wasn't very stable. Plus, Zhou Qian's attack was extremely overbearing. King Ping might not be able to resist Zhou Qian's Qilin divine arm and true dragon palm even if he was in his peak condition, let alone now that his mind was in a mess. Bang! The powerful and violent attacks collided with each other. One of King Ping's arms was almost engulfed by the fire Qilin that had evolved from the Qilin divine arm. That was an earth-shattering energy that was enough to tear everything apart. It was so violent that it made one's soul tremble. Arg! King Ping let out a blood-curdling scream. His entire body was sent flying 1,000 feet away by the ferocious energy. One of his arms was completely twisted, dripping with blood, and his palm was completely torn apart. Swoosh! Zhou Qian's speed was extremely fast, like a shadow. Just as King Ping stabilized his body, Zhou Qian had already appeared in front of him. At this moment, Zhou Qian's eyes were incomparably cold. That was an unimaginable coldness, like the eyes of the Grim Reaper. His tremendous chi shrouded King Ping. He was like a god of war that had descended to the world, forcing people to submit to him. "No, this isn't possible. This is impossible." King Ping kept shaking his head. He couldn't accept such a reality at all. This was too much of a blow to him. He was incomparably confident that he had already advanced to the realm that he had been dreaming of in this golden horizon. He felt that he was already the #1 genius of Great Qian Empire. Even in the entire immortal world, he was already a well-known figure among the young generation, enough to dominate the young generation. King Ping felt that when he left the golden horizon and returned to Great Qian Empire, he would be the absolute ruler. After the crown prince was dead, he would be the next ruler. No one would be able to compete with him. King Fan was destined to be just a stepping stone for him, no threat at all. However, the reality was incomparably cruel. Just as he came out of seclusion in high spirits, he encountered Zhou Qian, a mere half-step immortal emperor, a guy that he thought he must kill, an ant that he could easily trample on after coming out of seclusion. But now Zhou Qian had given him a heavy blow on his head. The first battle after advancing to the late immortal emperor realm after coming out of seclusion was such a crushing defeat. The glory that he had dreamed of didn't appear. All of his ambitions and revenge had been crushed by Zhou Qian. Even the dignity that he was proud of had been trampled on. How could King Ping accept such a cruel reality? The things that you think are impossible are the most normal things in Zhou Qian's eyes. Your pride, your nobility, your confidence, your shrewdness and your conspiracy are nothing but a mirage in front of me. King Ping, do you have any last words? I will give you a chance to say them. Of course, what you said is useless because no one will help you complete it. King Ping said. King Ping, do you have any last words? I will give you the chance to say them. Of course, what you said is useless because no one will help you complete it. Jiang Chen said word by word. Every word was like a sharp knife stabbing into King Ping's heart. It was an insult. Jiang Chen was humiliating him unscrupulously, but he had no choice but to accept it. Jiang Chen, do you really think you can kill me? I admit that you are the most heaven-defying monstrous genius I have ever seen, but even if I can't defeat you, you don't have the ability to kill me. As soon as King Ping finished speaking, he turned into a wisp of green smoke and vanished into the end of the void in the blink of an eye. Not only was King Ping shrewd, but he was also a man who could let go of things easily. Since he couldn't defeat Jiang Chen, he could only choose to escape. Keeping his life was more important than anything else. As the saying goes, where there's life, there's hope. As long as he was alive today, he would have the chance to take revenge in the future. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a hint of a smile. If it was before, King Ping might have escaped, but now Jiang Chen, who was proficient in the Great Void technique, could easily track King Ping's escape route. Swoosh. After casting the Great Void technique, Jiang Chen also vanished into the end of the void. When he reappeared, he was standing opposite King Ping. At this moment, King Ping's expression was really ugly because he was forced out from the void by Jiang Chen. In other words, Jiang Chen could accurately track his escape route, and he didn't even have the ability to escape from Jiang Chen. King Ping, you don't have a chance anymore. From the day you showed your hostility towards me on the day of the king conferring ceremony in King Fan's mansion, you should have known that this day would come. Even with all your schemes, you still couldn't do anything to me, Jiang Chen. In the end, you will die in the hands of me, Jiang Chen. The crown prince is like this, and so are you. I forgot to tell you that those who go against me, Jiang Chen, never have a good ending. Jiang Chen Leng said. Chapter 1656. King Ping was in complete despair. His heart was filled with unwillingness. A person who had just advanced to the realm that he had been dreaming of was killed by someone else before he could even display his talent and strength. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to understand and experience that kind of feeling. Ha! King Ping burst into laughter. His laughter was very sad and stirring. Jiang Chen looked at him with an expressionless face. King Ping's laughter lasted for a full 3 minutes before it stopped. His expression began to turn gloomy. Jiang Chen, before I die, can you let me know the reason behind my death? King Ping asked. He didn't beg for mercy because he knew Jiang Chen very well. Jiang Chen was a person who was more ruthless than him. If Jiang Chen fell into his hands, he would never let go of Jiang Chen. Therefore, King Ping didn't beg for mercy. He knew that not only was it useless to beg for mercy, it would also make Jiang Chen look down on him. Since he was going to die, he would choose to die with dignity. Jiang Chen knew what King Ping wanted to know, so he said, King Ping, I, Jiang Chen, have to admit that you are indeed a person with deep shrewdness. However, I have never regarded you as an opponent because you are not worthy. You have schemed to get rid of me and King Fan. You didn't even hesitate to join forces with the hostile Crown Prince because you know that the threat of me and King Fan is far greater than the Crown Prince. As long as you get rid of me and King Fan, no one in Great Qian Empire will be able to compete with you. You will then be the absolute heir. Jiang Chen paused for a moment and continued, You made use of the few major powers of Corpse Insect that are hostile to me to besiege us when we first arrived in Golden Horizon. Unfortunately, before you made your move, we had already obtained the Blood Dragon Fruit, improved our cultivation base and subdued a powerful Blood Demon King. The second time, you also made use of several major powers to besiege King Fan, trying to lure me out. Unfortunately, you didn't expect the appearance of Zhou Xian, a peerless monstrous genius, an immemorial battle spirit comparable to the northern and southern dynasties. Today I, Jiang Chen, have completely grown to the point where you can't deal with me. I think what you want to know the most is what method I used to give you the ability to escape. There is a Great Void technique in this world. I don't know if you have heard of it. A faint smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. Great Void technique? Could it be a peerless secret technique left behind by the legendary Void Emperor? King Ping's eyes widened in an instant, looking at Jiang Chen in disbelief. As expected of King Ping. You know more than others. You're right. Not long ago, I obtained the inheritance of Void Emperor and cultivated the Great Void technique. Therefore it's not wrong that you can't escape. Jiang Chen said. So that's how it is. Jiang Chen, it seems that you are indeed a man of great luck. I really shouldn't have made you my enemy in the past. Besides, you're very smart. Everything that I have done can't be hidden from you. Today I, Yang Buping, have no regrets to die in your hands. After saying that, King Ping closed his eyes directly. Even though he was still unwilling, there was nothing he could do. He finally understood the situation. Under the pursuit of the Great Void technique, it was no surprise that he could not escape. At this moment, King Ping did not have too much resentment towards Zhou Xian. At this moment, King Ping didn't have too much resentment towards Zhou Xian. After all, they were enemies. The winner takes all and the loser is the thief. Now he was feeling somewhat regretful. He had seen through Zhou Xian's potential, but he didn't think that Zhou Xian's potential would be this terrifying. Although he was self-righteous, he still had self-awareness. What qualification did he have to fight against a monstrous genius who had obtained the inheritance of Void Sovereign? Just like what Zhou Xian had said in the beginning, Zhou Xian had never regarded him as an opponent, because he wasn't worthy. Zhou Xian didn't waste any more words. He stretched out his index finger and pointed at King Ping's glabella, taking his life. The Crown Prince and King Ping were dead. It looked very sad, but Zhou Xian's heart didn't fluctuate too much. He had killed too many people along the way. Countless sects, countless geniuses, and his enemies had fallen one by one, becoming the stepping stones on his way forward. Zhou Xian's heart was like a boulder. This was the world where the weak were prey to the strong. This was the rule, the law of survival. Zhou Xian couldn't change it. Therefore he could only become an expert. I've been in seclusion for 10 months this time. 10 days have passed in the outside world. I'm afraid that the trip to the Golden Horizon will end soon. I wonder what has happened in the Golden Horizon in these 10 days, and where are De Huang and Monkey now? Zhou Xian thought. The Golden Horizon was ever-changing. Although it was only 10 days, too many things could happen. Although Zhou Xian had the Great Void technique, he didn't dare to be careless in this Golden Horizon. Subsequently, Zhou Xian turned into a ray of light and flew towards the center of the Golden Horizon. But just as he flew thousands of miles away, the entire Golden Horizon suddenly trembled. The void around his ears buzzed. That was a great tremor, even greater than when the Xianxia appeared. The Golden Gate is about to open. Zhou Xian was startled. Then he saw a dazzling golden passageway appearing not far away. Not only that, Zhou Xian also saw many other golden passageways appearing at the same time, in different directions and places. I heard from De Huang that there are 18 passageways in the Golden Clan. It seems that it's true. Now that all 18 passageways have opened at the same time, it's equivalent to opening the door to the Golden Clan. Any passageway can lead to the mountain gate of the Golden Clan. Zhou Xian sighed. The scene in front of him was too spectacular. The golden passageways that appeared in the void had almost covered every place and space in the entire Golden Horizon. Such a huge movement naturally attracted everyone's attention. At this time, many people were waiting for the opening of the Golden Gate. Therefore, the moment the 18 passageways appeared, everyone's attention was immediately locked on them. Look, the golden passageways have opened. They must be the passageways leading to the remains of the Golden Clan. I never thought that the legend of tens of thousands of years has finally surfaced. That's right. It must be related to the Golden Clan, an ancient clan that has been silent for tens of thousands of years. It's almost a legend. Rumor has it that the gold feather fan is in the Golden Clan. I wonder if it will appear this time. It's very likely. Since the Xianxia has appeared, it won't be too surprising if the gold feather fan appears as well. The opening of the Golden Gate this time is different from the appearance of the Xianxia. Now that the expedition to the Golden Horizon has come to an end, everyone has been waiting for the arrival of this moment. Therefore, there must be a lot of geniuses. I believe that as long as they are still alive, they will step into this passageway and enter the remains of the Golden Clan. Even the slightest benefit from such an ancient clan will bring them endless benefits. This will be a peak event. Countless monstrous geniuses will appear. If the gold feather fan appears, it will surely set off a reign of terror. Who will be the inheritor and who will control the gold feather fan will become a heaven-defying symbol of the young generation. It's said that many experts of the Immortal Court have advanced to the half-step Immortal Venerable realm. Their terror is unimaginable. There's also the Northern and Southern dynasties Long Shan, and that Zhou Xian can't be underestimated. Let's not talk so much. Let's hurry up. If we're too slow, I'm afraid we won't even get a hair. Tens of thousands of people were shocked. Silhouettes began to scramble towards the golden passageways that were closest to them. Many of them were incomparably excited. They had been waiting for this moment for too long. Some of them knew that they had already gained a lot of benefits in this expedition, so they were prepared to keep the peace, because they knew that they weren't going to participate in the upcoming war. Therefore, they were going there with the attitude of watching a show. If they could gain some benefits, they would. If they couldn't, they wouldn't feel regretful. To them, it was already an incomparable honor to be able to witness the legendary ancient clan with their own eyes. They would also have the capital to brag to others after they left this place. Zhou the Huang dog appeared out of nowhere and came to Jiang Chen's side. His eyes were looking at the golden passageways, exuding an extremely complicated feeling. The golden gates are about to open. Jiang Chen said. Yes. I've already expected the appearance of the Xiao Yao Qin. Go. Don't waste any more time. Let's go and have a look. The Huang dog said and flew towards the golden passageway. Jiang Chen followed closely behind. A man and a dog soon vanished from sight. After entering the golden passageway, one could feel the blazing aura of the golden clan. They possessed the bloodline of the golden crow and were creatures of the heavens and earth. No one knew what had happened here tens of thousands of years ago, or why a clan was annihilated and eventually fell into silence. Jiang Chen couldn't figure it out. He looked at De Huang dog and guessed that De Huang might know the reason. Countless figures rushed into the golden passageway. The moment had finally arrived. No one wasn't excited. The appearance of the Xiao Yao Qin had already caused an unimaginable shock. Moreover, now that the gates of the golden clan had opened, everyone wanted to know what had happened tens of thousands of years ago. Han Yen, Tyrant, Yang Bufan, Lan Lingji, and Yang Lang all entered the golden passageway from different directions. Long Shisan was still sitting cross-legged beside the huge green rock, constantly comprehending the profound meaning of the life symbol art as though the golden passageway couldn't affect him at all. At this moment, Draconic Shisan's entire body was undergoing a tremendous change. His black hair had turned into a mix of black and white. That's right, black and white. That was the change caused by the profound meaning of the life symbol art. During this period of time, Long Shisan had been constantly comprehending life and death. His hair seemed to symbolize life and death. At this moment, every strand of Long Shisan's hair was like a sharp sword, piercing into the void as though it was going to pierce through the entire void. Chapter 1657. After Jiang Qin and De Huang dog stepped into the golden passageway, they were surrounded by blazing light. The fire of sun in Jiang Chen's body couldn't help pulsating, giving Jiang Chen a sense of familiarity with the environment here. There were countless people in every passageway. A large number of geniuses were constantly flying towards the passageway, heading towards the inheritance of the Golden Clan. No one knew what was going to happen next. De Huang didn't say a word. His entire body seemed very heavy. Jiang Chen originally had some questions to ask him, but after seeing his expression he held it back. Very soon Jiang Chen and De Huang dog arrived at the end of the passageway. When they appeared there were already over 10,000 people here. This showed how much importance these people attached to the inheritance of the Golden Clan. Over 10,000 people had already appeared at the beginning of the passageway, and there were still more people rushing towards them. However, no matter how fast they came in, they could only stand there. In front of them was a vast expanse of void. There was nothing under their feet, as though they were standing on an unreal land. At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on a huge golden barrier in front of them. The golden barrier had a circumference of 100 miles. Looking up, the barrier seemed to be as tall as the sky. They couldn't see the edge of it. They knew that this should be the gateway to the Golden Clan. The gateway was behind this barrier. If they wanted to enter, they would have to open the barrier first. However, no one dared to touch the barrier. After learning the lesson from the Xiao Yao Qin, no one dared to stand out. They were all smart people. They understood very well that the current situation indicated that the gateway of the Golden Clan hadn't opened yet. Once the gateway was opened, the golden barrier would vanish. So what they needed to do now was to wait for the barrier to vanish and for everything behind to appear in their eyes. The void was filled with a heavy ancient qi, causing them to feel a sense of oppression and indescribable discomfort. The temperature here was very high. The air was blazing hot. This might be the characteristic of the Golden Clan. After all, they had the descendants of the Sun Divine Bird. Although the temperature here was very high, it didn't affect the mighty immortal emperors much. They could easily endure it. As soon as the big yellow dog appeared, it fixed its gaze on the barrier and began to furrow its eyebrows. I see. So that's how it is. The Huang dog muttered to himself, his gaze constantly sweeping across the barrier in front of him, as if he had seen through something. This is Golden Emperor's last resort. As expected of a grand move. De Huang, what did you see? What happened here tens of thousands of years ago? Jiang Chen asked. He was eager to know the secret and he was almost sure that De Huang dog knew something. However, De Huang dog turned a deaf ear to Jiang Chen's words, as if he couldn't hear it at all. His entire mind was attracted by the golden barrier. Nothing else could be seen in his eyes. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen shook his head and gave up. There were many things that De Huang dog didn't tell him. Even the secret and origin of De Huang dog was a mystery to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen knew that it wasn't that De Huang dog didn't want to tell him, but because Jiang Chen's cultivation base was still weak. It wasn't the right time for him to know about it. Today, Jiang Chen's cultivation base had already reached the half-step Immortal Emperor realm, only a step away from advancing to the Immortal Emperor realm. With his dragon form combat strength, he was strong enough to kill a late Immortal Emperor. Even so, De Huang dog still didn't tell him anything. The more it was like this, the more curious Jiang Chen was. What kind of great secret was it that even he wasn't qualified to know? Seeing that De Huang dog was looking at it so intently, Jiang Chen's eyes also fell on the golden barrier, but he couldn't see anything. Suddenly Jiang Chen frowned. He could feel a faint stream of air drifting behind him. Immediately he casted the Great Void technique. Just as Jiang Chen casted the Great Void technique, a cold long sword suddenly rushed out of the void. The long sword carried strong murderous intent. Its speed was so fast that it pierced through Jiang Chen's body. The owner of the longsword was a young man. His face was wearing a hideous smile. The smile on his face grew wider when he saw that Jiang Chen was pierced by him. However, the next moment his smile froze, because he was horrified to find that what he pierced was merely an afterimage of Jiang Chen. Zhoush. The young man turned around abruptly and saw Jiang Chen looking at him with great interest. The current Jiang Chen had already transformed into his dragon form. This was Jiang Chen's combat form. At this moment, everyone in the Golden Shark knew about it. It was no longer a secret. Impossible. How could he be so fast? The young man was shocked and couldn't accept the reality in front of him. He had always been the most confident in his sneak attack. He was sure that Jiang Chen would be gravely injured even if he didn't die under his sneak attack. However, he didn't expect that Jiang Chen was not only unscathed, but also perfectly evaded the attack in an instant and appeared behind him. Such a terrifying technique sent chills down his spine. Sure enough, the people of Nanbei family are all useless. They only know some sneak attacks. Jiang Chen said in a sarcastic tone. He knew this man. Back when the Xiao Yaoqin was in turmoil, Jiang Chen had killed many people of Nanbei family. This Nanbei Jing had always wanted to catch him but failed to do so in the end. What happened that day had infuriated Nanbei Jing and left a great shadow in his heart. Someone brutally killed a genius disciple of his family in front of him, but he could only watch it happen. He couldn't even do anything to stop it. This made Nanbei Jing's heart feel as if it had been congealed into a knot. If Nanbei Jing had been thinking about killing Jiang Chen all the time, he knew very well that if he killed Jiang Chen he would not be able to do so. Not only could he avenge the geniuses of Nanbei family, he could also raise his own prestige. Everyone knew of Jiang Chen's current fame. Whoever killed Jiang Chen would become a well-known figure. Therefore, when Nanbei Jing saw Jiang Chen as soon as he entered this place, he decisively chose to attack. He was very confident in his sneak attack, but he didn't expect that he would fail. The current Jiang Chen seemed to be more difficult to deal with than when the Xiao Yaoqin was born. A person's growth was so fast that it was really shocking. Jiang Chen, you've killed so many people of our Nanbei family. Nanbei family will definitely take your life. Nanbei Jing Lung Lung said. I'm afraid my life has nothing to do with you, because you're going to be the next person of Nanbei family to die in my hands. I Jiang Chen will never be lenient when it comes to killing you. Jiang Chen's killing intent burst out. Chapter 1658. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Nan Beijing burst into laughter on the spot, as if he had heard a very funny joke. He understood what Jiang Qin meant. Jiang Qin was going to kill him. Unfortunately, how could he be killed so easily? If he died in the hands of a half-step immortal emperor, what face would he have left? However, at the next moment the smile on Nan Beijing's face froze instantly. He sensed an extremely dangerous qi coming from his back. At this moment his heart almost stopped beating. He didn't even think about who was the one who was going to attack him. Immediately he executed a rapid evasion. Bang! Arg! Even though Nan Beijing's movement and reaction were very fast, he still failed to evade the attack. The attacker was none other than De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog had circulated all the strength in his body, instilling all of it into his head and slammed at Nan Beijing. De Huang Dog's speed was as fast as lightning. Furthermore, the current De Huang Dog was already a late immortal emperor expert. Even Nan Beijing wasn't a match for him. Even if he faced De Huang Dog head-on, he wouldn't be able to defeat De Huang Dog. Moreover, De Huang Dog was launching a sneak attack from behind. Along with a shrill cry from Nan Beijing, half of his body was smashed by De Huang Dog. The remaining half of his body dodged the attack. It looked extremely tragic. How dare you sneak attack in front of Master Dog? You really don't know how to write the word, death. De Huang Dog spat at Nan Beijing. One had to admit that Nan Beijing was truly a tragedy. Although he was good at sneak attacks, he had chosen the wrong target. Jiang Qin, who had cultivated the Great Soul Derivation Technique, Great Divination Art and Great Void Technique, wasn't someone that could be dealt with by sneak attacks. Any slight fluctuation could be accurately sensed by Jiang Qin. What was more tragic was that there was a De Huang Dog behind him who was the ancestor of sneak attacks. However, Nan Beijing just ignored the existence of De Huang Dog. The fact proved that any opponent who looked down on De Huang Dog would end up in a miserable situation. Nan Beijing was an example, and there were many other examples in the past. A damn dog. The screams of the northern and southern dynasties were heart-wrenching. At this time, a few geniuses of Nan Bei family appeared and hastily protected Nan Beijing. Among these geniuses there was a late immortal emperor, the rest were intermediate immortal emperors, and only one was an early immortal emperor. This showed how strong the foundation of Nan Bei family was. As for that young Master Chao, who was the reincarnation of a great sovereign, he had yet to appear. No one knew where he had gone. The commotion here immediately alarmed everyone. Innumerable eyes looked over, but there wasn't any surprise in their eyes. The grudge between Nan Bei family and Jiang Qin had long been known to everyone. It was perfectly normal for them to kill each other as soon as they met. However, Nan Beijing's ending was truly a little miserable. Scary. That dog is even scarier than before. And there's also Jiang Qin. I have no idea what kind of heaven-defying technique he has cultivated to be able to dodge Nan Beijing's sneak attack so easily. AI. It seems like as long as Jiang Qin is around, there's no peace. He's a troublemaker. He has offended too many people and powers. Wherever he appears there will be killings and battles. But I really admire him. If it was someone else who had offended so many people and powers, I'm afraid that he would have been dead by now, but he's still alive and well. Many people have died in his hands. He's a man with great luck. So many experts have tried to kill him, but none of them could. Furthermore, he was allowed to grow continuously in the Golden Horizon. Now he has grown to the point where it's very difficult to kill him. Let's wait and see. This time, there will be even more intense battles after the opening of the Golden Gate. There are too many people who want to kill Jiang Qin. Now that so many half-step venerable experts have appeared, I wonder if Jiang Qin can keep his life. Countless voices of discussion rang. Jiang Qin had already become a famous figure. Wherever he went was bound to set off a storm. Just like now, he had already started fighting with the geniuses of Nan Bei family as soon as he appeared. Jiang Qin, you are courting death. Another late immortal emperor of Nan Bei family gritted his teeth and spoke. His name was Nan Beizhong, a figure as powerful as Nan Beijing. It was imaginable how angry he was when he saw Nan Beijing being injured like this. The other geniuses of Nan Bei family were also glaring at Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog viciously, without concealing their killing intent. We'll know who will die in a while. Since all of you have come, let's lock on and kill them all. Since your Nan Bei family is still my enemy, it's only a matter of time before you are annihilated. Jiang Qin spoke plainly. In the entire immortal world he was afraid that only he, Zhou Xian, would dare to say that he would annihilate an ancient family. De Huang, kill them all. Zhou Xian yelled at De Huang dog. One man and one dog turned into two rays of light, lunging at the geniuses of Nanbei family. Zhou Xian would never show any mercy when dealing with Nanbei family. De Huang dog cackled. He liked such a massacre the most. He had already advanced to the late immortal emperor realm, which made him almost invincible in this golden horizon. Even those half-step immortal venerables wouldn't be able to kill him, let alone these geniuses of Nanbei family. Zhou Xian too drew out the heavenly saint sword. After comprehending the Great Void technique, he could appear anywhere in a flash. In terms of sneak attack, Nanbei Jing was far inferior to Zhou Xian. The Great Void technique was much scarier than the 9 phantom wolves. Arg. Along with a miserable wail, an intermediate immortal emperor genius was slashed in half by Zhou Qian's sword and died on the spot. He didn't even have the slightest strength to resist. They weren't on the same level at all. On the other side, De Huang dog rushed over. Nanbei Zhong had no choice but to fight against De Huang dog. After all, De Huang dog was a late immortal emperor. If the others went up against him, they would die. As a matter of fact, Zhou Qian's means was also a disaster to the others. Miserable wails lingered. In just a few blinks, all the geniuses of Nanbei family had died under the sword of Zhou Qian. All of them were slashed in half by Zhou Qian. Their deaths were incomparably miserable. Nanbei Jing, who only had half of his body left, looked at Zhou Qian with horror in his eyes, as though he was looking at the god of death. Chapter 1659. Zhou Qian, what are you trying to do? Nanbei Jing, who only had half of his body left, looked at Zhou Qian walking towards him step by step. His voice began to tremble. His heart was now filled with infinite fear, especially after witnessing the killing methods of Zhou Qian. As a first-class genius of Nanbei family, he had never thought that he would die one day. He had never seen such a terrifying figure like Zhou Qian. What am I trying to do? What an incompetent question. Zhou Qian shook his head and didn't want to talk nonsense with Nanbei Jing. He waved the long sword in his hand and beheaded Nanbei Jing. Then his identity brocade pouch automatically fell into Zhou Qian's hand. Zhou Qian had already obtained too many brocade pouches, but he didn't check the benefits inside them, because he knew very well that once the geniuses who came to Golden Horizon obtained a great benefit, they would find a deserted place to refine and absorb the benefits to improve their cultivation base and combat strength. No one would keep the benefits for themselves. Therefore, it was afraid that there wouldn't be any high-grade benefits in these brocade pouches. Plus, Zhou Qian didn't care about their treasures at all. After killing Nanbei Jing, Zhou Qian continued to advance towards Nanbei Zhong with the long sword in his hand. As long as he encountered the people of Nanbei family, Zhou Qian would never let them go. This Zhou Qian is truly a peerless monstrous genius. Isn't his rate of improvement a little too fast? His cultivation base seems to be the same as 10 days ago, still at the half-step immortal emperor realm, but I have a feeling that he is much more powerful than 10 days ago. Could this be an illusion? It's not an illusion. Such a figure is improving all the time. We can't use common sense to estimate him. Nanbei family is really miserable. So many powerful geniuses have died in the beginning. The death of Nanbei Jing is an incomparably huge loss to Nanbei family. Now it seems that Nanbei Zhong isn't any better. He can't defeat that dog at all. I'm afraid that he will be in danger if he's attacked from both sides. Terrifying. This is too terrifying. The massacre has already begun even before the gate of the Golden Clan is opened. We'd better stay away from Zhou Qian in the future. This man isn't easy to deal with. Killing intermediate immortal emperors is as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. No one wasn't shocked. Although they knew that Zhou Qian was ferocious, they were still shocked when they saw it with their own eyes. Many of them warned themselves that they must never make such a killing god their enemy. Otherwise it wouldn't end well for them. Nanbei family was one of the 2 ancient major families in East Xuanyu. They even had the reincarnation of a great sovereign in the northern and southern dynasties. But in the end their geniuses still ended up dying tragically. Even the reincarnation of a great sovereign of the northern and southern dynasties had to flee with their tails between their legs 10 days ago. Go. Nanbei Zhong yelled all of a sudden. Immediately he turned into a ray of light and fled into the distance. A wise man knew better than to fight when the odds were against him. Nanbei Zhong wasn't a fool. After falling into the hands of De Huang Dog and Jiang Qin, he knew that he wouldn't be able to keep his life if he stayed here any longer. Nanbei Jing would be his end. You can't run away. With a sway of his body, Jiang Qin immediately locked onto Nanbei Zhong's qi and escape route. The heavenly saint's sword slashed out a heavenly river-like sword light, forcing Nanbei Zhong out of the void. How is this possible? Nanbei Zhong turned pale with fright. He couldn't imagine how Jiang Qin was able to lock onto his position so precisely. One should know that a late immortal emperor expert had a very precise control of spatial force. It could be said that it had reached the acme of perfection. It would be incomparably easy for him to escape if he wanted to. But now Jiang Qin seemed to be able to find his position directly, leaving him no chance to escape. Nanbei Zhong couldn't help but be astonished by this. This was the mystery of the Great Void Technique. How could an ordinary secret technique be compared to the inheritance left behind by the Void Sovereign? How difficult would it be to escape from the Great Void Technique? Jie, De Huang Dog let out a sinister laugh. He rammed his indestructible head at Nanbei Zhong. He could now see that Jiang Qin had already mastered the Great Void Technique, which was a very rare thing. Bang! Nanbei Zhong was already in a daze. Adding on the fact that De Huang Dog's attack was too fierce and fast, he was sent flying. De Huang Dog's head hit Nanbei Zhong's chest, causing a huge dent on his chest, spurting out blood along the way. Zoosh! Jiang Qin's speed was even faster. Like a shadow, he caught up with the injured Nanbei Zhong in an instant. The heavenly saint's sword in his hand slashed down mercilessly. While Nanbei Zhong was still in midair, he was slashed into two halves by Jiang Qin. Blood sprayed across the sky. It was an extremely miserable scene. Countless people were shocked. A late immortal emperor supreme genius was killed just like that. Such a scene was just too shocking. Amazing. I'm afraid Nanbei family is going to die of anger this time. So many geniuses have died. Such a loss is huge to any major power. Nanbei family is going to go crazy this time. I can see that there are still people of Nanbei family standing in the surroundings, but as long as they aren't fools, they won't choose to come out at this time. Jiang Qin has already matured. Plus he isn't fighting alone. He has the help of a group of monstrous geniuses. These people can't be underestimated. No one wasn't shocked. As soon as the passageway opened, the geniuses of Nanbei family and Jiang Qin were all killed, including two late immortal emperor geniuses. At this moment, one of the golden passageways shook violently. An incomparably powerful qi rushed out of it. A young man like a peerless war god appeared in the sky. The qi that was radiating from his body made countless people feel tremendous pressure. That was the qi of a half-step immortal venerable. Just this realm alone had already surpassed everyone. They weren't on the same level at all. The incomer was none other than Zhang Yulong, the supreme expert of the immortal court of ethereal immortal domain. He had finally advanced to the half-step immortal venerable realm. His brows were filled with endless arrogance, looking down on everyone. It was the feeling of looking down on all living beings. As soon as Zhang Yulong appeared, he saw Jiang Qin, De Huang Dog and the mangled corpses of Nanbei family. His eyes immediately shot out two flames. Jiang Qin, it seems like you are getting more and more excessive. Chapter 1660. Is it too much? I don't think so at all. Zhang Yulong, I advise you not to provoke me. Otherwise you will end up the same as them. The people of the immortal court are no different from anyone else in front of me. My enemies will all end up the same. If Nanbei family is my enemy, I will annihilate this ancient family. If the immortal court is my enemy, I will replace it. Jiang Qin completely ignored the strong killing intent radiating from Zhang Yulong's body. His tone was extremely arrogant. Even though the person standing in front of him was a half-step immortal venerable of the immortal court, he didn't put him in his eyes at all. Such domineering and earth-shattering power seemed to be incomparable to Nanbei Chao. Jiang Qin's every movement exuded a strong superior qi, like a peerless monarch who would eventually become the strongest in the heavens and earth. Hua! Jiang Qin's words immediately set off a great uproar. It was already very impressive to say that he would annihilate an ancient family, But someone actually dared to say that he would replace the immortal court. How much courage did he need to say that? They had seen arrogant people before, but none of them were as arrogant as him. This bastard is truly lawless. No one has ever dared to go against the immortal court. Who dares to speak ill of the high and mighty immortal court? How dare he say that he wants to replace the immortal court? He really doesn't know how to write the word, death. AI. He's too arrogant. How dare he say such disgraceful words? No one has ever dared to go against the immortal court. He must be tired of living. Awesome. I admire him. He's the first person who dares to say such domineering words. This alone is enough to earn my admiration. Countless sighs were heard. Jiang Chen's words had raised the eyebrows of everyone. He was clearly courting death. Could it be that he was going to publicly challenge the immortal court? Could it be that he was going to become the #1 expert in history? Jiang Chen, this sentence alone is enough for you to die 100 times. How dare you go against the immortal court? Who gave you such audacity? Zhang Yulong was infuriated. As a genius of the immortal court, this was his proudest achievement. He was respected wherever he went. But now, nobody dared to challenge a genius in public. This was simply ridiculous. Cut the fucking crap. Kill me if you have the ability. If you don't bullshit here. Put away your nobility and don't use the immortal court to pressure me. In front of me, Jiang Chen, an enemy is an enemy. Jiang Chen burst into laughter. He was wild and unruly. He had reached a state of lawlessness. He didn't even put the immortal court in his eyes. I'll kill you right now. Zhang Yulong was infuriated. He unleashed the chi of a half-step immortal venerable all of a sudden. Just this powerful chi alone was enough to make everyone's heart palpitate. Everyone's eyes were full of pity when they looked at Jiang Chen. They had no idea how Jiang Chen was able to withstand Zhang Yulong's attack. One should know that killing a late immortal emperor and fighting a half-step immortal venerable were two completely different concepts. Kid, can you do it? The Huang dog looked over at Jiang Chen. Don't worry. It won't be a problem. Jiang Chen nodded. His eyes sparkled. He wanted to use Zhang Yulong's technique to test the true power of the Great Void technique. All right. The Huang dog was incomparably confident in Jiang Chen. In the face of Zhang Yulong's next attack, he immediately dodged and left. He also wanted to see to what extent Jiang Chen had cultivated the Great Void technique. He believed that given Jiang Chen's means, it wouldn't be a problem for him to dodge Zhang Yulong's attack once he mastered the Great Void technique. Zhang Yulong took a step forward. An incomparably dazzling palm sealed the void and pressed down on Jiang Chen. Countless people were shocked. The attack of a half-step immortal venerable was indeed extraordinary. It was hard to imagine that Jiang Chen could withstand such a terrifying attack. Hong Long. Jiang Chen didn't even see how he dodged it. The giant palm fell with a loud rumble. The void was completely torn apart, and Jiang Chen's entire body was enveloped in it. Humph. You're overestimating yourself. Zhang Yulong had a cold smile on his face. He knew the power of this palm strike. Even a late immortal emperor would be crushed into powder, let alone a puny Jiang Chen. Overestimating yourself. In my opinion, the geniuses of the immortal court are just a voice was heard from another direction. Everyone turned to the direction where the voice came from and saw Jiang Chen standing there calmly. It seemed like Zhang Yulong's destructive attack didn't cause any harm to him at all. What? Zhang Yulong's expression changed dramatically. Just like Nan Beijing, he couldn't believe what had just happened. By God! How did this bastard do it? This is heaven-defying. I saw it clearly just now. He was clearly covered by Zhang Yulong's palm. That palm had sealed the surrounding void. How did Jiang Chen escape? It seems like Zhang Yulong's fierce attack didn't cause any harm to him. Unbelievable. This is too unbelievable. I'm afraid that Zhang Yulong will be dumbfounded this time. Jiang Chen must have acquired a heaven-defying escape technique that allows him to travel through the void without any hindrance. That's just too scary. If he has really mastered such a heaven-defying technique, I'm afraid that no one in the entire Golden Horizon will be able to kill him. No one wasn't shocked. They had never seen such a heaven-defying genius. Not only did Jiang Chen have terrifying combat strength, but he also had a heaven-defying escape technique. Not even Zhang Yulong could do anything to him. Who else in the entire Golden Horizon could kill Jiang Chen? Interesting, but it's just an insignificant skill in front of me. Xianxia, do you really think that you can save your life just because you have acquired some escape technique? You're too ignorant. After a brief moment of shock, killing intent burst out of Zhang Yulong's body once again. He didn't believe that he couldn't kill Xianxia with his current ability. If that was the case, he wouldn't be able to survive in the Golden Horizon anymore. You disciples of major powers always talk too much nonsense. If I were you, I wouldn't say a word more. Xianxia said in an indifferent tone. Courting death. Zhang Yulong gritted his teeth. Overwhelming qi waves rushed out of his body like a tidal wave. This time he used his powerful qi to completely seal all the space within 100 miles. Even the surrounding people were trapped in it. Under such pressure, countless people were frightened. If Zhang Yulong wanted to kill them, they would die without a doubt. They were afraid that they wouldn't even be able to resist. Chapter 1661. In the face of Zhang Yulong's powerful attack, Xianxia's expression began to turn grim. After all, he wasn't a match for Zhang Yulong in terms of cultivation base. The gap between them was still relatively large. Xianxia's biggest reliance in fighting Zhang Yulong was the Great Void technique. Currently, Zhang Yulong had completely gone mad. He had completely sealed off the entire void, forcing Xianxia to take it seriously. However, Xianxia wasn't afraid. He believed that the Great Void technique would definitely be able to deal with it. Xianxia was incomparably confident in this ancient secret technique left behind by the Void Sovereign. Although the earth-shattering energy attack wasn't Zhang Yulong's strongest attack, its lethality was enough to shock the world. This was the powerful attack of a half-step venerable. Although Zhang Yulong was just a half-step immortal venerable, he was afraid that even an ordinary early immortal venerable wouldn't be a match for him. Therefore Zhang Yulong was infuriated. He would feel ashamed if he couldn't kill Xianxia given his cultivation base. Xianxia, let's see how you're going to dodge this. Zhang Yulong's voice shook the sky. He was determined to kill Xianxia in one blow to establish his prestige. At this time Xianxia closed his eyes and cast the Great Soul Derivation technique and Great Void technique at the same time. He found that all the surrounding space had been firmly sealed by Zhang Yulong. There was no way out. However, the Great Void technique was still very powerful. The spatial force outside Xianxia's body rippled and buzzed. He could feel a tremendous force pressing down on him from all directions. It was the destructive force of a mountain. Great Void technique. Invisible escape. Xianxia murmured. With a sway of his body he vanished once more. He had penetrated the spatial seal of Zhang Yulong and entered the deep spatial zone. It was an extremely dangerous act to walk in the spatial crevice. One should know that even a mighty venerable wouldn't dare to step into the spatial crevice. Once one was transported into the turbulence of the spatial zone, one would never be able to get out. However, Xianxia, who had cultivated the Great Void technique, dared to do so. His comprehension of the spatial crevice and spatial law was just too strong. He could precisely control the stability of the spatial crevice and find the exit. Honglong. A large area of the spatial zone was destroyed. Even the golden barrier that shot up into the sky buzzed, seemingly in danger of being torn apart. This was absolute destruction. Any living being that was caught in it would die tragically. At this moment, everyone held their breath. They widened their eyes and stared ahead. Many of them felt that Xianxia was going to die for sure. I'm afraid he's going to die this time. Zhang Yulong has sealed everything. It's useless even if he has a heaven-defying means of escape. This is a destructive attack. All living beings will die tragically in it. I wonder if Xianxia can walk out of it alive. I don't think it's possible. It would be too heaven-defying if he could escape from such an attack. AI. What a pity. A peerless monstrous genius has fallen just like that. Xianxia is too arrogant. He didn't even put a ruthless figure like Zhang Yulong in his eyes. He even dared to challenge the immortal court. He has overestimated himself. Many of them began to sigh. Most of them felt that Xianxia was dead for sure. There was almost no possibility of him surviving in such a situation. Xianxia was merely a half-step immortal emperor. If he could still survive in such a situation, it would be too heaven-defying. However, after Zhang Yulong made his move, he knitted his brows again. Others might not know, but he could clearly feel that his attack didn't seem to have killed Xianxia. This was his intuition. At his cultivation base, intuition was usually very accurate. Just when everyone thought that Xianxia was dead, a patch of the void was torn apart by a bare hand. A figure walked out leisurely. Who else could it be if it wasn't Xianxia? What? Innumerable exclamations were heard. Everyone was dumbfounded. They looked at Xianxia as though they had seen a ghost. This was a miracle. No one knew how Xianxia did it. As a matter of fact, even Xianxia himself was somewhat surprised by the power of the Great Void technique. He was in a very good mood now. With the Great Void technique, it would be an absolute life-saving technique. Zhang Yulong, that's all you've got. Although you are powerful, you're still far from being able to kill me. Now it seems like you can't even catch a strand of my hair if I want to leave. Xianxia spoke casually. After successfully escaping this time, he had become more confident in his means. He had no fear of Zhang Yulong anymore. How did you do it? Zhang Yulong didn't continue his attack, but asked curiously and in shock. Humph. Xianxia harumphed coldly, not bothering to answer Zhang Yulong's question. This scene happened to be witnessed by Han Yan, Yang Bufan, Tyrant, Grandmaster Hao Ran and the others. Each of them widened their eyes in shock. What kind of powerful technique did this kid use just now? His cultivation base hasn't advanced, but that technique is much more powerful than advancing his cultivation base. Grandmaster Hao Ran's eyes widened. He must have obtained some kind of ancient secret technique and succeeded in cultivating it in such a short period of time. Senior brother Xianxia is full of miracles. You don't have to be too surprised no matter how heaven-defying things happen to him in the future. Tyrant said with a smile. That's right. We are already used to it. Han Yan walked up to the two of them and shrugged. Awesome. Grandmaster Hao Ran gave him a thumbs up. Zhang Yulong has already advanced to the half-step immortal venerable realm. Such an expert is still very terrifying. It seems like there's going to be another earth-shattering battle when the Golden Gates open, said Yang Bufan. He had already advanced to the late immortal emperor realm. If he went out now, he would immediately become the #1 genius of Great Qian Empire. Plus, Xianxia had already swept away the obstacles for him by getting rid of King Ping and the Crown Prince. From now on, King Fan Prefecture would be the biggest prefecture in Great Qian Empire. Xianxia, don't be complacent. I didn't use my full strength just now. If I want to kill you, no matter how powerful your escaping technique is, it's useless. Zhang Yulong continued to speak lung. Is that so? Then try using your full strength and see if you can kill me. Xianxia had a cold smile on his face. He didn't put Zhang Yulong's threat in his eyes at all. Just you wait. When the Golden Gates open, I will kill you with my own hands. Chapter 1662. Zhang Yulong didn't cause any trouble for the time being. Naturally, Xianxia was happy to relax. After all, the Golden Gate hadn't truly opened yet. It wasn't the time for a direct conflict. With a sway, he came to the side of De Huang Dog and the others. He didn't retract his dragon form. This was his strongest combat form. There was no need to retract it as a life-and-death battle could break out at any time. King Fan, you have also advanced to the late immortal emperor realm. Very good. By the way, King Ping has been eliminated by me. The Crown Prince is also dead. From now on, you will no longer have any obstacles in Great Qian Empire. Xianxia spoke. Naturally, he was incomparably happy to see King Fan's tremendous improvement. Not only him, Tyrant had also advanced to the late immortal emperor realm. Xianxia didn't feel surprised about Tyrant's advancement. He had the Sarira of the ancient Buddha in his body. He had been constantly refining it, allowing him to improve all the time. He simply couldn't be judged by the standard of ordinary people. King Ping has been killed by you. Yang Bufan was somewhat surprised, but he didn't feel too much about the death of King Ping. Although they were brothers, there was no such thing as kinship in the imperial clan. As the evil lord, he had long understood this point. He wouldn't be soft-hearted. He knew very well that even if Xianxia didn't kill King Ping would still deal with them sooner or later. Little Chenzi, what kind of powerful secret technique have you cultivated? You can actually evade Zhang Yulong's attack at will. Han Yan asked curiously. To be honest, I have obtained the Great Void technique left by Void Sovereign under the guidance of De Huang. This secret technique is incomparably terrifying. That's why I can deal with Zhang Yulong so easily. Even if I can't defeat him, I can still keep up with him. It's almost impossible for Zhang Yulong to kill me. Jiang Chen said. He didn't need to hide anything from these brothers. They all knew each other very well. If he still hid it from his own people, he would lose the meaning of brotherhood. What? It's actually the legendary Void Emperor. Little Chenzi, you're really lucky. Your luck is really amazing. Yang Bufan was shocked once more. As the prince of Great Qian Empire, he had read the legends and records of the immortal world since he was a child. Naturally, he knew more things and people than ordinary people. He naturally knew about a powerful figure like Void Sovereign. He was an existence that was on par with Immortal Execution King and Great Sovereign Zhou Xian. In those years, he relied on the Great Void technique to move unhindered in the immortal world and was reputed as one of the most powerful immortal sovereigns in the immortal world. The secret art he left behind was naturally extraordinary. The fact that Jiang Chen could obtain the Great Void technique was enough to show that Jiang Chen had extraordinary fortune. Rumble. As soon as Zhang Yulong's voice faded, one of the golden passageways trembled once more. A powerful silhouette walked out of it. The commotion he created was even greater than Zhang Yulong. He was none other than the supreme genius of Radiant's immortal domain, Xiaxia. Xiaxia looked like he was only 15 or 16 years old, but the qi radiating from his body was extremely overbearing. Currently, his cultivation base was the same as Zhang Yulong's, a mighty half-step immortal venerable. Incredible. The monstrous genius of the immortal court of Radiant's immortal domain. I heard that he's less than 20 years old. It's really unimaginable. Could it be that he had started cultivating when he was still in his mother's womb? He's too powerful. We can't use common sense to measure him. Xiaotian is known as the rare monstrous genius of Radiant's immortal domain. He has already reached the half-step immortal venerable realm at such a young age. Compared to him, we really can't be considered as geniuses. It's said that there are many monstrous geniuses who have advanced to the half-step immortal venerable realm not long ago. Zhang Yulong and Xia Xiaotian definitely aren't the only ones. Seems like things are going to get really lively. The emergence of Xia Xiaotian immediately caused an uproar among the crowd. No one wasn't shocked by such a monstrous genius. Compared to such a genius, anyone would feel ashamed of their inferiority, feeling that they were an insult to the word genius. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Experts continued to emerge from the 18 golden passageways. The geniuses of countless major powers had gathered together. Many of them had made progress. This time, the number of immortal treasures unearthed in Golden Horizon was especially large. It could be said that the number was several times more than the previous times. Too many people had benefited from it. Late immortal emperors were emerging one after another, let alone those intermediate immortal emperors. Once these geniuses walked out of Golden Horizon, they would immediately alert the major powers where they were located. This was almost certain. Yang Lang, Shan Chong, Xian Zhong, Lan Lingji, Hua Shaoqian, Mo Wuqing, and a large number of people had appeared. When they saw Jiang Qin and Yang Bufan, they immediately approached them. Such a large group of people had gathered since the emergence of the inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao. Now that the most critical moment of the opening of the Golden Gates had arrived, they naturally had to work together. In the face of such a situation, nothing was more important than an alliance. Not only them, many other major powers and geniuses were also secretly working together. No one knew what was going to happen next. Why isn't Brother Shursan here? Lan Lingji looked around but couldn't find Long Shursan, so she couldn't help but ask. Along the way, Long Shursan's shadow had completely entered her heart. Although the aloof Lan Lingji was the saintess of exquisite paradise, she was still a woman after all. Such a woman usually wouldn't put any man in her eyes, but if a man really walked into her heart, everything would change. I don't know where that monkey has gone. Now that there is such a huge commotion in the Golden Passageway, he should be the first one to come, but he hasn't shown up yet. If I'm not mistaken, he must have obtained great benefits. I'm not sure where he is digesting them now. De Huang Dog spoke. One had to admit that his guess was incomparably accurate. Ever since Long Shursan obtained the cultivation method of the life symbol art, he had been sitting motionlessly in front of the large green rock. Don't worry. He will definitely show up. If Long Shursan isn't present in such a grand scene, wouldn't it be very imperfect? Jiang Chen smiled. Hong Long. Another rumble was heard from one of the golden passageways. Needless to say, Another mighty expert had appeared. Judging from his qi, he must be a mighty half-step immortal venerable genius. Sure enough, a young man in snow-white clothes walked out carrying boundless qi. Feng Yunzi, be it potential or foundation, wasn't any weaker than Xia Xiaotian or Zhang Yulong. Today he had also appeared in front of everyone with his half-step immortal venerable cultivation base. No one would dare to look down on such a monstrous genius. Chapter 1663. It's Feng Yunzi from the Immortal Radiance Realm. He's as famous as Xia Xiaotian. It's said that he was accompanied by countless lightning bolts when he was born. Furthermore, the lightning bolts only hovered above the place where he was born. For a person like him to have a phenomenon in the sky on the day of his birth, he's destined to be extraordinary. Reaching the half-step immortal venerable realm at such a young age. How enviable. I wonder when I can reach such a realm. You? Save it. You're not even on the same level. You're already blessed by the heavens to be able to reach the intermediate immortal emperor realm. How difficult will it be for you to step into the immortal venerable realm? The emergence of Feng Yunzi, just like Xia Xiaotian, caused a huge commotion. Both of them were powerful figures of the immortal court of radiance immortal domain. Both of them were extraordinary geniuses. Just the fact that they had reached the half-step immortal venerable realm at such a young age was enough to show disdain to the entire immortal world. They were the true elites of the young generation who could sweep across the world. No one could match them. After Feng Yunzi appeared, he glanced at the golden barrier, then found a place and closed his eyes to rest. Given his eyesight, he could naturally see that the golden gate hadn't truly opened yet. It was covered by the barrier, but it didn't mean that the gate wouldn't open. It only meant that the time wasn't up yet. After Feng Yunzi's appearance, the golden passageway shook once more. Another powerful expert appeared. He was also a half-step immortal venerable. He was clad in linen clothes. He was tall and strong. His muscles were bulging like small hills, full of explosive energy. One look and anyone could tell that he was a strength-type expert. It's Yi Qingtian of Mi Luo Immortal Domain, also a figure of the immortal court. I heard that he has the bloodline of an ancient giant in his body. He can lift a towering mountain with his bare hands. His strength is astonishing and terrifying. It's very scary to be enemies with such a person. That's right. He's a very powerful figure with the bloodline of an ancient giant and the strength to move mountains. Ordinary people can't fight him. Too many geniuses have emerged in the golden horizon this time. I heard that apart from Zhang Yulong, Xia Xiaotian, Feng Yunzi and Yi Qingtian, there are 2 more half-step immortal venerables. Yes. They have just advanced not long ago. I think they are young Master Yulong of Ethereal Immortal Domain and Lu Xing of Mi Luo Immortal Domain. I wonder what kind of battle will happen when 6 half-step immortal venerables appear at the same time. Powerful characters appeared one after another. Many people trembled in fear. They didn't know if they were lucky or unlucky to be able to live in the same era as these people. For those who no longer had any ambition, being able to see these legendary supreme geniuses was already a very honorable thing. It should be known that it was almost impossible to see these people on ordinary days. It was too difficult. For ordinary people, personally witnessing the methods of this group of experts would be able to obtain some benefits. They would be able to obtain some insights from their heaven-defying and terrifying methods. More and more people arrived. The scene was much larger compared to the time when the inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao appeared. After the appearance of the 4 half-step immortal venerables, young Master Yulong and Lu Xing appeared one after another. The pressure radiating from the bodies of the 6 half-step immortal venerables made those with weaker cultivation base feel extremely uncomfortable. After all, it was a kind of pressure that came from the depths of one's heart. The 18 golden passageways were still open. It seemed like they would never close again. Everyone was waiting patiently. Some people were already impatient and wanted to attack the golden barrier in front of them. However, they were stopped by others. Brother, I advise you not to act rashly. Many people have already died when the Xiao Yaoqin appeared. Someone kindly reminded. Although the golden barrier seemed simple, it was afraid that it would be the same as when the Xiao Yaoqin appeared. Once anyone approached it, they would be attacked by the golden barrier and die a violent death. The things left behind by the mighty golden clan wouldn't be that simple. Unless one was tired of living, one would attack the golden barrier. Such a wait lasted for a full hour. During this hour no one took the initiative to attack. With the lesson of the Xiao Yaoqin, no one was willing to be the first bird to stand out. The trip to the Golden Horizon was about to come to an end. They had already obtained tremendous benefits. It would be too worthless if they lost their lives because of greed at the last moment. During this hour, Jiangchen had been paying attention to De Huang Dog. All of De Huang Dog's attention was focused on the golden barrier. Jiangchen had no idea what he was looking at, but he was sure that De Huang Dog must have seen something, because Jiangchen had never seen De Huang Dog pay so much attention to something. Wing. Finally, the golden barrier began to tremble. The golden color on it began to dim, showing signs of disappearing. Look, the golden barrier is about to disappear. The golden gate is about to open. The legendary ancient Golden Clan is about to reveal what kind of secrets are hidden. It's said that the Golden Clan was incomparably terrifying during its heyday. They were known as the #1 clan in the immortal world. Even the immortal court didn't dare to touch them. Unfortunately, they were annihilated in the end. Rumor has it that the peerless sovereign weapon of the Golden Clan, the gold feather fan, is hidden here. I didn't believe it at first, but the appearance of the Xiao Yaoqin has made me believe it. According to the records, the gold feather fan is forged from the sun divine feather. Can shake the heavens and earth. If I have the chance to see such a peerless sovereign weapon in my life, it will be worth it. Seeing that the golden gate was about to open, everyone became excited. There was no way they wouldn't be excited. After all, there were too many legends about the Golden Clan. Not to mention the legendary gold feather fan, it would be enough to obtain any treasure from the clan. As the golden barrier trembled more and more violently, it eventually dimmed and disappeared. Voila! Countless rays of golden light sprinkled down, hovering above the entire Golden Clan, obscuring everything inside, making it impossible for anyone to see what was happening inside. A huge golden gate appeared in front of them. Behind it was the remains of the Golden Clan. It was a completely sealed alternate space. Chapter 1664. Haha. The Golden Gate is open. Everyone go in quickly. Someone yelled. They had been waiting for a long time. Now that the gate was finally open, many of them couldn't wait any longer. Immediately, a dozen silhouettes flew towards the gate. At this moment, dozens of golden-armored warriors suddenly appeared at the originally silent Golden Gate. Each of them held an ancient sword in their hands. Their speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, the dozen or so people who had rushed up were all killed by the swords of those golden-armored warriors. Wah! The scene immediately alarmed everyone, causing an uproar. Those who were about to continue rushing forward hastily halted their steps and stared at the golden warriors in shock. Dazzling light burst out from the battle armors of the golden warriors, but their expressions were dull and their eyes were dull. There wasn't the slightest bit of vitality in their bodies. They're dead souls. These are the golden warriors of the Golden Clan. They should have died a long time ago. Now they have become dead souls and are guarding the Golden Gate, not allowing outsiders to step into their territory. There's nothing to be afraid of. These dead souls are all around the late immortal Emperor realm. It's impossible for them to stop us from entering. The dozen of them were too flustered and died unjustly. The Golden Clan is truly terrifying. Even the dead souls that they left behind are so terrifying. It seems like even though the Golden Gate has been opened, it's still full of danger inside. Innumerable eyes fell upon those golden warriors. In their point of view, these golden warriors were undead souls that had died tens of thousands of years ago. The undead souls of late immortal emperors wouldn't be able to cause too much of an impact to the geniuses on the scene. As long as these undead souls were eliminated, they would be able to enter the territory of the Golden Clan. It would be a very easy task to eliminate these undead souls. One should know that these undead creatures couldn't cast any powerful immortal technique. They could only rely on the mechanical combat swords in their hands to kill. As such, there was nothing to be afraid of. The geniuses who rushed forward were killed by these undead creatures because their cultivation base was too weak. If it was a late immortal emperor genius who attacked, the outcome would be completely different. Moreover, they had 6 powerful half-step immortal venerables on their side. It would be a piece of cake for them to take down these undead creatures. The appearance of these golden warriors caused the fire of the sun in Jiang Chen's body to jump violently. It was a very familiar feeling. Jiang Chen's heart was very shaken by the death of these golden warriors. He felt a trace of sadness in his heart. He couldn't bear to kill these golden warriors, even if they were just undead spirits. No, they are not undead. They are not dead. De Huang Dog suddenly said. De Huang, what did you say? Jiang Chen was shocked. They didn't die. This is a method left behind by the Golden Sovereign. I can smell the aura of the gold feather fan. Look at that golden light. It's emitted by the divine feather of the sun. The Golden Sovereign used the gold feather fan to seal this race, freezing time. After tens of thousands of years have passed, the golden race might appear again in this world. De Huang Dog spoke with incomparable astonishment. What did you say? The Golden Clan can reappear in this world? De Huang, what's going on? What happened here in the past? Why did Golden Sovereign seal a clan? Jiang Chen finally couldn't hold it in any longer. If he didn't get to the bottom of it, he wouldn't feel good. These golden warriors clearly had no vitality at all. They were completely undead spirits, but De Huang Dog said that they were not dead. This is the best way to preserve the bloodline of the Golden Clan. Too many people died in that war. The Golden Clan was almost wiped out. I don't know why the remains of the Golden Clan would appear at this time, but if I'm not wrong, this place will fall silent again soon. The next time it reappears will be when the Golden Clan revives. Little Chinzi, don't ask me what happened here in the past. It's not time for you to know yet. But I can tell you that without the Golden Clan, there would be no immortal world today. They are the heroes of the entire immortal world. The bloodline of the Golden Clan, which has been passed down for tens of thousands of years, must not be destroyed because of this. Today you must defend this place at all costs. Don't allow anyone to enter the Golden Gate or kill a single golden warrior. De Huang Dog's tone was incomparably agitated. His words were resolute and resolute. He swore to defend this place with his life. Jiang Chen was moved. He had never seen De Huang Dog like this. What exactly happened in the past? The golden warriors didn't die. There must be the bloodline of the Golden Clan inside. This was the great work of Golden Sovereign who went against the heavens' will to preserve the bloodline of this clan. If these geniuses were allowed to rush in today, the tens of thousands of years of hard work of Golden Sovereign would be destroyed in a day. Jiang Chen didn't know what happened, but he would support De Huang Dog unconditionally no matter what he wanted to do. Now that he possessed the fire seed of sun, it was equivalent to possessing the bloodline of the Golden Clan. Wu Ningzhu had even obtained the inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao. He was inextricably linked to the Golden Clan and couldn't get rid of it even if he wanted to. Therefore Jiang Chen was willing to step forward bravely. He couldn't let Golden Sovereign's painstaking efforts be destroyed in a day. If the Golden Clan could really revive and return to the world in the future, it was unknown how big of a shock it would cause. But now Jiang Chen didn't want to think about this because De Huang Dog had already rushed out and stood in front of the Golden Gate. His body had doubled in size, looking down on the crowd with disdain. He had the posture of a man who could hold the pass against 10,000 enemies. Jiang Chen no longer hesitated. He said, "I swear to defend the Golden Clan with my life." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chen turned into a ray of light and appeared beside De Huang Dog. Han Yan and the others were shocked, but they had heard the conversation between Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. Han Yan and Tyrant looked at each other and walked out without any hesitation. The time for them to fight side by side had arrived. Even though their opponents were incomparably terrifying, they didn't flinch at all. This wasn't the first time they had experienced being surrounded by enemies. Jiang Chen, what are you guys doing? Why are you blocking the gate? Get out of the way, kill these undead spirits and break into the relic. Someone shouted when he saw Jiang Chen and the others appearing in front of the gate at this time. What a joke. There was actually someone who wanted to stop them from entering the relic of the Golden Clan at this time. Wasn't this person courting death? Everyone had been waiting for this moment for far too long. Anyone who tried to stop them would be making things difficult for everyone. That was a typical case of courting death. Chapter 1665. The remains of the Golden Clan haven't truly opened yet. It won't take long for it to fall silent again. If you enter, you will die inside. I'm trying to save you. I think it's better for everyone to give up on the Golden Clan and wait for the expedition to end. Jiang Chen spoke aloud. He really couldn't find a good excuse to stop the others, so he could only say so. However, Jiang Qin knew very well that the attraction of the Golden Clan was just too great. Even if he was telling the truth, it wouldn't be enough to stop these geniuses. They had been waiting for this moment for too long. It was impossible for them to stop them from entering the territory of the Golden Clan at all costs. At this moment, Jiang Qin, De Huang Dog, Han Yen Tyrant and Yang Bufon's faces were incomparably solemn, because they knew very well that the current situation was much more troublesome than the Xiao Yao Qin. At that time, only a small number of them made a move to stop Wu Ningzhu from obtaining the inheritance. Most of them were just there to watch the show. However, it was different now. There was a huge camp of 20,000 people, and all of them had the same goal: to enter the territory of the Golden Clan. If anyone tried to stop them, they would become the enemy of 20,000 people. At that time they were afraid that all of them would rush forward together. No matter how confident Jiang Qin was, he wouldn't be able to fight against 20,000 people. Jiang Qin, are you kidding me? How can you stop us from entering at this time? Don't you think too highly of yourself? Look at how many people are here. A spit from each of them is enough to drown all of you. Zhang Yulong sneered. He didn't expect that Jiang Qin would make such a stupid decision at this critical moment. Given Jiang Qin's intelligence, he wouldn't do such a reckless thing. But now Jiang Qin was standing in front of the Golden Warriors, blocking their way. Jiang Qin, don't make a mistake. Do you know what you're doing? Don't waste everyone's time. You're making the whole world your enemy. Jiang Qin, I advise you to get out of the way immediately. There is no enmity between us. I don't want to attack you. Jiang Qin, I really don't know what you're thinking. Entering the territory of the Golden Clan is beneficial to both of us. It's also beneficial to you. You're extremely lucky. You might be able to obtain treasures inside, and your cultivation base might even improve by leaps and bounds. You should know very well that there are too many people who want to kill you. Everyone, let's not waste time talking to him. Let's attack and kill everyone who stands in our way. Kill Jiang Qin and the others and those gold-tier warriors. The crowd was stirred up. Some people who weren't enemies with Jiang Qin began to gnash their teeth and reveal their killing intent. No one had expected that someone would do such a thing at the most critical moment. Blocking the path of 20,000 people? If you want to do something heaven-defying, why don't you check if you have the ability to do so? Jiang Qin's expression was extremely ugly. The situation before him was the last thing he wanted to see. However, he had to support what De Huang Dog wanted to do. Moreover, he was almost certain that De Huang Dog knew exactly what happened back then. This dog cherished his life more than anyone else. Now he was blocking 20,000 people at all costs just to protect the bloodline of the Golden Clan. Since De Huang Dog felt that it was worth it, then Jiang Qin would definitely follow suit. If the bloodline of the Golden Clan really reappeared in the world, Jiang Qin believed that he would remember today's kindness. In the beginning, Jiang Qin had the same idea as everyone else. He wanted to enter the ruins of the Golden Clan and search for treasures. He even wanted to see what the legendary gold feather fan looked like. However, when he found out that these gold-tier warriors weren't real undead spirits and that the bloodline of the Golden Clan could reappear in the world, Jiang Qin changed his attitude just like De Huang Dog. He looked forward to the day when the terrifying ancient clan would descend again. Cut the crap. Whoever wants to enter this gate, I, Jiang Qin, will kill them. Jiang Qin's eyes turned blood red. The heavenly saint sword in his hand kept vibrating and buzzing. Jiang Qin's temper was like this. Since the opponent said that he was going to do something heaven-defying, he would do it today. Even if he had to make the whole world his enemy, Jiang Qin wouldn't hesitate and wasn't afraid at all. Haha, what an arrogant kid. You really don't know how the word, death, is written. In that case, I'll kill you right now to save time. The genius of ethereal immortal court, Zhou Xian, burst into laughter and unleashed his half-step immortal venerable qi, preparing to attack Jiang Qin. Junior brother Lu, let me do it. Zhang Yulong stretched out his hand to stop Zhou Xian, then took a step forward and said to Jiang Qin with a sneer, Jiang Qin, weren't you very good at dodging just now? Let's see if you still dare to dodge. If you do, I'll destroy those undead spirits and shatter the gate of the Golden Clan. As soon as Zhang Yulong finished speaking, an incomparably dazzling palm was thrust towards Jiang Qin. Damn it! Jiang Qin couldn't help but curse. He hated the fact that his current cultivation base was too weak. He wasn't a match for Zhang Yulong at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such a passive position. Just like what Zhang Yulong said, the Great Void technique was useless at this moment. The The Great Void technique was used to help him escape, but what he needed to do now was to stop these people. If he escaped, it wouldn't make any difference. Given Zhang Yulong's powerful means, he was afraid that all of those golden warriors would be killed instantly. Brr. De Huang Dog was infuriated. He threw his head back and let out a roar. Terrifying waves of qi rolled out. His body began to change dramatically. Pieces of golden dragon scales appeared on his body, and dragon horns emerged on his head. In an instant he had turned into a mighty dragon horse. After transforming into his dragon horse form, De Huang Dog rushed towards Zhang Yulong's palm. Honglong. A part of the void was completely smashed. De Huang Dog unleashed his most powerful qi. Although he was only a late immortal emperor, ordinary half-step immortal venerables were no match for him. He wasn't even inferior to a peerless genius like Zhang Yulong. Under the impact of De Huang Dog's head, the palm that Zhang Yulong had conjured was destroyed. De Huang Dog was bounced back to his original spot, but due to his unfathomable strength, Zhang Yulong's attack didn't leave any injury on his body. Oh. Chapter 1666. What a powerful dog. Can actually fight against Zhang Yulong. Look carefully. How is this a dog? It's a real dragon horse, a powerful mutated breed with a super powerful bloodline. Not to mention leapfrogging, even leapfrogging and killing someone would be a piece of cake for it. Jiang Qin is already monstrous enough. Even the dog beside him is so heaven-defying. It seems like we must take this opportunity to kill them today. Otherwise, the immortal world will be plunged into chaos in the future. You're right. Either we get along well with such monstrous figures, or once we become enemies with them, we must eliminate them as soon as possible. We can't give them too many chances to grow. Otherwise it will be our doomsday. Countless people were shocked, but the miraculous and powerful performance of Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog had strengthened their determination to eliminate them. Today Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog were going to stop them from entering the territory of the Golden Clan, which meant that they were destined to be enemies. If they couldn't eliminate such heaven-defying enemies as soon as possible, they would surely become a huge threat in the future. That would be their doomsday. Tyrant, Yen King Fan, today is destined to be a life-and-death battle. You don't have to participate in it. Jiang Qin said to the three of them in an incomparably solemn tone. Little Qinzi, what are you talking about? Do you still treat us as brothers? What kind of situation have we not seen before? Let's fight side by side. At worst we'll just die together. As brothers there's only this life and not the next. If we can fight side by side against the world, this life is enough. We won't have any regrets even if we die. The three of them looked at Jiang Qin with disdain. What Jiang Qin said made them unhappy. Although Jiang Qin was worried about their safety, compared to his own safety, his brothers were more important. What was a life and death brother? It meant that they had to face life and death together. If they couldn't live and die together, how could they call themselves brothers? If they just watched Jiang Qin and Big Yellow fight a bloody battle, how could they face their brothers in the future? Alright, let's fight side by side today. Jiang Qin's expression shook. He and De Huang Dog glanced at each other, and they both saw the gratification and happiness in each other's eyes. In this lifetime they would not be lonely. As brothers there was only this life but no afterlife. If they could not live side by side in this life, how could they hope for an afterlife? You bunch of bastards, how can you leave my brother Zhou Xian out of this? Just as Jiang Qin's voice faded, a voice suddenly sounded out from one of the golden passageways. Countless pairs of eyes looked over and saw a young man in yellow robe walking out from the passageway, appearing in this spatial zone. As soon as the newcomer appeared, his body was filled with an indomitable aura. The qi of an immemorial battle spirit was simply the representation of power. The current Long Zhou Xian had changed a lot. His hair was black and white, but it didn't look out of place at all. The color seemed to conform to the heavenly Tao. Not only that, Long Zhou Xian's cultivation base had also improved tremendously, advancing to the late immortal emperor realm. Jiang Qin and the others shifted their gaze to Long Zhou Xian and laughed. That's right. How could brother Zhou Xian be absent at such an important moment? They knew very well that this monkey would definitely be the main force. The monkey seems to have obtained great benefits. His qi has changed. It's great that he can advance to the late immortal emperor realm. Given the power of his battle saint ape, He can sweep through everything with his late immortal emperor cultivation base. Not even Zhang Yulong is a match for him. De Huang Dog spoke, unconcealing his happiness and excitement when he saw Long Shisan's progress. Brother Shisan. Lan Lingji flew to the front of Long Shisan. When she saw Long Shisan again, her worries vanished completely. The sight of Long Shisan's black and white hair fluttering in the wind, his masculine angular face and the vigorous chi of a man couldn't help but captivate her. Lingji, you stand back. Don't make a move later. Long Shisan spoke in an incomparably solemn tone. He had already known everything that had happened here. He also knew what Jiang Chen and the others were going to do. The reason why he stood out now was to support them without any hesitation. However, Lan Lingji was absolutely not allowed to participate in the battle. It was destined to be a fierce battle of life and death. Even though Lan Lingji was a late immortal emperor, once she joined the battle she would only have a slim chance of survival. Furthermore, it didn't matter much if Lan Lingji joined the battle. She wouldn't be of much help. One should know that compared to Han Yen, Lan Lingji wasn't considered to be too powerful. You have to be careful. Lan Lingji nodded and returned to her original position. He was a smart person. She could naturally see the current situation clearly. She didn't know why Jiang Chen and the others would do such a thing, but she knew that they must have their own reasons for doing so. She wanted to join them in the battle, but she knew that it was meaningless. Even if all the experts of Exquisite Paradise and Great Chen Empire were to join the battle, it would only increase the number of casualties, let alone Lan Lingji. Humph. Zhang Yulong harumphed coldly. All of a sudden he struck out his palm at Jiang Chen once more. At this moment an iron staff rushed out of the void and collided with Zhang Yulong's attack, destroying it. Swoosh. Long Shisan's silhouette appeared in front of Zhang Yulong, holding the iron staff. His fiery golden eyes could see through everything. He spoke in an incomparably domineering tone. Do you think Master Monkey doesn't exist? Long Shisan, I advise you not to interfere in this matter. It won't do you any good. Even if you have the strength to fight me, you have to see clearly that there are 6 half-step immortal venerables here. How are you going to fight them alone? Zhang Yulong spoke with a frown. He was more or less afraid of this Long Shisan. The scene of Long Shisan fighting the northern and southern dynasties was still fresh in his mind. He was very clear about the strength of the northern and southern dynasties. If the northern and southern dynasties had advanced to the late immortal emperor realm, he was afraid that he wouldn't be a match for them. Presently, Long Shisan had already reached the late immortal emperor realm, and seemed to be a lot stronger than before. He didn't want to clash with such a troublesome guy before he obtained any benefits from entering the Golden Clan. Are 6 half-step immortal venerables very powerful? All of you can come at me together. Long Shisan didn't have the slightest fear. His whole body was filled with the majestic chi of an immemorial battle spirit. He didn't put Zhang Yulong in his eyes at all. Just a puny late immortal emperor. Why are you wasting your breath on him? Just kill him. Lu Xing was the first one who couldn't stand it anymore. He was an incomparably arrogant person. The thing he couldn't stand the most was someone who was more arrogant than him, let alone someone whose cultivation base wasn't as strong as him. Chapter 1667. When the inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao appeared, Lu Xing wasn't there. Therefore he didn't know who Long Shisan was. In his point of view, no matter how powerful Long Shisan was, he was merely an immortal emperor while he was already a half-step immortal venerable. The gap between them wasn't small. How could he allow a puny immortal emperor to act arrogant and domineering in front of him? Long Shisan gave Lu Xing a casual glance, then turned his head away. Such an attitude undoubtedly stimulated Lu Xing's self-esteem. He could see contempt in Long Shisan's eyes. Courting death. An incomparably powerful fury burst out from the top of Lu Xing's head. His killing intent soared to the sky as he lunged at Long Shisan. Given his status, how could he allow a puny immortal emperor to look down on him? That would be a great humiliation to him. He had to kill the other party to defend his dignity. Seeing Lu Xing lunging at him, Long Shisan's hair fluttered in the wind. The iron staff in his hand radiated endless brilliance. His fiery golden eyes shot out 2 dazzling rays of light. His whole body was filled with combat intent. That was the strong fighting spirit of the battle clan. This clan was warlike by nature. They never knew what fear was. Hong Long. Long Xian swung his iron staff horizontally, tearing the void into two halves on the spot. Under countless horrified gazes, the iron staff collided with Lu Sheng's attack. Thousands of ripples were stirred up. Those were the waves of the void. The qi of destruction was everywhere. Deng deng. Dragon Xian's whole body was full of primitive power and infinite strength. Not to mention Lu Sheng, even Yi Qingtian, who had the bloodline of the ancient giants, was no match for Dragon Xian in terms of strength. Under this blow, Lu Sheng was shaken back more than 10 steps before he could stabilize his body. How dare you boast in front of Master Monkey with such little ability? You are not worthy. Long Xian's iron staff buzzed. He stood in the air looking down at the world. What? This time Lu Sheng was truly astounded. He stared at Long Xian with incomparable horror in his eyes. He simply couldn't believe that this was true. He had just advanced to the half-step immortal venerable realm not long ago and was supposed to be insufferably arrogant. But today he was actually defeated by a monstrous late immortal emperor. This was a great humiliation. At this moment, Lu Sheng wasn't the only one who was shocked. Zhang Yulong and Xia Xiaotian were also shocked. Although they were mentally prepared, they were still surprised to see that Long Xian was so powerful that not even a half-step immortal venerable was a match for him. Incredible. I wonder what kind of fortuitous encounter this guy had that allowed him to advance another level. What's more terrifying is that not even a half-step immortal venerable is a match for him. Isn't this a little too heaven-defying? I don't find it too surprising. He was able to fight against the northern and southern dynasties when he was just an intermediate immortal emperor. Now that he has advanced to the late immortal emperor realm, it isn't surprising for him to defeat a half-step immortal venerable. Humph. So what if he's powerful? Whoever blocks the path to the territory of the Golden Clan will die. Long Xian is no exception. Although he's powerful, there are 6 half-step immortal venerables on his side. If the 6 of them join forces to deal with him, I'm afraid that he won't be able to deal with them even if he has 3 heads and 6 arms. That's right. Long Xian is indeed powerful, but no matter how powerful he is, it's impossible for him to deal with the current situation. No one can stop the territory of the Golden Clan. Those 6 half-step immortal venerables are more than enough to kill Long Xian. On the other hand, our army of 20,000 can drown Jiang Qin and the others in an instant. They will only end up with death if they become the enemy of the world. The crowd was agitated. Even though Long Xian had displayed superhuman combat strength, it still couldn't stop the determination of the 20,000 experts to enter the territory of the Golden Clan. In their hearts, Long Xian was powerful, but even 2 Long Xian wouldn't be enough to deal with the current situation. Everyone, Jiang Qin and Long Xian are trying to stop us from entering the territory of the Golden Clan. This means that they are going to destroy our future. I suggest that all the half-step immortal venerables join forces to eliminate Long Xian. The rest of you will join forces to kill Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog. Kill those undead spirits and open the Golden Gate. Zhang Yulong yelled. As soon as these words were out, the people who had already been influenced by the benefits naturally couldn't stand it anymore. Zhang Yulong shouted. As soon as his words were out, those who had been influenced by benefits naturally couldn't stand it anymore. One by one they began to unleash their killing intent, especially those major powers who had enmity with Jiang Qin. Each of their faces was filled with a hideous smile. To them this was the best opportunity to eliminate Jiang Qin. They had always wanted to kill Jiang Qin, but they couldn't find a chance to do so. After all, Jiang Qin had already grown to the point where it would be extremely difficult to get rid of him. Now that Jiang Qin was courting death, they naturally wouldn't miss such a great opportunity. All right. Let's attack together. In order to defend our own interests, we must not let a puny Jiang Qin ruin our future. Let's attack together. Killing Jiang Qin will be as easy as blowing off dust. Don't be afraid, everyone. Long Xian has a half-step immortal emperor to deal with him. Only De Huang Dog is powerful, but he won't be able to withstand the attack of so many of us. Kill Jiang Qin, rush into the territory of the Golden Clan and find the gold feather fan. Many of them were shouting. Some of them had immortal weapons in their hands. A large number of them began to approach the gate of the Golden Clan. The people of Great Qian Empire, Exquisite Paradise, Celestial Flower Valley and Profound Yin cult didn't make a move. After all, they had a good relationship with Zhou Xian. It was already embarrassing that they couldn't help him, let alone kick him when he was down. To these people, it wasn't that they didn't want to help Zhou Xian, but they knew very well that given the current situation, even if a few hundred of them joined the battle, it wouldn't help at all. The hundreds of major powers and countless experts of the three immortal domains seemed ready to take action. They weren't as bold as Zhou Xian and didn't have that heaven-defying domineering aura. They couldn't be the enemy of the world. Zhou Xian didn't belong to any sect, so he wasn't afraid of anything, but they had to consider for their own sections. Moreover, there were many experts of the immortal court involved in this battle. Once a life-and-death battle broke out, not to mention the number of casualties, offending the immortal court would only bring unnecessary trouble to their own sections. Therefore Yang Lang and Lan Lingji could only watch on helplessly, becoming the most unwilling spectators. I'm afraid that Zhou Xian is in a very dangerous situation. Hua Shaoqian spoke worriedly. If all 20,000 of them scatter, the consequences will be unimaginable. I'm afraid that they won't be able to survive no matter how powerful they are. Yang Lang's expression was incomparably grim, but Zhou Qian's attitude was firm. It seemed like a battle was inevitable. Chapter 1668. Countless chi waves surged as countless auras fused together, interweaving into a grand energy net. Such might was sufficient to destroy everything. Zhou Xian and the others were still standing in front of the Golden Gate. Although their faces were solemn, their expressions were resolute. The pressure of 20,000 people couldn't affect them much. Just like what Zhou Xian said earlier, as long as someone took a step into the Golden Gate, he would kill that person without hesitation. Everyone be careful. Today is a life-and-death battle. What we need to do is to do our best. Zhou Xian said. Brothers, don't worry. I have a feeling that things won't be that simple. We will help the Golden Clan by some time. I'm afraid there will be more changes later. It will be a great turning point for us. Everyone do your best. No one is allowed to die. De Huang Dog's tone was incomparably solemn. Although he wanted to protect the bloodline of the Golden Clan, he wouldn't let his brothers die for nothing. His intuition told him that it wouldn't be long before a greater change occurred. At that time, the change would absolutely be beneficial to them. I will set up the 5 elemental grand formation. The 5 of us will each defend one direction. Tyrant, you will take out the God-trembling monument to support the formation. Today we will be fighting against 20,000 people. We must be heroic. It's enough to experience such a battle once in our lives. Zhou Qian's fighting spirit soared up to the sky. However, he wasn't reckless. He immediately activated the 5 elemental grand formation. He knew that in a large-scale battle like this, cooperation was the most important. Otherwise, they might not be able to hold on for long and their lives might be in danger. All right. Tyrant didn't hesitate. He immediately took out the God-trembling monument and fused it perfectly with the 5 elemental grand formation. This wasn't the first time he fused it with Zhou Qian's 5 elemental grand formation. Kill! Someone shouted with bloodshot eyes. He raised his immortal weapon and lunged at Zhou Qian and the others. There were more than 100 of them who attacked at the same time. Terrifying energy was like a vast ocean, bombarding Zhou Qian and the others, trying to drown them in this ocean of energy. Eternal immortal wind. Zhou Qian bellowed. While utilizing the 5 elements' great array to defend, he did not forget to unleash the eternal immortal wind to attack. The wild eternal immortal wind swept out, sweeping towards the people in front of him. Ah! Those who got too close were directly swept away by the eternal celestial wind. Naturally, their fates were extremely miserable and they died on the spot. This was destined to be a bloodbath. Although the enemy's camp was huge and had a lot of people, they couldn't coordinate well with each other. It could be said that there wasn't any tacit understanding between different forces, but Zhou Qian and the others had a tacit understanding with each other. Each of them was more abnormal than the other. All of them were peerless monstrous geniuses. Except for Zhou Qian, the others were all late immortal Emperor Supreme experts. On the other side, Zhang Yulong and the others couldn't help but reveal a cold smile on their faces. Although Zhou Qian and the others seemed to be very ferocious, it was only a matter of time before they were destroyed. What they needed to do now was to deal with Long Shan. 6 half-step immortal venerables approached Xian at the same time, besieging Xian from different directions. They seemed to have a tacit understanding of how to deal with Xian. Judging from the scene of Xian attacking Lu Xing, he was absolutely a monstrous genius. Since such a genius was blocking their way, they had to join forces to kill him. This could be considered as eliminating a great threat and danger. Xian, you have seen the scene today. You are doing something impossible. If you want to go against the heaven, you need to have the ability to do so. I advise you not to get involved in this. It's none of your business even if Jiang Qin and the others die. It won't be worth it if you lose your life because of this, Xiaotian spoke. He hadn't shown himself all this while. This was the first time he was going to deal with Xian. Lose my life? Don't you think too highly of yourselves? You want to take the life of Master Monkey with just the 6 of you? Young man, don't you think it's ridiculous? Xian sneered. It was impossible for him, Xian, to ignore the lives of his brothers. Furthermore, he had just advanced to the late immortal emperor realm and comprehended the life symbol art. Fighting 6 half-step immortal venerables at the same time was an incomparably delightful thing. Xian, I am advising you out of goodwill, but you won't listen to me. Do you really think that you can deal with the 6 of us alone? Xiaotian was infuriated. A person like him was naturally arrogant and looked down on all living beings. He rarely talked so much with others. Usually he would kill those he disliked. He felt that he was saving Xian, but since the other party didn't appreciate his kindness, he couldn't blame him for being impolite. There's no need to talk nonsense with him. Just kill him. Anyone who stands in the way of the Golden Gate must die. No one can stop me, Feng Yunzi, from obtaining the benefits of the Golden Clan. Feng Yunzi's hair fluttered. As soon as he finished speaking, he struck out a palm at Xian, striking out a heaven-shaking divine seal. Just the chi alone was enough to send shivers down one's spine. However, Xian wasn't afraid at all. He kept the iron staff in his hand and struck out with the battle symbol art of the battle saint technique, clashing with Feng Yunzi's palm. Hong Xian. The void was immediately shattered. The incomparably arrogant Feng Yunzi was pushed back by Xian's palm strike. The terrifying battle saint technique was inherited from the ancestors of the battle clan. It was a powerful weapon in battle. Feng Yunzi's strength was on par with Lu Xing. How could he be a match for Xian in a one-on-one fight? What? Feng Yunzi's expression changed. He initially thought that Lu Xing was pushed back because of his carelessness. As a prideful person, he wouldn't want to join hands with outsiders to deal with someone whose cultivation base was lower than his. But now, it seemed that the opponent's strength had exceeded his imagination. Haha, the geniuses of the immortal court are only SOS. The 6 of you can come at me together. I Xian have nothing to fear. Xian laughed wildly. His black and white hair fluttered in the wind. Both of his hands kept conjuring powerful seals. The battle saint technique swept out. Facing the encirclement of the 6 geniuses, he chose to take the initiative. This man is too arrogant and incomparably powerful. Everyone, don't hold back and kill him. Chapter 1669. Zhang Yulong, Xia Shaodong, Lu Xing, Feng Yunzi, Yi Qingtian, and young Master Yulong, 6 half-step immortal venerables from 3 different immortal courts had joined forces to deal with Xian, who was weaker than them. It wouldn't be a glorious thing for them if this news spread out. But now the 6 of them couldn't care less. Their reputation was no longer important. What was more important was to kill the huge threat that was Xian and enter the territory of the Golden Clan. Xian stood in the encirclement of the 6 experts, which had formed a closed battlefield. Xian remained unmoved. In the face of the pressure from the 6 experts, his face was as calm as usual. There wasn't the slightest trace of nervousness on his face. It was a kind of natural confidence. Even though he was fighting against 6 experts alone, he didn't show the slightest bit of fear. His demeanor alone was enough to make people admire him. The more Xian behaved like this, the more determined they were to kill Xian because this man was just too terrifying. They asked themselves if they were in Xian's shoes and were besieged by 6 half-step immortal venerables, they certainly wouldn't be as calm as Xian. This showed that they were inferior to Xian. Although they still put on a high and mighty posture in front of Xian, They were actually feeling inferior in their hearts. This made them jealous and made them want to destroy Long Xian at all costs to establish their own nobility. Let me see how powerful he is. Tian moved. The bloodline of the primordial giant burst out. The terrifying power was like a mountain. His body doubled in size and he punched at Xian with a fist as big as a hill. Usually Tian's punch was powerful enough to smash a mountain. Xian's punch was enough to smash a mountain. In the face of such a violent attack from Tian, the corner of Long Xian's mouth revealed a faint smile. The bloodline of the ancient giant was undoubtedly powerful, but the bloodline of the battle clan was even nobler. He would never fear anyone in a competition of strength. Xian didn't even cast the battle saint technique and punched out as well. The two fists collided with each other at the fastest speed. Bang! That part of the void was immediately torn apart by the impact, creating a large hole. Cold spatial airflow seeped out from the hole, appearing very gloomy. This was the most primitive collision, a confrontation of pure physical strength. Dang dang dang. Tian suffered an extremely strong recoil. His majestic body took 3 steps back. His arm was trembling and a trace of blood appeared on his fist. Tian was really shocked at this moment. He couldn't believe this reality at all. If Long Xian had used a powerful immortal skill to repel him, he might have been able to accept it. But just now he clearly felt that Long Xian had used pure physical strength like him. Tian, with the bloodline of the giant, was most proud of his strength. He had never been defeated in a confrontation of pure physical strength. Today he finally had a taste of it in front of Long Xian. The bloodline of the giant, compared to the battle clan, is only worthy of carrying shoes. Long Xian was extremely arrogant. The faces of the 6 people changed at the same time. This Long Xian was too terrifying. Up until now, Zhang Yulong, Lu Xing, Feng Yunzi, and Tian had all been defeated by Long Xian in a one-on-one fight. Especially Tian, who had failed to gain the upper hand in the field he was best at. This made them pay more attention to Long Xian. They now knew very well that it was absolutely impossible to defeat Long Xian alone. They had to join forces to have a chance to kill him. Don't hold back. Let's kill him together. Zhang Yulong shouted. Waves of qi surged all over his body. He pinched complicated seals in the void with both hands. Next he was going to use all his skills to kill Long Xian. At the same time, the shadow of an ancient beast appeared above Xia Xiaotian's head. The shadow was extremely ferocious and evolved into a vision, bursting out an incomparably terrifying aura. It was an ancient creature that appeared at this moment like a totem. It was rumored that Xia Xiaotian had the bloodline of an ancient creature flowing in his body. Now it seemed that it was true. Feng Yunzi also moved. The heavenly thunder above his head crackled like a thunder tribulation, and a thunder dragon hovered. Young Master Yulong, Lu Xing, and Tian had also unleashed their most powerful attacks. The 6 of them locked onto Long Xian's qi, not giving him any chance to escape. Below them, Jiang Qin and the others were watching the battle, but they didn't seem worried at all because they knew the terror of Long Xian better than Jiang Qin. Even though it was 1 against 6, he was still full of confidence in Long Xian. Even if he couldn't defeat them, he absolutely wouldn't be killed by them. Lan Lingji was incomparably nervous. Zhang Yulong and the others were peerless geniuses of the immortal court. Their cultivation base was higher than Long Xian's, and they were all mighty half-step immortal venerables. It was bound to be incomparably difficult for Long Xian to fight against the 6 of them. However, there was no use in being nervous. Lan Lingji couldn't be of any help at all. She wanted to rush forward and fight alongside Long Xian, but she knew that she would only be a burden if she did so. I must cultivate diligently. I mustn't be a burden in the future. Lan Lingji swore inwardly. She had already fallen in love with Long Xian. Besides, she could see that a figure like Long Xian was the same as Jiang Qin. It was only a matter of time before he became a big shot with limitless achievements. Naturally, the women around him mustn't be a burden. Now she understood Wu Ningzhu's hard work very well. Even if a woman couldn't become a useful person to a man, she absolutely couldn't become a burden. On the battlefield, Long Xian's hair fluttered in the wind. He had executed the battle saint technique to the extreme. 2 vortexes appeared on both of his palms. One was black while the other was white. They represented the extermination symbol art and life symbol art respectively. These were the life and death techniques of the Battle Saint technique. When combined, one could see through life and death and unleash the origin energy of life. The extermination symbol art could attack the opponent while the life symbol art could protect the user from death. Kill! Feng Yunzi bellowed. The 6 of them lunged at Xianxia at the same time. Layers of terrifying destructive energy interweaved into a huge energy net engulfing Xianxia. Such terrifying energy was unimaginable to ordinary people. Chapter 1670. Hot Blood Rumble. The heavens and earth shook. Xianxia cast the Battle Saint technique, fighting against 6 enemies alone, displaying the true majesty of the Battle Clan. His attacks were bold and unrestrained, circulating the life and death battle art to the extreme, fighting against the 6 half-step immortal venerables head-on. On the surface, it seemed that Xianxia was in a disadvantageous position, but if one took a closer look, they would find that every time he dealt with the opponent's attack, he was skillful and at ease. In the eyes of Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog, Xianxia was enjoying the process of the battle. Under great pressure, he was constantly perfecting his Battle Saint technique. This was more important than anything else. Moreover, the current situation of the battle was very clear. Even if Xianxia couldn't do anything to the 6 opponents, even if the 6 of them joined forces, they wouldn't be able to take Xianxia's life. What a powerful battle technique! Jiang Qin said in surprise in the 5 Elements Grand Formation. This monkey's luck is off the charts. He has actually found the true essence of the Battle Saint technique. Now he's using the pressure of the 6 experts to temper his combat technique. His entire being is improving constantly. I'm afraid that only Xianxia can fight 6 half-step immortal venerables alone with his late immortal emperor cultivation base. De Huang Dog sighed endlessly. Even with his arrogance, he couldn't help but praise Xianxia endlessly. There is still one person who can do it, the northern and southern dynasties. Jiang Qin said. The war had already started, but the northern and southern dynasties had yet to appear. This could only mean one thing, and that was that the northern and southern dynasties had obtained great benefits. Even the movements of the 18 golden passageways did not attract his attention. Jiang Qin was almost certain that once the northern and southern dynasties appeared, they would definitely be as terrifying as Xianxia, and their cultivation base would advance even further. That bastard better not show up at this time. De Huang Dog said. He was sure that the remains of the Golden Clan would disappear soon, so all they needed to do was to stop these experts from entering the remains. Currently, Xianxia had restrained 6 half-step immortal venerables, relieving them of a great deal of pressure. But if the northern and southern dynasties appeared at this time, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if Nan Beichao didn't show up, the current situation was still very unfavorable for Jiang Qin and the others. Almost everyone on the scene treated them as their enemies. When these people knew how to cooperate with each other, Jiang Qin and the others wouldn't be able to defend against them. Kill Jiang Qin. Someone yelled at the top of his lungs. The one who spoke was none other than Nan Beichao. As the first genius of Nan Bei family who clashed with Jiang Qin, Nan Beichao felt incomparably aggrieved. He still remembered that when he first clashed with Jiang Qin was just a small shrimp that he could do anything he wanted. It was Yang Bufan who saved Jiang Qin's life at the critical moment. It had only been a short period of time, but Jiang Qin had already grown to a level that he could only look up to. Although he had just advanced to the late immortal emperor realm, he didn't even have the courage to stand up after witnessing the death of Nan Beijing and Nan Beizhang. Now that thousands of people were going to kill Jiang Qin, he was going to vent the anger in his heart. Hong Long. Innumerable experts launched their attacks. 7 colored energy rays bombarded the 5 elemental grand formation from all directions. Jiang Qin and the others were completely immersed in the ocean of energy. Even the domain created by the eternal immortal wind was torn apart. Their faces turned somewhat unsightly, including De Huang Dog. They had no idea how long the 5 elemental grand formation could last. Judging from the current situation, it was almost impossible for it to last until the remains of the Golden Clan fell silent again. Go to hell. Grandpa Monk is here. Just at this moment, a loud yell was heard. Grandmaster Hao Ran turned into a stream of light and rushed into Jiang Qin's 5 elemental grand formation. I'm here to fight alongside you all. Grandmaster Hao Ran was also a hot-blooded man. He had long been stimulated by the heaven-defying actions of Zhou Xian and the others. Putting aside the fact that Tyrant was in the formation, the relationship between these two brothers was already very good. As for Zhou Xian, when Grandmaster Hao Ran fought with Zhou Xian, he had been deeply impressed by Zhou Qian's heroism and made up his mind to befriend Zhou Qian. Today his friend and his junior brother were in danger, but he was just standing there and watching. This made Grandmaster Hao Ran feel incomparably uncomfortable. So he rushed forward regardless of everything. Such an earth-shattering battle, such a passionate and heroic fight against the heroes of the world. How delightful was that? If he could participate in such a battle, his life wouldn't be in vain no matter what the outcome would be. Senior brother, why did you come in as well? Tyrant's face was filled with surprise. Grandmaster Hao Ran, it's not worthwhile for you to get involved in today's matter. If you lose your life in vain, what will I, Zhou Qian, do? Zhou Qian yelled. He didn't expect that Grandmaster Hao Ran would jump in at this moment. This was a situation of certain death. It was impossible for an intelligent man like Grandmaster Hao Ran to not see it, but he still appeared resolutely. This touched Zhou Qian's heart. There's also me, Mo Wuqing. I'm Yang Lang. I'm Shan Chong. For a moment, Mo Wuqing, Yang Lang and Shan Chong rushed into the 5 elemental grand formation, supporting it together. All of them were late immortal emperor experts. The addition of each of them would increase the strength of the grand formation. As a member of the devil religion, Mo Wuqing's temperament was already very violent. Now that their holy son had joined the battle, he naturally couldn't stand it anymore. Yang Lang and Shan Chong had joined the battle entirely for Zhou Qian. At the same time, they were shocked by Zhou Qian's boldness and insight. Sometimes people's emotions were easily stimulated. Once they were stimulated, they wouldn't care about the consequences. Just like now, Yang Lang and the others had been infected by this fervor. They felt that if they didn't join the battle, they would have wasted their lives in this world. Good. Let's fight side by side today. Zhou Qian laughed heartily. With the addition of these experts, the 5 elemental grand formation became even more stable. Hong Long. Another violent attack hit the 5 elemental grand formation. More and more experts joined the battle. The situation was the same as the time when the inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao appeared, but the difference was just too great. Today's situation couldn't be compared to that time. What was better was that the cultivation base of the people who were supporting the grand formation was higher than before. Dong. At this moment, the golden warriors who were guarding the golden gate moved. They emitted a weak will and looked at Zhou Qian and the others with hollow eyes. Let them in. These golden warriors have sensed what we are doing. They want to join us and help us. De Huang Dog spoke. Chapter 1671. Now Zhou Qian finally believed that these golden warriors weren't truly dead, because there was no will other than killing. Although these golden warriors had been sealed, they could still sense a weak will. They could sense what Zhou Qian was doing and the existence of the fire of sun in Zhou Qian's body. That was the origin fire of their clan. That was why they were willing to lend a hand. After all, Zhou Qian was helping their clan. Each of these golden warriors had the strength of a late immortal emperor. With their support, the 5 elemental grand formation would undoubtedly become more stable. Zhou Qian would even be able to free his hands to kill the enemies in the camp. Tyrant, just like before, you will use the God-trembling monument and control the grand formation with the Huang Dog. I will go out and destroy their camp, so that their forces won't be able to converge completely. Zhou Qian said to Tyrant and the Huang Dog. All right. Be careful. Tyrant nodded. Don't worry. Now that I have the Great Void technique, it won't be a problem for me to kill thousands of experts. Zhou Qian smiled. With the Great Void technique, it was undoubtedly a life-saving measure. Although the camp in front of them was incomparably huge, Zhou Qian wasn't afraid of it at all. The Great Void technique was enough for him to appear anywhere and evade the attacks of the enemies. Whoosh! The dragon wings on Zhou Qian's back spread out, turning into a ray of light and rushed out of the 5 elemental grand formation. The combination of the Great Void technique and the 9 phantom wolves made his speed insanely fast. Clang. With the Heavenly Saint sword in his hand, Zhou Qian was the first to appear in front of Nanbei too. Today, Zhou Qian's cultivation base had reached the peak of the half-step immortal emperor realm, only a step away from the true immortal emperor realm. As a matter of fact, Xianxia had been in seclusion for 10 months and had comprehended the Great Void technique. By right, he should have advanced to the immortal emperor realm long ago, but because the dragon transformation skill hadn't evolved, his cultivation base remained stagnant. Although his combat strength hadn't advanced, it was constantly improving. If it was before, a figure like Nanbei Itu might be able to fight Xianxia, but now it wouldn't take much effort for Xianxia to kill Nanbei Itu. Plus, with the combination of the Great Void technique and the 9 Phantom Wolves, Xianxia could appear in any place at any time. Whether it was a head-on battle or a sneak attack, he could dazzle his opponent. Nanbei Itu die. Xianxia's chi was unparalleled, locking on to Nanbei Itu. The terrifying Heavenly Saint sword slashed down at Nanbei Itu in a heaven-splitting manner. Nanbei Itu turned pale with fright. Xianxia's unreserved attack made him feel a great crisis from the bottom of his heart and a sense of isolation. It was a state of isolation and helplessness. There were clearly many people around him, but Nanbei Itu felt that he was the one facing Xianxia. No one could help him at all. This feeling made Nanbei Itu feel very uncomfortable. He couldn't believe that Xianxia's strength had reached such a level that he felt his life was threatened. As a matter of fact, Nanbei Itu had just advanced to the late immortal conversion realm. His cultivation base was extremely unstable. Due to the current situation of the battlefield, Xianxia's attack was a deadly strike, showing no mercy. This sword strike had combined his most violent combat strength and lethality. How could Nanbei Itu be a match for him? In desperation, Nanbei Itu had to raise the sword in his hand to block Xianxia's Heavenly Saint sword. Long. The surrounding void was torn apart in an instant. This sword strike of Xianxia carried the power of the fusion of 4 kinds of supreme flames. Nanbei Itu's battle sword was sent flying away by Xianxia. Nanbei Itu let out a miserable cry, spurted out a mouthful of blood and hastily hid in the crowd. Nanbei Itu, if I want to kill you, it's useless no matter where you hide. No matter how many people there are, they won't be able to save you. Xianxia's voice was as cold and emotionless as the king of hell. As soon as his voice faded, his body appeared behind Nanbei Itu like a ghost. The 5 late immortal emperors had joined forces to deal with Xianxia, but they couldn't even catch a trace of Xianxia. Xianxia was like a wandering soul, traceless and visible at any time. What? Nanbei Itu exclaimed once more. He felt the threat of death from Xianxia. He knew that Xianxia had already made up his mind to kill him. Moreover, the opponent's speed was just too fast, so fast that he didn't even have the chance to react. It was impossible for him to catch a trace of Xianxia. Xianxia didn't give Nanbei Itu any chance. The terrifying sword thrust forward once more. Nanbei Itu dodged desperately, but even so he was still stabbed by the Heavenly Saint sword. One of his arms was chopped off, spurting out blood. Save me! Save me quickly! Nanbei Itu was terrified. While fleeing for his life, he shouted for help. It was still the same feeling of isolation. There were clearly tens of thousands of people here, but Nanbei Itu felt that he was facing Xianxia and no one could help him. When the dozen late immortal emperors heard Nanbei Itu's cry for help, they began to besiege Xianxia. They had sealed the spatial zone, almost turning it into a death prison. Even if Xianxia had 3 heads and 6 arms, he wouldn't be able to escape. Unfortunately, Xianxia's body vanished in a flash. This death prison had no effect on Xianxia at all. The place where Xianxia appeared was right in front of Nanbei Itu. This time Nanbei Itu was completely dumbfounded. He began to despair. He felt that even with his late immortal emperor cultivation base, he wouldn't be able to escape from the palm of Xianxia's hand. The opponent's speed was just too fast. He had no idea how Xianxia did it. The joint siege of a dozen late immortal emperors had no effect on Xianxia at all. Without any superfluous words, Xianxia raised the Heavenly Saint sword in his hand and slashed at the injured Nanbei Itu. Terrifying sword chi interweaved into a large net, enshrouding Nanbei Itu completely. Along with a shrill scream, Nanbei Itu's head was chopped off by Xianxia. He died on the spot. Xianxia wouldn't show any mercy to anyone of Nanbei family. After killing Nanbei Itu, Xianxia didn't waste any time and rushed towards the army of tens of thousands of experts. Encircled Xianxia. He must be killed. This bastard is too terrifying. Someone yelled. A large number of late immortal emperors began to pay attention to Zhou Xian. Each of them was filled with murderous intent, pouncing at Zhou Xian. Everyone had seen the process of Zhou Xian killing Nanbei too. They deeply felt the terror of Zhou Xian. Such a man was just too heaven-defying. If he couldn't be killed, he would be a real disaster. Honglong. The scene was in chaos. The spatial zone where the Golden Clan was located had turned into a magnificent battlefield. Blood and flesh were splashing constantly. Chapter 1672. The heavens and earth rumbled. The spatial zone was broken layer by layer. Zhou Xian was like a homicidal maniac. He rushed into the crowd. Although he was alone at first, it was like a disaster to the 20,000-strong camp. The united camp was broken apart by Zhou Xian. Screams were heard constantly. Every time Zhou Xian attacked, there would be deaths. The Great Void technique is truly powerful. No wonder the Void Sovereign could dominate the world and fight against existences like the Immortal Execution King. Now, I'm relying on the Great Void technique to move unhindered in the camp of tens of thousands of people like the autumn wind. Zhou Xian was excited. The scariness of the Great Void technique had made him even more confident. Previously, 40 to 50 late immortal emperors had besieged him at the same time, but none of them could catch a trace of him. Zhou Xian, you have killed the people of my Yu family. My Yu family will never forgive you. Damn Zhou Xian, you have killed my brother. You are dead meat. From now on, the Invincibility School will surely eliminate you, Zhou Xian. Innumerable angry voices were heard. The people of various major powers were killed in Zhou Xian's hands. The experts of the ancient families and terrifying sects were gnashing their teeth. Zhou Xian's battle with the major sects of the immortal world had created an irreconcilable enmity between him and the major sects of the immortal world. It would be impossible to resolve it in the future. But Zhou Xian laughed wildly, not putting these threats in his heart. He had offended too many major powers. He didn't mind offending a few more. Plus, he couldn't care less about protecting the bloodline of the Golden Clan. He couldn't just stand there and not fight back. Since he was fighting back, he was destined to face death. Zhou Xian laughed wildly, not putting these threats in his heart. He didn't put too much thought into it. However, the current situation was still very unfavorable for Zhou Xian, even though he was trying his best to destroy the enemy's camp. Although he was trying his best to destroy the enemy's formation, there were just too many of them. His strength alone wasn't enough. Although there were so many experts in the 5 elemental grand formation, Tyrant and the others couldn't cooperate well with the Golden Warriors. The Golden Warriors didn't have spiritual wisdom. Although they were useful to the grand formation, they weren't as useful as expected. Currently, the 5 elemental grand formation was in a precarious situation under the frenzied bombardment of thousands of experts. Cracks were constantly appearing on its surface. Although Tyrant and De Huang Dog were repairing these cracks, their speed was still slower than the speed of destruction. On the other side, Long Shan was fighting 6 half-step immortal venerables by himself. He was so excited that he couldn't care about anything else. Plus, it was already incredible that Long Shan was entangling 6 half-step immortal venerables alone. He had no time to help De Huang Dog and the others. Zhou Xian understood that Long Shan's role was the most important and useful in this battle. Without Long Shan, the 6 half-step immortal venerables alone were more than what they could resist. I wonder when the Golden Clan will fall silent again. This can't go on. We won't be able to hold on any longer. Zhou Xian sighed and shook his head helplessly. No matter what the outcome would be, it was fine as long as they had tried their best. As the saying went, do one's best and leave the rest to heaven's will. Sometimes the outcome couldn't be controlled. Just as the battle was reaching its climax, a loud rumble suddenly broke out from the interior of the Golden Clan. Countless rays of dazzling brilliance sprinkled down, filling almost every corner of the spatial zone. Any movement in the Golden Clan would affect everyone's heart. At this moment, everyone stopped what they were doing and raised their heads to look at the sky. Even Long Shan and the others who were fighting the fiercest and most ferocious stopped their actions and looked up at the sky. The chaotic scene quietened down instantly. It was afraid that only the mutation in the Golden Clan could achieve such an effect. Honglong. The sound of trembling was incomparably violent. A huge crack appeared in the sky above the Golden Clan. Then an ancient mirror appeared. The mirror was 30 meters wide and was engraved with complicated dragon patterns. Ancient, noble and grand. All the words that could describe it couldn't truly describe the chi that was being emitted by this mirror. Cracks appeared on the surface of the mirror. The golden surface of the mirror radiated a simple and unadorned brilliance. This mirror was really ancient. No one knew how long it had existed. What a mystical mirror. I wonder why it would appear in the Golden Clan. Someone was surprised. It's the Great Thousand Mirror. The Great Thousand Mirror didn't break. It's still intact. De Huang Dog exclaimed and shouted the name of the Great Thousand Mirror. What? It's the rumored Great Thousand Mirror. It's said that this mirror was created by dozens of great emperors in ancient times. It can project the image of a world and contain the universe inside it. It's said that the Great Thousand Mirror can illuminate the myriad of worlds and purify people's souls. Contains a huge world inside it. There aren't many legends about the Great Thousand Mirror. However, this mirror is definitely mystical. I didn't expect an ancient divine mirror to appear here. There are indeed treasures everywhere in the Golden Clan. First it was the Xiaoyaoqin. Now even the Great Thousand Mirror has appeared. I believe the gold feather fan is also here. Jiang Chen and the others are actually trying to stop us from entering and searching for treasures. They're simply courting death. Everyone was shocked. The legend of the Great Thousand Mirror began to spread. It was a divine mirror that could illuminate everything. Look, there seems to be an image in the Great Thousand Mirror. Someone suddenly yelled. Innumerable eyes looked over and saw that the image in the mirror was extremely blurry, but as immortal emperors, their eyesight was incomparably sharp. Even though the image was blurry, they could still roughly see what was happening. The images of the Kiliakosm mirror flickered back and forth, and it was clear that a world-shaking, earth-shattering battle was taking place. The entire world was being destroyed and figures could be seen everywhere. Each and every one of them was incredibly powerful, capable of moving mountains and filling seas, capable of destroying heavens and extinguishing the earth. The entire interior of the Kiliakosm mirror had become an enormous battlefield. This is a projection, an image from tens of thousands of years ago. That's right. This is the image of the great battle that happened in the past. It has been imprinted in the Great Thousand Mirror for tens of thousands of years. That's why we can see it. What kind of tragic battle happened tens of thousands of years ago? I can see the shadow of a great sovereign. That's a peerless great sovereign who could cross a world with a single step. Every move of his has the demeanor of a great sovereign. Chapter 1673. The projection of tens of thousands of years ago had appeared. Everyone held their breath. Many of them had guessed that the image left by the Great Thousand Mirror was the unprecedented war that took place tens of thousands of years ago. What exactly happened here? Would the Kiliakosm mirror reveal the secrets involved in the destruction of such an ancient great clan? Jiang Chen's expression was solemn. He stared unblinkingly at the image in the Great Thousand Mirror. The image was sometimes clear and sometimes blurred, but it was already very good that it could be preserved for tens of thousands of years. On a lofty mountain, a burly middle-aged man was holding a golden fan and waving it forward. The whole world seemed to be about to be fanned. A large number of experts were directly killed by this fan. This fan had killed at least tens of thousands of enemies. Unfortunately, the enemy could only be seen as a shadow. They couldn't see their form at all and they didn't know why the war started. Golden feather fan, that's golden sovereign. My God, so domineering. Legend has it that the golden feather fan can move rivers. It's unimaginable. That's the projection of Golden Sovereign, the leader of the Golden Clan, an ancient great sovereign who could stand shoulder to shoulder with immortal Execution King and great sovereign Zhou Xian. What a fierce war. Golden Sovereign personally took action and displayed the golden feather fan. But why can't we see the enemy's face clearly? Could it be that the Great Thousand Mirror can't display the enemy's face clearly? The shadow of the Golden Great Emperor from tens of thousands of years ago. Even now it was still enough to make one feel admiration. That was a bearing that surpassed everything. The scene changed. A woman dressed in red was hugging a zither in her arms. The zither was covered in raging flames, and the woman's peerless beauty was suffocating. She stood in the air and looked up at the dark tunnel in the sky. It was a huge hole in the void and it was unknown how far it extended. It's Empress Xiaoyao. Look, she's holding the Xiaoyao zither in her arms. Someone shouted. They had never seen Empress Xiaoyao before, but they had seen the zither in her arms. Not long ago the Xiaoyao zither appeared and was obtained by Wu Ningzhu. That zither was exactly the same as the one in front of them. It was the projection of tens of thousands of years ago. Who else could be holding the Xiaoyao zither other than Empress Xiaoyao? As expected of the peerless elegance of a generation. No wonder she was the all-powerful empress back then. What happened back then? Did the powerful empress really die? A person like that lived as long as heaven and earth. It's hard to believe that he really died. The Kiliacosm mirror left behind an afterimage, but no sound came out. Who knows what happened back then? Everyone was shocked by the peerless beauty of Empress Xiaoyao and the incomplete picture. Eventually, Empress Xiaoyao jumped into the dark tunnel with her zither in her arms. No one knew where it led to. The image changed to that of an old Taoist priest with a godly whip in his hand, shouting at the top of his lungs. Unfortunately, his voice couldn't be transmitted through the Kiliacosm mirror. And yet, despite the tens of thousands of years that had passed, it was still possible to sense the grief in his voice. What happened? What was going on? Why were those ancient emperors, the omnipotent immortal emperors, so tragic? Jiang Qin couldn't keep his composure at all. In the projection of the Kiliacosm mirror, there were tragic scenes everywhere. Mountains and rivers were destroyed, blood was splattering, flesh and blood were flying everywhere. Many shadows could be seen. An ancient war was going on. The only shortcoming was that he couldn't see the faces of the enemies. Jiang Qin looked at De Huang Dog and saw that De Huang Dog was dumbfounded. He stared at the scene in the Kiliacosm mirror in a daze, as if he was immersed in an ancient memory. Jiang Qin clearly saw that the corners of De Huang Dog's eyes were moist. This dog's heartstrings were really touched. De Huang, tell me what happened. You must know. Jiang Qin came to De Huang Dog's side and transmitted his voice using divine sense. If De Huang Dog still didn't tell him, he was afraid that he would go crazy. However, De Huang Dog still shook his head and didn't say a word. After a long time, De Huang Dog finally spoke. Little Qinzi, you saw it. Even a great emperor is about to fall. It's not time for you to know yet. Suddenly the scene changed again. A young man in a cloak stood in the air. He looked to be only 15 or 16 years old, but his cultivation had reached a heaven-defying level. This was actually a powerful ancient emperor. The young man was surrounded by countless enemies and was surrounded by death. A golden horn appeared on his head as he roared towards the sky. His body began to transform. Unfortunately, the scene in the Kiliacosm mirror disappeared. No one could see what happened after that. That's a young great emperor. No, it's a demon emperor. He seemed to be surrounded, but we can't see what happened after that. How tragic. Even a great emperor is about to die. How tragic was that battle? No one knows what happened back then. The things left behind by the Kiliacosm mirror are also incomplete. Many people sighed. That unprecedented battle wasn't something they could imagine or accept. However, at the last moment before the young great emperor disappeared, De Huang Dog suddenly became agitated. He raised his head and let out an earth-shattering roar. He saw something that others couldn't see from the Kiliacosm mirror. Jiang Qin and the others were shocked. They looked at De Huang Dog and suddenly felt their hearts aching. They saw tears streaming down De Huang Dog's face, and his roars were filled with endless sorrow. They had never seen De Huang Dog like this before, but they could guess that the scene in the Kiliacosm mirror must have stimulated De Huang Dog's heart. Very quickly, the Kiliacosm mirror continued to change images. After a few minutes, the Kiliacosm mirror started to buzz and shake violently. People realized that the Kiliacosm mirror was about to disappear. At this moment, De Huang Dog suddenly flew up. He flew past everything and headed towards the Kiliacosm mirror. De Huang. Jiang Qin and Han Yan shouted loudly, but De Huang Dog couldn't hear them at all. He seemed to have found his target and was rushing forward recklessly. What's De Huang doing? That's a mirror. Not good. The Kiliacosm mirror is a spatial world. De Huang is going to enter it. Tyrant and Han Yan were shocked. Their faces were filled with worry. In the blink of an eye, De Huang Dog rushed into the Kiliacosm mirror and vanished. Then a divine light shot out from the Kiliacosm mirror. Its target was none other than Xianxia. Chapter 1674. These were the last words left behind by De Huang Dog. Then, De Huang Dog vanished along with the Great Thousand Mirror, as if he had never been there. De Huang! Xianxia roared at the place where the Great Thousand Mirror disappeared. At this moment, tears flowed down from Xianxia's eyes. His heart was about to stop beating. He could feel the sorrow buried in the depths of De Huang Dog's heart. In Xianxia's mind, every bit of time he spent with De Huang turned into images. You would never know how important something was to you until it was lost. Xianxia's heart was in pain and sorrow. Xianxia suddenly felt like he had completely lost De Huang. At this moment he finally understood that De Huang had long become an indispensable part of his life. Without such a role his life would become bleak. Xianxia lowered his head. Apart from the mystical feather, there was also a talisman in his hand. Xianxia knew that this talisman was the last thing De Huang left for him. It was the only thing he could rely on to find De Huang in the future. Xianxia carefully kept the talisman in Zulong Tower. Desolate ancient land, De Huang. I will definitely go there. Wait for me. Xianxia said with incomparable determination. Although he didn't know what kind of place the desolate ancient land was, it wasn't important. He would know it sooner or later. De Huang Dog didn't tell him many secrets because his cultivation was still too low. Yan Qingyu was missing, Wu Ningzhu had entered the inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao, and now De Huang Dog had left him. Xianxia's expression became incomparably gloomy. Little Qinzi, where did De Huang go? Han Yan and Tyrant came to Xianxia's side and asked at the same time. Their relationship with De Huang Dog was like that of life and death brothers. Now that De Huang Dog had left, their hearts were naturally heavy. He has gone to a faraway place. Don't worry, we brothers will meet again. Xianxia smiled and looked at the feather in his hand. The feather was golden in color and there were traces of flames on its surface. That was the fire of Sunday. This was the Sun Divine Feather, a feather that was peeled off from the gold feather fan. It was 3 meters long and weighed thousands of kilograms in Xianxia's hand. It's the Sun Divine Feather. The treasure in Xianxia's hand is the Sun Divine Feather. It came from the Great Thousand Mirror. That's right. It must be the Sun Divine Feather that was peeled off from the gold feather fan. A divine feather is priceless. If we can get it, this trip will be worthwhile. Kill Xianxia and snatch the Sun Divine Feather. He's just a half-step immortal emperor. He's not qualified to get the Sun Divine Feather. The Sun Divine Feather is a divine object, a part of a peerless sovereign weapon. Only those who are capable can have it. How did Xianxia get it? The quiet scene turned chaotic in an instant. No one knew what method De Huang Dog had used, but a divine feather was thrown out from the Great Thousand Mirror at the last moment. It immediately set off 1,000 ripples. That was a peerless divine object of the Golden Clan. It affected everyone's heart. Whoever could control the Sun Divine Feather would be able to dominate the world. Xianxia didn't care about such a threat. The Sun Divine Feather kept jumping in his hand trying to break free. Xianxia hastily circulated the fire of sun to cover the Sun Divine Feather. The Sun Divine Feather seemed to have sensed the chi of the origin of the Sun Divine Feather. Immediately, the Sun Divine Feather stopped moving and established a subtle connection with him. However, Xianxia felt that even if he had gained the recognition of the Sun Divine Feather, it would still be very difficult for him to exert the power of this feather that weighed thousands of jin. Before De Huang left, he told me to protect the bloodline of the Golden Clan at all costs. Today, as long as I, Xianxia, am here, anyone who takes a step closer to the gate will die. Xianxia's tone was incomparably cold. At this moment he had turned into a killing god. The Sun Divine Feather in his hand was blazing with flames. Many of them frowned, looking at the Sun Divine Feather in Xianxia's hand in fear. Don't tell me that this bastard has mastered the Sun Divine Feather? Someone said. Impossible. The Sun Divine Feather is a great sovereign weapon. He's just a puny little half-step immortal emperor. How could he possibly master it? Chapter 1675. The situation was already out of control. The temptation of the Sun Divine Feather was just too great. This was different from the Xiaoyaoqin. The Xiaoyaoqin was the weapon of a great sovereign. It had already locked onto Wu Ningzhu as its successor. They couldn't do anything even if they wanted to, but the Sun Divine Feather was different. After all, the Sun Divine Feather was a divine feather that was stripped from the gold feather fan. It had automatically rushed out from the Great Thousand Mirror and didn't lock onto anyone as its successor. In other words, the Sun Divine Feather was an ownerless object. Jiang Qin was just lucky enough to get it before everyone could react. There were too many experts and geniuses here. There were also too many people who thought that they had great luck. In their point of view, even if they couldn't get the Sun Divine Feather, it wouldn't fall to a puny little half-step immortal emperor. More importantly, Jiang Qin was now guarding the Golden Gateway, preventing them from entering. The situation was already very clear. There were treasures everywhere in the territory of the Golden Clan. Jiang Qin was blocking their way. That kind of enmity was greater than killing a wife and child. Another point was that Jiang Qin had killed plenty of geniuses of major powers in order to guard the Golden Gateway. The enmity between them and a heaven-defying figure like Jiang Qin had been established. If they didn't kill him now, it would be incomparably difficult to kill Jiang Qin after they left the Golden Horizon. Don't talk too much nonsense with him. Just kill him. Zhang Yulong was the first to attack. He believed that Jiang Qin wouldn't dare to evade now because as long as Jiang Qin evaded, he was confident that he could break the 5 elemental grand formation and enter the territory of the Golden Clan. Seeing that Zhang Yulong was about to attack Jiang Qin, Long Shisan also moved. The Battle Saint technique was about to stop Zhang Yulong. Let him come over. Jiang Qin shouted at Long Shisan, indicating that Long Shisan didn't need to stop him. He had already completely fused the fire of sun and the immortal mark to control the Sun Divine Feather. Now that Zhang Yulong was about to rush over, Jiang Qin could test the power of the Sun Divine Feather. Chua. Jiang Qin made his move. The Sun Divine Feather swept towards Zhang Yulong. Rumble. This attack caused the world to tremble. The void space was directly torn in half. The divine feather of the sun became the most terrifying killing weapon in the world. The fire of the sun filled the air and even the void space seemed to be burning. Not good. Zhang Yulong knew that this wasn't good. An extremely cold feeling emerged from the depths of his heart. That was the taste of death. He didn't think that Jiang Qin could really cast out the power of the Sun Divine Feather, but now it seemed like he was gravely mistaken. Given his current strength, he would definitely die if he were to face the attack of the Sun Divine Feather. He wouldn't have any chance of survival. Zhang Yulong didn't have the mood to kill Jiang Qin anymore. What he needed to do now was to escape from the Sun Divine Feather. At this critical moment, Zhang Yulong exerted all his strength to escape into the void, but to his horror he found that the entire void had been sealed by the Sun Divine Feather. This place had become a cage of death. Eventually, the Sun Divine Feather turned into a soaring sharp sword, carrying raging flames. It fell from the top of Zhang Yulong's head and cut his body in half. Arg! Zhang Yulong let out a miserable scream. His body that had been cut in half began to be burned by the raging flames. In the blink of an eye, it was completely incinerated, leaving nothing behind. Zhang Yulong was dead. Nothing was left of him. A monstrous genius, a peerless figure of the immortal court had died just like that. It was as if he had never existed in this world. Wah! The entire scene was in an uproar. Countless eyes fell upon the Sun Divine Feather that was still burning in Jiang Qin's hand. Even Long Shisan and the others were shocked speechless. Many of them felt that they were in a dream. Everything seemed unreal. By God! What did I just see? The mighty Zhang Yulong was killed just like that. Jiang Qin has really mastered the Sun Divine Feather. How is this possible? How is this possible? Even if he has obtained the approval of the Sun Divine Feather, given his cultivation base, how is it possible for him to display the true power of the Sun Divine Feather? This is going to be troublesome. He has the Sun Divine Feather. No one is a match for him. He can even kill a half-step immortal venerable with a single strike. If we are in his place, I'm afraid that we will also die. No one wasn't shocked. No one had thought that such a scene would happen. Originally, everyone was determined to kill Jiang Qin and the others, and then enter the territory of the Golden Clan to obtain endless benefits. Perhaps there was more than one golden feather falling from the gold feather fan. If they could get their hands on them, the benefits would be unimaginable. But now, Zhou Xian was like an invincible god of war standing in front of the golden door, and no one could take even half a step into it. Zhou Xian, how dare you kill the geniuses of the immortal court? No one in this world can save you now. Lu Xing was also frightened, but he still yelled at Zhou Xian while gritting his teeth. The background of the immortal court still gave him the feeling that no one would dare to touch him. As a matter of fact, no one in the entire ethereal immortal domain would dare to kill the geniuses of the immortal court. Zhou Xian raised his head and glanced at Lu Xing. Without saying a word, he dashed forward with the golden divine feather. Killing one was killing, killing two was also killing. Facing such a powerful enemy, the best way to deal with them was to kill them to avoid future troubles. Lu Xing was startled. He didn't think that Zhou Xian had already gone mad to such an extent. As if killing Zhang Yulong wasn't enough, Zhou Xian was going to kill him as well. He finally understood that it was obviously impossible to use the immortal court to oppress Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian, how dare you? Arg! Lu Xing resisted with all his might, but how could he be a match for the Sun Divine Feather? His body was swept by the Sun Divine Feather, instantly turning into a sea of fire and burned into nothingness. In just a few blinks, two people had died. Both of them were half-step immortal venerables of the immortal court of ethereal immortal domain. Zhou Xian had completely offended the immortal court. For God's sake, isn't this too fucking awesome? Grandmaster Hao Ran couldn't help but curse. His eyes were full of shock. I had never thought that the legendary Sun Divine Feather would be this powerful. What's even more shocking is that Zhou Xian can fully control the Sun Divine Feather. Not only that, he can also exert the power of the Sun Divine Feather. This is unbelievable. However, using the Sun Divine Feather consumes a lot of energy and strength. I wonder how many times Zhou Xian can use it. Yang Lang couldn't stay calm either, but he had never thought that Zhou Xian not only controlled the Sun Divine Feather, but had also fused with it. In other words, the Sun Divine Feather had become a part of Zhou Qian's body, and he could use it at any time without worrying about the exhaustion of energy. This was the truly heaven-defying part. Chapter 1676. In the opinion of Yang Lang and Mo Wuqing, the reason why Zhou Xian was able to display the power of the Sun Divine Feather was because he had the seed of fire of Sunday. That was how he was acknowledged by the Sun Divine Feather. However, they didn't know that even if Zhou Xian had the seed of fire of sun, he would only be acknowledged by the Sun Divine Feather. It was impossible for him to display such power. Even if he used it, the energy consumption would be enormous. Given his current cultivation base, he could only use it once at most. This was the same as when De Huang Dog used the immortal execution sword. As a matter of fact, it wasn't only the fire of sun that helped Zhou Xian, but also the immortal mark in his body. With the help of the immortal mark, Zhou Xian could use the Sun Divine Feather without limit. Zhang Yulong and Lu Xing were torn apart. The two great geniuses of ethereal immortal domain had fallen. The scene turned silent all of a sudden. The remaining four half-step immortal venerables looked at Zhou Xian with eyes full of fear. Or to put it in another way, they were afraid of the Sun Divine Feather in Zhou Qian's hand. Now I'll give you all a chance. All of you withdraw from here and wait for the remains of the Golden Clan to return to silence. At that time, the gateway of the Golden Horizon will open once more. You all will return to your own sections. If anyone dares to lay their eyes on the Sun Divine Feather and the remains of the Golden Clan, don't blame me for being merciless. I'll kill you all without mercy. Zhou Xian stood in the sky, his body was covered in golden flames. He had turned into a peerless killing god, looking down at all living beings. Zhou Qian's thunderous voice was transmitted to everyone's ears like sound waves. He wanted everyone to know that he was absolutely not joking. He hoped that the deaths of Zhang Yulong and Lu Xing would be a wake-up call to the others. If these people still wanted to continue, this place was destined to be filled with rivers of blood. The scene was silent. Everyone's eyes fell on the Sun Divine Feather in Zhou Qian's hand and the relic of the Golden Clan. Their eyes were filled with fear. They had clearly seen the scene of Zhou Xian killing Zhang Yulong and Lu Xing. It was impossible for them not to be afraid. But even so, it could not conceal the greed and desire in their eyes. This was a great opportunity and no one wanted to miss it. Both the Great Thousand Mirror and the Sun Divine Feather have appeared. The territory of the Golden Clan is an absolute treasure. It only opens once every 5 years. The next time it opens, most of us won't be qualified to enter. Plus, the relic of the Golden Clan has been hidden for tens of thousands of years. It has never appeared before. Today is the first time it has appeared, and it is very likely to be the only time it will appear. If we don't cherish this opportunity, we won't get a second chance. Zhou Xian has already used the Sun Divine Feather twice in a row. I don't think he can use it a third time. Given his ferocious temperament, if he could use it again, he wouldn't have said those ruthless words. Instead, he would kill us. So I believe that he can no longer use the Sun Divine Feather. Everyone, let's go. We must enter the territory of the Golden Clan. Someone in the crowd yelled. The one who spoke was a late immortal emperor expert. Zhou Xian looked over. The man was radiating a gloomy and cold qi. Judging from his clothes, he knew that he was a disciple of Corpse Yin sect. Zhou Xian hated this sect to the extreme. As soon as the words were out, the scene became restless. Many of them began to unleash their killing intent and qi. They all felt that the man was right. He's right. Zhou Xian is so ferocious. It wasn't easy for him to obtain the Sun Divine Feather. How could he let go of the opportunity to kill his enemies? He must know that he can't continue to use the Sun Divine Feather, so he purposely came to scare us. He wanted to use the death of Zhang Yulong and Lu Xing to deter us. We almost fell into his trap. He's just a half-step immortal emperor. Even if his combat strength is strong, it's already shocking enough that he could use the Sun Divine Feather to kill 2 of them. It's impossible for him to use the Sun Divine Feather continuously. Not even an immortal venerable can do that. He's just threatening us. Don't be afraid, everyone. The inheritance of the Golden Clan has finally appeared. Once we miss it, we won't have another chance. Many of them had been blinded by desire and greed. Some of them had bloodshot eyes like wild beasts. Upon seeing this, Zhou Xian couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. Once a man's will was controlled by desire, he would be no different from a wild beast. The corner of Zhou Qian's mouth revealed a cold smile. Cold light began to radiate from his eyes. Icy killing intent kept overflowing from Zhou Qian's body. He would never forget the words that De Huang had left for him before he left. Control the Sun Divine Feather and protect the bloodline of the Golden Clan. Seemed like many people were going to die today. Kill. This was Zhou Qian's current will. He had no other choice but to kill. The Sun Divine Feather trembled violently. The killing intent in Zhou Qian's body was getting thicker and thicker. Wing wing. All of a sudden, a buzzing sound was heard from the depths of Zhou Qian's soul. Zhou Qian's heart quivered. He could feel the ancient killing intent from the depths of his soul. That's right. It was a substantial killing intent that came from the void and the ancient times. It's the dragon transformation skill. This is the sign of the dragon transformation skill evolving. Zhou Qian was overjoyed. The dragon transformation skill hadn't evolved for a very long time. The reason why he couldn't advance to the Immortal Emperor realm was because of the dragon transformation skill's inability to evolve. Now the dragon transformation skill was reacting again. Zhou Qian was very familiar with this situation, because this wasn't the first time he had experienced it. Zhou Qian knew that it was his killing intent and indomitable will that had triggered the evolution of the dragon transformation skill. At this moment, the ancient killing intent transmitted from the dragon transformation skill had integrated into his body. Kill, kill, kill. The killing intent was boundless. Zhou Qian seemed to see an ancestral dragon of slaughter circling and dancing in the depths of his soul. The eyes of the enormous ancestral dragon were devoid of any emotion. The ancestral dragon seemed to represent a kind of will, a realm, the Tao of slaughter. That's right, it was the Tao of slaughter. The dragon transformation skill was unique and unparalleled in the heavens and earth. Those who cultivated the dragon transformation skill were destined to slaughter non-stop. Today, Zhou Qian had triggered the hidden Tao of slaughter in the dragon transformation skill because of the incident with the Golden Clan. Zhou Qian knew that this was the profound meaning of the next evolution of the dragon transformation skill. It was the essence of the great Tao. The void of the ancestral dragon of slaughter had been stimulated by him. Brr. Zhou Qian's eyes turned red. All of a sudden he let out a roar towards the sky. The dragon transformation skill didn't evolve immediately. Jiang Qin needed to express himself with the determination of slaughter and stimulate the evolution of the dragon transformation skill bit by bit. At this moment, all of Jiang Qin's will was to slaughter. Chapter 1677. Dragons were the spirits of heaven and earth, the noblest of existences. There were benevolent dragons, ferocious dragons, bloodthirsty dragons, courageous dragons, loyal dragons, demon-subduing dragons, unyielding dragons, tenacious dragons, and slaughter dragons. In order for Jiang Qin to complete the dragon transformation art, he needed to fuse the wills of all dragons, combining benevolence, kindness, loyalty, unyielding, tenacious, bloodthirsty, and slaughter into one. Only then could he be called the ancestral dragon of heaven and earth, the strongest. In order to protect the Golden Clan, Jiang Qin fought against the world and was besieged by tens of thousands of people. This was the Tao of slaughter in the dragon transformation art. What was killing? Honoring evil and promoting kindness could be killed, enemies could be killed, and those who stood in the way could be killed. There were countless slaughters in the world. There was no such thing as good or evil. As long as one's heart remained unchanged, everything could be killed. What Jiang Qin wanted to kill were those who wanted to kill him. The nobility of dragons could not be blasphemed, looked down upon, slandered, or humiliated. Otherwise they would be killed. Jiang Qin continued to comprehend the Tao of slaughter. He knew that this was a great opportunity for the dragon transformation skill to transform. Today, a storm of blood was going to happen and a world-shaking massacre was going to happen. Come, let's kill. Jiang Qin's killing intent was extremely dense. He roared, his voice like thunder from the 9 heavens. His eyes were bloodshot and a blood-colored dragon hovered above his head. It was completely condensed from killing intent. With the Sun Divine Feather in his hand, he was the first to attack Feng Yunzi. Jiang Qin was bloodthirsty, but he wouldn't kill indiscriminately. He knew that the path he walked was the Tao of slaughter. There was no doubt that Feng Yunzi and the others had to die. Since he had decided to kill, he would naturally start with them. Not good, this guy is crazy. Feng Yunzi's eyes were filled with shock, but he didn't dodge. Instead, he used the 9 heavens thunderclap to attack Jiang Qin. Like everyone else, he didn't believe that Jiang Qin could continue to use the Sun Divine Feather. Even if he could, it wouldn't be as powerful as before. Therefore, Feng Yunzi felt that if he attacked with all his strength, it wouldn't be a problem to stop Jiang Qin. He might even have a chance to snatch the Sun Divine Feather. As it turned out, Feng Yunzi was overthinking things. Rumble. The powerful attack that Feng Yunzi had unleashed could not even withstand a single blow from the Divine Sun Feather. It was instantly destroyed. Following that, the Divine Sun Feather slammed heavily onto Feng Yunzi's body like a mountain. Feng Yunzi let out a miserable cry as he was smashed into smithereens. He could not be more dead. Shua. After killing Feng Yunzi, Jiang Qin's eyes fell upon Xiaotian. The killing intent in his body was getting denser and denser. The roar of the ancestral dragon came out from the depths of his soul, urging him to continue his slaughter. Die, Xiaotian. Jiang Qin struck at Xiaotian like a shocking god of war. Xiaotian turned pale with fright. Upon seeing this, Xiaotian's face turned pale with fright. Everything had happened too fast. He had never dreamt of such a scene. A perfect victory had turned into this in the blink of an eye. Jiang Qin had killed 3 half-step immortal venerables in an instant. Now it was finally his turn. He was willing to believe that Jiang Qin had already unleashed the Sun Divine Feather, but judging from Jiang Qin's overflowing killing intent, he didn't feel the slightest bit of exhaustion. Run. Xiaotian didn't have the courage to face the Sun Divine Feather head-on. It didn't matter whether Jiang Qin could continue to use the power of the Sun Divine Feather or not. In the face of death, all treasures were no longer important. However, when Xiaotian tried to tear open the void and escape, he was shocked to find that the spatial barrier had been sealed and turned into raging flames. The flames were so strong that he couldn't break open the power of the Sun Divine Feather. Tila. There was almost no chance of survival. The Sun Divine Feather carried Jiang Qin's unstoppable killing intent, slashing Xiaotian into 2 halves. Immediately the sun fire burned him into nothingness. 4 out of the 6 half-step immortal venerables had died in the blink of an eye, leaving only young Master Yulong and Yi Qingtian. Young Master Yulong didn't choose to escape after witnessing Xia Xiaotian's tragic death. He was still very eager for the treasures in the Golden Clan. Plus, Jiang Qin, a half-step immortal emperor, had already used the Sun Divine Feather 4 times. He absolutely didn't believe that Jiang Qin could use it a 5th time. Yi Qingtian, break into the gate of the Golden Clan. As long as we enter their territory, we won't have to be afraid of Jiang Qin anymore. At that time we will obtain powerful treasures and kill Jiang Qin. Young Master Yulong yelled at Yi Qingtian, then flew towards the Golden Gate. At the same time he shouted at the crowd, Jiang Qin is exhausted. Everyone, let's break the Golden Gate together. Hong hong. Following the provocation of young Master Yulong's words, countless people began to unleash their powerful qi, rushing towards the Golden Gate. The appearance of the Sun Divine Feather had driven many of them crazy. Even the death of 4 half-step immortal venerables couldn't awaken some of them from their greed. Once a man went crazy, he would disregard everything. Plus, they had the advantage in numbers. They believed that Jiang Qin wouldn't be able to use the Sun Divine Feather unlimitedly. They believed that no matter how powerful Jiang Qin's Sun Divine Feather was, it wouldn't be able to kill everyone. They were more willing to believe that they wouldn't be the one to be killed. This kind of thinking was no doubt very scary. Wing. The killing intent in the depths of Jiang Qin's soul grew stronger. The crazy actions of these people made him go berserk. He carried the Sun Divine Feather and swept it towards young Master Yulong. At the same time he shouted at Long Shisan, Monkey, I'll leave Yi Qingtian to you. Don't worry. I will definitely kill him. Long Shisan recovered from the shock. He didn't want to think about why Jiang Qin could use the Sun Divine Feather unlimitedly because it wasn't important anymore. What was important was that Jiang Qin had become stronger, which reduced the pressure on him. Now that there was only Jiang Qin left, Long Shisan was confident that he could kill him. It seemed like 5 of the 6 half-step immortal venerables were killed by Jiang Qin. If he couldn't kill one of them, he wouldn't feel good. Pong. Long Shisan struck out with the Battle Saint technique and pressed towards Yi Qingtian. On the other side, Jiang Qin's Sun Divine Feather swept out. Screams were heard everywhere. At least dozens of people were killed by the Sun Divine Feather. In the face of such a situation, Jiang Qin's face was expressionless. He didn't have the slightest bit of sympathy. He had already become a god of slaughter. He had given these people a chance to leave quietly, but these people who had been blinded by greed and desire didn't care about such a chance. Chapter 1678. Arg. Blood-curdling screams filled the sky. Blood splashed across the void. This was destined to be a bloodbath. I and all of you retreat. Jiang Qin shouted at Han Yan and the others. Han Yan, Tyrant, Yang Lang and the others immediately left the battlefield. They were so shocked that they couldn't speak a word. They didn't know how Jiang Qin was able to use the Sun Divine Feather so casually, but they were sure that they were no longer needed to guard the Golden Gateway. My goodness. Is he still a human? Grandmaster Hao Ran swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. He couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. Little Qinzi might have completely fused with the Sun Divine Feather. That's why he can use it without limit. This is too terrifying. Little Qinzi's fury is like the end of the world to these people. Han Yan sighed. He knew Jiang Qin too well. There was nothing in this world that Jiang Qin wouldn't dare to do. No matter how earth-shattering it was nothing in front of Jiang Qin. Little Qinzi seems to be breaking through some kind of great Tao. The killing intent on his body is getting thicker and thicker. His entire being is going through an earth-shattering change. These people are too unlucky. They are going to become Little Qinzi's stepping stones, said Tyrant. His eyes were sharp. He had seen through something. It's too tragic. They can only blame themselves for being reckless. They know that Jiang Qin has mastered the Sun Divine Feather, but they still continue to rush forward. Yang Lang sighed. We can't blame them. The attraction of the Golden Clan is too great. This trip to the Golden Horizon is different from the past. From the Shao Yao Qin to the Great Thousand Mirror, to the Sun Divine Feather in Jiang Qin's hand, rare treasures kept appearing one after another. Everyone knows that there must be a great treasure in the Golden Clan, an unimaginable treasure. Under such circumstances few people will stay calm. They will fight for even the slightest chance, said Shan Chong. Shan Chong said. He even began to suspect that if he had not stood on Jiang Chen's side today, would he have been like those people, fearlessly rushing forward? Temptation was sometimes a fatal thing. Lan Lingji, Hua Shaoqian and the others were already scared out of their wits. Despite being the saintesses of major powers, they had never experienced such a horrifying battle. In their eyes, Jiang Chen had completely turned into a bloodthirsty killing god, completely different from the handsome white-robed youth. Even though they were spectators, they were still frightened. They didn't know the outcome of this battle and how many people would die. But one thing was for sure, Jiang Chen was going to become completely famous. He was going to make a name for himself through this battle and shock the three immortal worlds. However, after he left this place, would there still be a place for Jiang Chen in the three immortal worlds? Jiang Chen was completely immersed in killing. The killing intent that the dragon transformation skill gave him was very simple. As long as there was an enemy, he must kill. These people in front of him wanted to break through the Golden Gate, so they were his enemies and he must kill them. Swoosh. Jiang Chen executed the Great Void technique and opened a path in the crowd, blocking young Master Yulong's way. His cold dragon eyes sent chills down young Master Yulong's spine. How can you use the Sun Divine Feather endlessly? Only now did young Master Yulong feel fear. You don't need to know. A dead man doesn't need to know too much. As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, he attacked mercilessly. The Sun Divine Feather turned into a huge fan and slapped at young Master Yulong. Arg. Young Master Yulong couldn't dodge the attack of the Sun Divine Feather and died tragically in the end. It required absolute courage and resolution. Jiang Chen's courage was terrifying. But just like what everyone was worried about, Jiang Chen had killed too many people. He had offended almost all the major powers he could, including the three immortal courts. This was enough to be recorded in the history of the immortal world. Since the ancient times, there had never been such a domineering madman. Jiang Chen was the first. Even the immortal execution king and great sovereign Zhou Xian, who dominated the 9 immortal domains, hadn't done such an earth-shattering thing like Jiang Chen. Chapter 1679. The Sun Divine Feather continued to sweep across the battlefield. A large number of geniuses were killed by the Sun Divine Feather. Blood flowed like a river. A massacre was taking place on this ancient battlefield. Many who didn't participate in the battle and those who had already woken up were looking at the cruel scene in horror. Apart from their stiff expressions, they couldn't say a word. The slaughter chi was spreading unstoppably. As long as the enemy didn't stop, the killing intent in Jiang Chen's body wouldn't disappear. It would only grow stronger and stronger. The ancestral dragon of slaughter in the depths of his soul had already begun to materialize. Voila! The Sun Divine Feather swept across the area. Screams filled the sky. A large number of people died tragically. Not even their dregs were left. This was destined to be a brutal massacre. 20,000 people wanted to break the golden door, but none of them could get within 100 meters of the door. Jiang Chen was the tiger that blocked their way. As long as he stood there, it would be useless no matter how many people there were. Those who rushed at the front would only die faster. Gradually, the number of people began to decrease. Many of them finally understood the situation and chose to retreat. After waking up from their stupor, they stood in the distance and watched the tragic scene in front of them. They felt a chill running down their spines and their bodies were soaked with cold sweat. By God! What was I doing just now? This is a devil. He can use the Sun Divine Feather without limit. We are still rushing forward recklessly. How stupid! Although treasures are important, they are nothing compared to our lives. Jiang Chen is blocking the way with the Sun Divine Feather. Who can enter the territory of the Golden Clan? That's just wishful thinking. Those people are still rushing forward. I don't know how many people are going to die. This is a peerless god of slaughter, a mad devil. He kills without blinking an eye. He doesn't even put the immortal court in his eyes. The major powers behind us don't even pose a threat to him. He's a fearless man who loves to kill everything. Whoever rushes forward will die. In his eyes, all living beings can be killed. It doesn't matter who rushes forward. The people who had retreated began to feel a lingering fear. Apart from the lingering fear, they were also a little lucky. They had been driven by greed and desire and were affected by the emotions of tens of thousands of people. They had no idea what kind of dangerous situation they had fallen into. Now that they had woken up, they realized what they had just done. They were simply playing with the Grim Reaper. Now that they could still stand here unscathed, it was their own fortune and luck. The slaughter continued. In just 1 minute, another 1,000 people had died under Jiang Chen's Sun Divine Feather. Up until now, in just this wave of attacks, 3,000 people had died at Jiang Chen's hands. This slaughter was simply unimaginable. More and more people recognized the reality. After they woke up, they immediately withdrew from the battlefield. Everyone was speechless. Such a scene made their scalps go numb. Stop. Everyone stop. Stop attacking. Jiang Chen can use the Divine Sun Feather without any limit. If we keep attacking, we will all die. Someone suddenly shouted loudly. This shout was released with a powerful energy, shaking the minds of many people. Swoosh. Many people's expressions changed. The blood-red light in their eyes instantly disappeared without a trace. They immediately became sober. I don't want to fight anymore. Someone rushed to the front. Although he was sober in time, he could not save his life. The Sun Divine Feather was already in front of him. Everything was too late. The battlefield collapsed instantly. The people who were originally rushing to kill turned around and ran. The pungent smell of blood made them completely sober. Tears flowed down their cheeks. They were scared out of their wits. They just wanted to leave this battlefield as soon as possible. The treasures in the Golden Clan were no longer important. Saving their lives was the most important. It was more important to get away from Jiang Chen, this devil, as soon as possible. Swoosh, Jiang Chen's murderous aura swept out again. The Sun Divine Feather swept out again, killing a large number of people. Tens of thousands of people scattered like birds and beasts. In the blink of an eye, they were all far away from the Golden Gate. The noisy battlefield also quieted down in an instant. Jiang Chen returned to his original appearance. He held the Sun Divine Feather in his hand and stood outside the Golden Gate expressionlessly. His cold eyes swept across the people around him. His murderous aura did not weaken at all. The murderous intent in the depths of his soul began to recede gradually. On the other side, the fierce battle between Long Shisan and Yi Qingtian was still going on. Yi Qingtian had already released his giant bloodline and turned into a giant. But he was still no match for Long Shisan. His body was covered with countless wounds and blood. He was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Rumble. Long Shisan took advantage of the situation to attack. The Battle Saint technique was like countless sharp blades. It surrounded Yi Qingtian and hit off one of his arms. Ah! Yi Qingtian screamed. His mind was already in chaos. Otherwise he would not have been so weak and easily defeated by Long Shisan. At this moment his face was full of fear. He could no longer control his fear after the tragic death of Zhang Yulong and the other 4 people. Now he was beaten like a dog by the fierce Long Shisan. He was in despair. Don't kill me. Yi Qingtian shouted loudly. He was begging for mercy. It was really difficult for a big shot like him to beg for mercy. However, Long Shisan's murderous aura was soaring. He did not accept the other side's begging at all. He used the extermination symbol formula to kill Yi Qingtian. Yi Qingdun, who was already an arrow at the end of its flight, could not withstand such a destructive attack. His whole body was submerged in the destructive energy sea. He screamed miserably and was beaten to death by Long Shisan. At this point all 6 masters were dead. Zhang Yulong and Xia Xiaotian died under the Divine Feather of the Sun, which was not unjust. Yi Qingtian was killed by Long Shisan with one move after another. Of course, it was not shameful for him to die under the Battle Saint technique. The whole space was filled with the pungent smell of blood. Jiang Chen stood there like a god of death. He did not say a word, but no one dared to come forward. Innumerable people's faces were filled with grief, because many of their sect's geniuses had died in the chaotic battle just now. They died under the Sun Divine Feather. In this battle at least 4,000 geniuses had died in Jiang Chen's hands. This was an unimaginably huge number. To the countless major powers of the 3 immortal domains, this was an unimaginable loss. My brother was killed by him. This crazy devil. I regret it so much. I can't wait to eat his flesh. Don't say it. We will be in trouble if he hears it. We can only blame ourselves for this. When Zhang Qian got the divine feather of the sun, he reminded us not to have any ideas about the Golden Clan. We were blinded by greed. So what? This guy has killed so many people. Does he want to let it go? He has offended the major forces of the three immortal realms. Let's see how he can survive after we get out of the Golden Horizon. The way they looked at Zhang Qian had completely changed. If these words didn't come from the mouth of a genius of Nanbei family, he wouldn't believe it, but he knew that no one in Nanbei family would dare to deceive him. Haha. Northern and Southern dynasties, why don't you do it? Aren't you known as the monarch physique? Could it be that a dignified monarch will also feel fear? Han Yen laughed. How could he let go of such an opportunity to ridicule them? Humph. Chapter 1681. As a matter of fact, the Northern and Southern dynasties were very aggrieved. There was nothing in this world that could make them fear or give in. Today they had advanced to the late immortal Emperor realm, which led to them entering the forbidden land of the Golden Clan a little late. Their original plan was to sweep across the Golden Clan and obtain all the treasures, but never had they thought that such a thing would happen. The person that the Northern and Southern dynasties hated the most in this world was undoubtedly Zhang Qian. He was the reincarnation of a great sovereign with extraordinary talent and was a peerless genius. He wouldn't put ordinary people in his eyes, but Zhang Qian was like his greatest nemesis. Every time he encountered Zhang Qian, he would be unlucky. No matter how strong he was, what status he had, as long as he encountered Zhang Qian, nothing good would come out of it. The first time he met Zhang Qian in Golden Horizon was at the Broken Edge Cliff. At that time he displayed his divine might and annihilated countless enemies. Even the mighty Mo Wuxia almost died in his hands. Later on he chased Zhang Qian for hundreds of thousands of miles, leaving Zhang Qian with no way out. At this time, a long Shursan appeared and destroyed his eye of heaven with his fiery golden eyes. The second time the Xiao Yaoqin appeared. He wanted to stop Wu Ningzhu and kill Zhang Qian with the help of the others, but he failed and was besieged by Zhang Qian and the others, forcing him to flee. This was the third time. Initially he came here in high spirits and full of ambition, but who would have thought that Zhang Qian would obtain the Sun Divine Feather and annihilate 5 half-step immortal venerable geniuses in advance, causing the Northern and Southern dynasties to lose the courage to attack him. It was equivalent to him running away after showing his face. He didn't even have the time to look at the Golden Gate. Aggrieved, was there anything more aggrieved than this? The Northern and Southern dynasties cursed in their hearts, but no tears came out. Northern and Southern dynasties, since you've come, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Zhang Qian shouted. He used the Great Void technique and arrived in front of the Northern and Southern dynasties in the blink of an eye. He used the Sun Divine Feather's aura to completely block the way of the Northern and Southern dynasties. He and the Northern and Southern dynasties were old enemies. The Northern and Southern dynasties were bent on getting rid of Zhang Qian. How could Zhang Qian not have the same idea? They would not miss any opportunity to get rid of each other. Now that Zhang Qian controlled the Sun Divine Feather, if he didn't kill the Northern and Southern dynasties, when would he? Originally he felt it was a pity that the Northern and Southern dynasties didn't appear. Now that the Northern and Southern dynasties had come to him, how could Zhang Qian let them go? Zhang Qian, do you think you can kill me? Northern and Southern dynasties, Lung Lung said. We'll know after we try. Zhang Qian shrugged. His murderous aura filled the air and completely locked on the Northern and Southern dynasties. Zhang Qian, why are you so arrogant? Without the Sun Divine Feather in your hand, you are nothing in front of me. I can kill you with just a finger. Nanbei Chao was infuriated. He rarely got angry, but now his anger was soaring to the heavens. It was completely stifling. His opponent's cultivation was obviously far inferior to his, but now he was the biggest threat to him. He was swinging a feather in his hand and looking at Nanbei Chao as if he was looking at a prey. This made Nanbei Chao have the urge to spurt out blood. Unfortunately, I have the Sun Divine Feather, so I can be arrogant. If you are not convinced, then kill me. Zhang Qian said in a strange tone. Hearing these words, many people rolled their eyes. This was too shameless. Damn, I didn't expect Zhang Qian to be so shameless. If I was in the northern and southern dynasties, I would probably die from anger. Grandmaster Hao Ran couldn't help but say. He was at his wits' end when facing someone like Jiang Chen. Senior brother, you only know now that he is shameless. It seems like you haven't been in contact with him for long. Tyrant chuckled. He understood Jiang Chen much better than Grandmaster Hao Ran. Moreover, the ones standing in front of Jiang Chen were none other than the northern and southern dynasties. Even if they couldn't kill him, they wanted to infuriate him. You are courting death. The northern and southern dynasties were furious. They waved their palms towards Jiang Chen. They couldn't take it anymore. Even if Jiang Chen had the Sun Divine Feather, they would still take the initiative to attack. Humph. Jiang Chen harumphed coldly. The Sun Divine Feather in his hand shook and a fiery light shot out, instantly destroying the attacks of the northern and southern dynasties. Then the Sun Divine Feather turned into a golden sword and slashed at the northern and southern dynasties with lightning speed. What? Feeling the dangerous aura of the Sun Divine Feather, the northern and southern dynasties' expression changed dramatically. Even though they were mentally prepared, they didn't expect the Sun Divine Feather to be so powerful. It was so terrifying that they couldn't bear it. At this moment they finally understood how Zhang Yulong, Xia Xiaotian, and the others died tragically. The armor of immortals appeared on their bodies instantly. The northern and southern dynasties used the Emperor Heaven art to the extreme and broke free from the Sun Divine Feather's shackles. Bang! Unfortunately, they were still a bit too slow. The Sun Divine Feather slashed on their bodies. The armor of immortals instantly collapsed and was burned by the raging fire. Jiang Chen, you destroyed my armor of immortals. The northern and southern dynasties spurted out a mouthful of blood. Their words were filled with anger. As a matter of fact, this wasn't the first time Jiang Chen destroyed their armor of immortals. Back in Saint Origin World, the armor of immortals of his clone was also destroyed by Jiang Chen. After the armor of immortals was destroyed, the northern and southern dynasties didn't dare to be negligent. They continued to flee. The scene in front of them was truly astonishing. Countless people gave a thumbs up to the northern and southern dynasties because they were able to withstand the attack of the Sun Divine Feather without dying. Just this point alone showed that they were much stronger than Zhang Yulong and the others. It was a pity that such a peerless genius was going to fall today. Those who understood Jiang Chen's means and the relationship between Jiang Chen and the northern and southern dynasties were sure that Jiang Chen would never let the northern and southern dynasties go. Where do you think you're going? Sure enough, seeing the northern and southern dynasties continuing to flee, Jiang Chen executed the Great Void technique. His speed reached the extreme, catching up to the northern and southern dynasties in the blink of an eye. The Sun Divine Feather descended from the sky like a matchless divine light, slicing the void in half and landing on the bodies of the northern and southern dynasties. Arg! The northern and southern dynasties finally let out a blood-curdling scream. Their bodies were sliced in half by the Sun Divine Feather. The scene was extremely horrifying. Every member of Nanbei family revealed a solemn expression. The death of the northern and southern dynasties was equivalent to the death of the backbone of Nanbei family. This was too great a loss for Nanbei family. Almost everyone thought that the northern and southern dynasties were dead after being sliced in half by the Sun Divine Feather. Only Jiang Chen knitted his brows, because the bodies of the northern and southern dynasties weren't incinerated by the fire of sun like what happened to Zhang Yulong and the others. Instead they disappeared. Chapter 1682. The scene was dead silent. The atmosphere was too heavy. Everyone was speechless. Even their breathing had become extremely heavy. Too many people had died today. Countless geniuses had died tragically. It was imaginable that if these geniuses didn't die, they would surely become famous figures in the future. It wouldn't be a problem for them to become peerless immortal venerables. It wasn't impossible for them to break through to the legendary sovereign realm. But now, most of those outstanding geniuses had been buried in this golden horizon. The golden horizon only opened once every 5 years, and such a thing had never happened before. This was the first time since the creation of the heaven and earth. Speaking of benefits, this time was undoubtedly the first time these geniuses had obtained the most benefits but also the heaviest loss. No matter how many benefits they had, what was the use of advancing their cultivation base? What was the use of becoming a half-step immortal venerable? In the end they still died. Dead. All of them are dead. This is too brutal. The northern and southern dynasties are dead as well. The reincarnation of a great sovereign, an unprecedented genius, the pride and future of Nanbei family has been killed just like that. Too many people have died. The northern and southern dynasties were the ones who had the hope of becoming sovereigns in the future, but unfortunately they met Zhang Chen. Zhang Yulong and Xia Xiaotian were also brilliant geniuses with a boundless future. Now that they are dead, there's no point talking about their future. There are also many people who shouldn't have died. If they didn't die, they would surely have a bright future. Unfortunately, there's no if in this world. Everyone was sighing. An unprecedented good situation had turned into an Azura hell. Too many people had died. Many eyes fell upon Jiang Chen. The current Jiang Chen was clad in spotless white clothes. His face was handsome and delicate, but his eyes were incomparably cold and ruthless. Who would have thought that such a young man was actually a mad devil who had killed 4,000 geniuses? Long Shirshan and the others flew to Jiang Chen's side. Little Chenzi, you've killed the northern and southern dynasties today. You've finally gotten rid of a big threat. Han Yen said excitedly. He knew very well about the relationship between Jiang Qin and the northern and southern dynasties. Ever since the Qi province of Saint Origin World, both of them had been clashing with each other. Now that the conflict had finally come to an end, Han Yen naturally felt very gratified. He's not dead. Jiang Qin shook his head. What? He's already been split in half, but he's still not dead? Yang Bufan was startled. This is the horror of him. Even though his body was split in half by the Sun Divine Feather, he could still escape silently. Even my Great Void technique couldn't lock onto his qi because he didn't release any qi when he left. However, the northern and southern dynasties have suffered a great loss in today's battle. Even if he's not dead, he won't be able to stir up any big waves. Even if he's the reincarnation of a great sovereign, it's basically impossible for him to recover in a short period of time. Jiang Chen said. He rarely put his enemies in his heart, but the northern and southern dynasties had always been a thorn in Jiang Chen's heart. He had to get rid of them, but the northern and southern dynasties had always been like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. Even with the Sun Divine Feather, he still couldn't kill them. Although the Sun Divine Feather had severely injured them, Jiang Chen still felt very uncomfortable, because he knew very well that if they couldn't be killed, they would make a comeback. The more they suffered, the stronger they would become. This bastard is really a cockroach that can't be killed. Tyrant said speechlessly. But it doesn't matter. If the northern and southern dynasties were to die like this, wouldn't my future path be less interesting? Jiang Chen smiled. Little Chenzi, what are your thoughts after the trip to the Golden Horizon is over? Yang Bufan asked all of a sudden. I'll take one step at a time. You don't have to worry about me. Jiang Chen patted Yang Bufan's shoulder. He knew what Yang Bufan was worried about. He had killed so many people today. After the Golden Horizon was over, the world would fall into chaos. Countless major powers would hunt him down. He was afraid that there would be no place for him in the three immortal domains anymore. He certainly couldn't return to Great Qian Empire. If he did, it would bring disaster to Great Qian Empire. Honglong. At this moment, the ruins of the Golden Clan shook once more. The 20 to 30 golden warriors vanished in the golden brilliance in the blink of an eye. Under the reflection of the golden light, the ruins of the Golden Clan began to turn illusory. The ruins are about to disappear. The trip to the Golden Horizon has come to an end. The passageway will open automatically in a while, said Jiang Chen. He raised his head and looked at the disappearing ruins of the Golden Clan. The corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a smile. In any case, the bloodline of the Golden Clan had been preserved. He had completed the task that De Huang had left for him. He was worthy of the Sun Divine Feather in his hand. Look, the ruins are going to fall silent again. I don't know when it will appear again. It might never appear again. The trip to the Golden Horizon has finally come to an end. The passageway will reopen soon. Everyone, use your identity brocade pouch to sense it. Don't go the wrong way. We have suffered a heavy loss this time. The higher-ups of the sect will surely be furious when we return. Not only you, but the three immortal domains will also not have peace anymore. There will no longer be a place for Jiang Chen in the three immortal domains after what he has done. He will die for sure. The immortal court won't let him go. And that monkey he has killed Xianxia. He will also be wanted. At the mention of Jiang Qin, everyone gnashed their teeth in hatred. However, they were almost certain that as long as they walked out of the Golden Horizon, Jiang Qin and Long Shisan would die for sure. At that time, the higher-ups of the major powers would be infuriated. How could they survive? Hong Long. Very soon, the ruins of the Golden Clan vanished completely. Spatial passageways appeared in the void. These passageways were connected to different immortal domains, different regions, and even different sections. The appearance of these passageways indicated that the trip to the Golden Horizon had come to an end. Many of them had found the passageway they came from and flew straight towards it. Yen Tyrant, both of you will follow King Fan back to Great Qian Empire. Help King Fan eliminate the dissidents, ascend to the throne, and lay his foundation in Great Qian Empire. Jiang Qin said to Han Yen and Tyrant. Little Qinzi, what about you? Yang Bufan asked worriedly. With a wave of the Sun Divine Feather, Jiang Qin tore a huge rift in the void and flashed into it. As the rift vanished, so did Jiang Qin. Is he going to enter the turbulence of the spatial zone? That's too dangerous. Even a mighty immortal venerable wouldn't dare to do that. That's no different from courting death. Once he gets lost in the turbulence of the spatial zone, he won't be able to come out for the rest of his life. Chapter 1683. Don't worry. Little Qinzi has mastered the Great Void technique. Now that the spatial barrier between the Golden Horizon and the outside world has been opened, he can still find a way out even if he enters the spatial crevice. Otherwise, do you think the Great Void technique is a joke? That's the legacy of the Void Sovereign. Yang Lang said with a smile. His tone was full of envy. Everyone knew that the biggest winner in this expedition was undoubtedly Jiang Qin. Putting other things aside, just the Sun Divine Feather and the Great Void technique were enough to drive people crazy. Jiang Qin had also obtained the Fire of Sun, which was something that could only be achieved by someone with heaven-defying luck and fortune. Lan Lingji came to Long Shisan and grabbed his hand. Brother Shisan, what are you going to do next? Lan Lingji was worried about Long Shisan's safety. Lan Lingji was still very worried about Dragon Shisan. After all, Dragon Shisan had made a name for himself this time. He had killed a lot of people along the way and even killed Yi Qingtian in the end. If he was an expert from an ordinary major power, it would be difficult for him to take revenge on Yi Qingtian. However, Yi Qingtian was a figure from the Immortal Court. If the Immortal Court decided to pursue the matter, it would be useless no matter where he fled to. Not to mention the 3 great immortal worlds, even the 9 great immortal worlds wouldn't be able to find shelter for him. Don't worry. It's not that easy to take my life. You go back to Exquisite Paradise first. I'll find you later. Long Shisan said confidently. He didn't know what would happen next, but like Jiang Qin, he would take one step at a time. It wouldn't be easy for anyone or any major power to take his life. All right. I'll wait for you in Exquisite Paradise. Lan Lingji nodded firmly. She was now deeply in love with Long Shisan. She believed in Long Shisan's ability. Since he could speak the truth, he would definitely be able to do it. Subsequently, Lan Lingji led the group of people from Exquisite Paradise and left, disappearing into the spatial passage. In the end, only Yang Bufan and the others were left. Han Yen and Tyrant didn't return to Profound Yin Cult and White Dragon Temple. They were entrusted by Jiang Qin to go to Great Qian Empire to help King Fan. Mo Wuqing and Grandmaster Hao Ran also didn't leave. After this trip to Golden Horizon, Mo Wuqing felt that only by following such a group of people would his life be more exciting. Let's go. The spatial tunnel is about to close. Let's leave. Yang Bufan said as he took the lead and flew into the spatial passage. Long Shisan also entered the passage, but chose to leave when he reached the end of Genius Prefecture. Although what he did in Golden Horizon wasn't as bad as what Jiang Qin did, he was still a sensitive character. He was almost certain that if those opponents couldn't find Jiang Qin, they would definitely target him. In order to not bring unnecessary trouble to Great Qian Empire, Long Shisan chose to leave directly. In Genius Prefecture, Yang Zhanqing, Dongfang Yu and a group of higher-ups were standing on a spacious square. Their faces were filled with excitement and nervousness. They knew that those geniuses who went to Golden Horizon would return soon. This was a tense moment. They didn't know how much they would gain from this trip to Golden Horizon, nor how many of them would return. Brother Yu, how many of them do you think will come back this time? Yang Zanqing looked at Dongfang Yu. Based on past examples, it's already not bad if half of them can come back. What I'm concerned about now is to what extent have they achieved. Dongfang Yu said. Let's wait and see. I'm still very excited. Yang Zanqing was a half-step immortal venerable supreme expert. Although he was the master of genius prefecture, he rarely showed himself in public. Many disciples hadn't even seen what he looked like. He was as mysterious as the emperor. But now he had personally come to the square, waiting for the triumphant return of the geniuses of genius prefecture. To an empire, the geniuses of the younger generation were the foundation, future and mainstays of the empire. Only when they became stronger would the empire become stronger. Otherwise, the empire wouldn't take such a huge risk to send more than 200 geniuses to the dangerous Golden Horizon. What level do you think that Jiang Chen will reach? Dongfang Yu looked at Yang Zanqing. At the mention of Jiang Chen's name, Dongfang Yu's eyes couldn't help but overflow with radiance. After being in charge of Dan Prefecture for so long, this was the most powerful disciple he had ever seen, and also the person he valued the most. Jiang Chen's talent was extraordinary. He was really looking forward to seeing what kind of surprise Jiang Chen would bring him. I also think highly of him. I hope he can bring us a surprise. Yang Zanqing smiled. Both of them were looking forward to the surprise Jiang Chen would bring them, but they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to accept it. The spatial passageway in the sky continuously swallowed and spat out spatial energy. With a bang, one figure after another was ejected from the spatial passageway. However, Yang Zanqing had already arranged a gentle power around the square, so the people who were ejected from the spatial passageway were not in too bad of a state. They were able to land steadily. Very quickly, everyone was ejected from the passageway. A total of 150 geniuses of Great Qian Empire came out of the passageway. In other words, the loss of Great Qian Empire was far less than half of what Yang Zanqing and Dongfang Yu had expected. So many people. Many of the higher-ups of Genius Prefecture were astounded. In terms of the number of people, they had never had such a good result. After everyone came out, the spatial passageway was closed again. In other words, everyone had walked out of the passageway except for a few important people. Where's Jiang Chen? Where's King Ping? Where's the Crown Prince? Yang Zanqing asked 3 names in a row. These 3 people were the ones he valued the most. But now none of them had shown up. Only King Fan had shown up. As a matter of fact, the harvest of Great Qian Empire this time was definitely not small. Yang Lang, Shan Chong and Yang Bufan had all successfully advanced to the late immortal emperor realm. This was beyond their expectations, but Jiang Chen and the others didn't appear together. One should know that if they didn't come out of the Golden Horizon, it meant that they had died in the Golden Horizon. Impossible. Jiang Chen can't be dead. Dongfang Yu's facial expression changed slightly. He would be the first person to not believe that Jiang Chen would die in the Golden Horizon. Bufan, tell me quickly. Where are the 3 of them? Yang Zanqing looked at Yang Bufan. The atmosphere in the square seemed somewhat heavy. Reporting to Master of Golden Horizon. The Crown Prince and King Ping are both dead. They couldn't walk out of the Golden Horizon. Yang Bufan said. There was no way to hide such a thing. Chapter 1684. What? Both of them are dead? Yang Zanqing's expression changed dramatically. The Crown Prince and King Ping were the peerless geniuses of Great Qian Empire. Their deaths were considered a great loss to the empire. Naturally, Yang Zanqing couldn't accept it at the moment. What about Jiang Chen? Dongfang Yu hastily asked. As the master of Dan Prefecture, he didn't care about the deaths of the Crown Prince and King Ping. He only cared about Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was the most heaven-defying genius he had ever seen. He had once protected the dignity of Dan Prefecture and helped him advance to the half-step immortal venerable realm. If Jiang Chen was dead, Dongfang Yu was afraid that he wouldn't be able to accept it. Jiang Chen isn't dead. I'm going to tell you about what happened in Golden Horizon. Yang Bufan said. Tell us quickly. Yang Zanqing and Dongfang Yu said in unison. They were somewhat relieved to hear that Xianxia wasn't dead, but since Xianxia wasn't dead, why didn't he come out with them? This made them very puzzled. Two masters, you have to be mentally prepared. Yang Bufan gave them a heads-up in advance lest they faint from shock. Subsequently, Yang Bufan, Yang Lang and Shan Chong told them everything that happened in Golden Horizon. The focus was naturally on the emergence of the remains of the Golden Clan, the Great Thousand Mirror and the Sun Divine Feather. Even though they were mentally prepared, the two mansion masters and the higher-ups of Genius Prefecture felt as though their heads were about to explode when they heard the whole story. Many of them felt dizzy. They couldn't imagine what kind of scene it would be to kill thousands of people. Quickly inform the Emperor. Genius Prefecture is to be on alert immediately. Yang Zanqing immediately issued the order. He was no longer in the mood to be surprised by the opening of the ruins of the Golden Clan or the appearance of the Great Thousand Mirror. What he needed to do now was to summon the Emperor and the experts of the Great Qian Empire, because something big was about to happen. Yang Zanqing was almost certain that in less than an hour, those big powers would come to his door. According to Yang Bufan, the Nanbei family and the Corpse Yin sect had suffered heavy losses. Each of them had less than 30 people. Even the members of the northern and southern dynasties were killed. One could imagine how angry they were. Also, the people of the three immortal courts had died. Thinking about this, Yang Zanqing really wanted to faint. Motherfucker, this guy really brought us a miracle. But this miracle is not something I can handle. Yang Zanqing almost jumped up. He and Dongfang Yu had been expecting Jiang Qin to bring them a miracle. And sure enough, Jiang Qin didn't disappoint them. It was just that this miracle was a little too big. They didn't know how to accept it. Haha. I really didn't misjudge him. This brat is indeed a person with great luck. He can even obtain the Divine Sun Feather and the inheritance of the Void Sovereign. However, there is one thing I don't understand. Why did he risk his life to prevent others from entering the territory of the Golden Clan? Dongfang Yu laughed. His performance was different from Yang Zanqing's. The more earth-shattering things Jiang Qin did, the more he appreciated Jiang Qin. But what he didn't understand was why Jiang Qin wanted to protect the Golden Clan. However, he knew that Jiang Qin must have his own reasons for doing so. I never thought that such a big thing would happen in this trip to the Golden Horizon. Jiang Qin has made a huge mistake this time. I'm afraid that there is no place for him to hide in the three immortal domains. AI. How impulsive. I admire him very much. This brat is capable of doing earth-shattering things. He even dares to kill the people of the immortal court. There's nothing under the heavens that can stop him. Besides, Jiang Qin is a righteous man. In order not to implicate our great Qian Empire, he chose not to come back. That's right. The fact that 150 people of our great Qian Empire could come back unscathed and have made such great progress is definitely related to Jiang Qin. It's a pity that Jiang Qin has made a huge mistake this time. He has offended too many major powers. Even if our great Qian Empire wants to protect him, we are powerless. If this brat isn't killed, Jiang Qin will certainly become an overlord. The people of Genius Prefecture were discussing among themselves. They all admired Jiang Qin. There was no way they wouldn't admire a person who could do earth-shattering things. After a brief moment of shock, Yang Zanqing also recovered. After all, he was a mighty half-step immortal venerable. He still had the ability to bear the shock. After a while, he noticed Han Yen and the others. He couldn't help but ask, who are these people? With Yang Zanqing's eyesight, he could naturally see how powerful these people were, especially Han Yen and Tyrant. Their luck was so exuberant that it was shocking. This is the holy son of Northern Xuanyu's profound Yin cult. His name is Han Yen. This is Mo Wuqing. Both of them are geniuses of profound Yin cult. These two grandmasters are the genius eminent monks of White Dragon Temple, Grandmaster Tyrant and Grandmaster Hao Ran. They are all friends of Jiang Qin. Yang Bufan hastily introduced them to Yang Zanqing. After hearing the identities of these people, Yang Zanqing and Dongfang Yu couldn't help but be surprised. They weren't strangers to profound Yin cult and White Dragon Temple. One of them was a major power of Northern Xuanyu while the other was a sacred land of Buddhism in ethereal immortal domain. Both of them couldn't be underestimated, especially Han Yen, the holy son of profound Yin cult. Greetings, Master Yang. Han Yen and Mo Wuqing clasped their fists at Yang Zanqing. Tyrant and Grandmaster Hao Ran also put their palms together. Since you are friends of Zhang Qian and King Fan, you are the distinguished guests of Great Qian Empire. Yang Zanqing said, not daring to show the slightest disrespect to Han Yan and the others. Apart from their identity, it was also because of their strength, especially Han Yan and Tyrant. Although they were both late immortal emperors, the qi they emitted was too strong. Yang Zanqing felt that even if he attacked them personally, it was hard to say if he could subdue them. He didn't have the slightest confidence. On top of the black sacrificial altar of Corpse Yin sect, the originally excited higher-ups of Corpse Yin sect couldn't help but feel infuriated when they saw more than 20 disciples in front of them. Jiang Qin and Long Shisan actually dared to kill so many geniuses of Corpse Yin sect. Since the establishment of Corpse Yin sect, we have never suffered such a huge loss. We will never let this matter rest. The sect master of Corpse Yin sect roared with a ferocious expression. Flames were spurting out of his eyes. The old man Corpse Yin had been unhindered in the immortal world. No one had ever dared to provoke him. Today almost all the geniuses of Corpse Yin sect were killed in Golden Horizon. This had undoubtedly aroused his anger and killing intent. Sect master, what should we do now? Asked one of the higher-ups of Corpse Yin sect. Go to Great Qian Empire and ask for those people. Chapter 1685. Meanwhile in Nanbei family. Nanbei family had always been the most ancient family in East Chuanyu. Whether it was the elders or the disciples, all of them were high and mighty, thinking that they were incomparably noble existences. Similar to Great Qian Empire, the higher-ups of Nanbei family were already waiting in a spacious square of the family. Due to the participation of the northern and southern dynasties, the higher-ups of Nanbei family were incomparably confident about this trip to the Golden Horizon. The patriarch of Nanbei family, Nanbei Taixing, seemed to be in his 40s. He was wearing a brocade robe and had an extraordinary bearing. However, at this moment, Nanbei Taixing's expression changed drastically when he saw only 20 people walking out from the spatial passageway. Each and every one of them looked extremely miserable. When he saw that Nanbei Chao didn't come out with them, the entire Nanbei family immediately burst into an uproar. Speak. What happened? Where's young Master Chao? Nanbei Taixing's voice was almost torn apart. He had never dreamt of such a scene. When had the dignified Nanbei family ever fallen into such a sorry state? Patriarch, it's Jiang Qin. A disciple of Nanbei family spoke. When the name Jiang Qin was mentioned, his eyes couldn't help but glint of cold light. He gritted his teeth and had the urge to eat someone alive. What Jiang Qin? Who's Jiang Qin? Nanbei Taixing's face was grim. Subsequently, the disciple of Nanbei family told him everything that had happened in the Golden Horizon. Nanbei Taixing and the higher-ups of Nanbei family flew into a rage. Did you guys see it clearly? Young Master Chao was split into two by Jiang Qin's son Divine Feather? A higher-up of Nanbei family asked. Yes, we saw it with our own eyes. A disciple answered. Young Master Chao's soul fire hasn't been extinguished, which means that he's still alive. Young Master Chao is the reincarnation of a great sovereign. How can he die so easily? A mere Jiang Qin won't be able to kill him. Even if he's split into two, he'll still be able to recover. As a mighty immortal venerable expert whose cultivation base had already stepped into the intermediate immortal venerable realm, Nanbei Taixing's temperament was usually extremely calm, but at this moment he couldn't control his anger at all. He couldn't remember the last time he was so angry. A little brat who came out of nowhere has brought such a great loss to our Nanbei family. Many of our descendants have died. We must settle this score. Kill him. Even if he has to flee to the ends of the earth, we'll make sure he dies without a burial place. He is from the Great Qian Empire. He will definitely run to the Great Qian Empire to seek protection. Let's go to the Great Qian Empire now to get him. The few immortal venerable elders of Nanbei family were infuriated. One should know that many of those who were killed by Jiang Qin were their direct descendants. They were their hidden existences, their future and hope. Now that all of them had been killed, they simply couldn't accept it. The ancient family that had existed for a long time had never suffered such a huge loss. A large number of experts of Nanbei family soared into the sky and vanished. Just like Corpse Yin sect, they flew towards the direction of the Great Qian Empire. The same thing also happened in Divine Line Sect, Huangquan Gate, Zhuge Family, Great Cloud Empire, Heavenly Jade Dynasty and Limitless Immortal Sect. For a time the world was in chaos. A large number of experts were dispatched towards the same destination, Genius Prefecture of Great Qian Empire. What's going on? What a powerful pressure. Could it be that the sky is going to change? That's the pressure of an immortal venerable. So many immortal venerables have appeared at the same time. Usually it's very rare to see a powerful immortal venerable, but so many of them have appeared at the same time. I wonder what's going on. All the immortal venerables are heading towards the same direction. Could it be that the sky of East Xuanyu is going to change? In just an instant the entire East Xuanyu was alarmed. Many people's facial expression changed drastically. They had never experienced such a thing before. Immortal venerables who usually didn't show up had all appeared, and in such a large number at once. Faced with such a situation, even a fool would know that the sky of East Xuanyu was going to change. At this moment, all the higher-ups of Great Qian Empire had gathered in Genius Prefecture. After receiving the news, Emperor Yang Yu rushed over with the higher-ups as soon as possible. The matter was just too serious. Even the emperor couldn't sit still. Father. Seeing Yang Yu, Yang Bufan hastily went forward. Don't say too much. Already know. Yang Yu's demeanor was extraordinary. He had an intermediate immortal venerable cultivation base and was wearing a dragon robe. Every move he made exuded the dignity of a superior. He was the sovereign of the 9 and 5. Yang Yu raised his head and looked at the powerful pressure in the void. He couldn't help but frown. Given his cultivation base, he could already sense that the sky of East Xuanyu was going to change. The real chaos was coming. Jiang Qin, I've really underestimated you. Yang Yu couldn't help but shake his head. Not only him but everyone had also underestimated Jiang Qin. No one had expected that Jiang Qin would do such an earth-shattering thing in Golden Horizon. Not long after, the world would be in chaos because of him. Yang Yu admired a young man who could stir up chaos in the world from the bottom of his heart. Your Majesty, it seems like the experts of those major powers are coming soon. Yang Zonqing said. What will come sooner or later. I hereby declare that from now on, Jiang Qin will be expelled from Genius Prefecture. From now on he will have nothing to do with Great Qian Empire. Yang Yu said loudly. Upon hearing such a decision, everyone nodded silently. They didn't think that Yang Yu had gone too far. Even Yang Bufan and the rest expressed their understanding. The current situation was that Great Qian Empire was going to face the oppression of the 8 major powers. At this time it was best for them to sever their relationship with Jiang Qin. This was the reason why Jiang Qin didn't return with them from Golden Horizon. He didn't want to bring disaster to Great Qian Empire because of his relationship with Jiang Qin. Given the current situation, Great Qian Empire could only sever their relationship with Jiang Qin completely to ensure the safety of Great Qian Empire. In any case, Jiang Qin had already escaped. They were afraid that Jiang Qin, who was proficient in the Great Void technique and possessed the Sun Divine Feather, wouldn't be easy to hunt down. Once both sides perished, the losses of the 8 major powers would be even greater. Not long after Yang Yu expelled Jiang Qin from Genius Prefecture, the experts of the 8 major powers arrived at the periphery of Genius Prefecture from 8 different directions almost at the same time. Their qi soared into the sky. Qi waves tumbled everywhere. A large number of immortal venerables had appeared at the same time. Boundless pressure pervaded the sky above Genius Prefecture. Great Qian Empire had never experienced such great pressure before. Chapter 1686. Dark clouds loomed overhead. The experts of the 8 major powers had arrived at the mountain gate of Genius Prefecture at the same time. Each of them was brimming with qi and anger. The lowest cultivation base of these people was at least a half-step immortal venerable. All of them were elders of their respective major powers. The immortal venerables of the 8 major powers have come to Great Qian Empire. I wonder what's the matter? Yang Yu spoke in a clear voice. He stood at the forefront of the crowd. His sovereign qi was extremely dense. His voice was like a great bell reverberating in the void. He was a peerless sovereign, a superior who controlled an empire. His every move showed his domineering and majesty. His facial expression didn't change even in the face of such a large number of people. Yang Yu, cut the crap. Hand over Jiang Qin and that Long San, Nanbei Taixing said loudly. Everyone came here for the same purpose. There was no need for pretense or politeness. That's right. Hand over Jiang Qin and Long San at once. Otherwise, I swear that I won't let this matter rest. These two bastards have killed so many genius disciples of Corpse Yin's sect. We must settle this score with them. Old man Corpse Yin's tone was filled with a gloomy tone that made people's scalp tingle. The leaders of the other major powers didn't speak, but their attitude was obvious. Their purpose was the same. I have just expelled Jiang Qin from Genius Prefecture. From now on he has nothing to do with Great Qian Empire. Plus, Jiang Qin hasn't returned from Golden Horizon. As for that Long San, Yang Yu have never seen him before. Don't you think it's too much for you to come here with such great fanfare? Could it be that you think my Great Qian Empire is a pushover? Yang Yu's chi was soaring. Even in the face of such a powerful enemy, he couldn't lose the bearing and dignity of Great Qian Empire. Yang Yu, you said that Jiang Qin hasn't returned. Why should we believe you? Nanbei Taixing continued. As a matter of fact, the scene of Jiang Qin disappearing in the spatial crevice had been witnessed by many disciples of the major powers. However, as they were too angry and rushed here, they didn't have the time to inquire about Jiang Qin's whereabouts. They thought that Jiang Qin must have returned to Great Qian Empire. One should know that Jiang Qin had offended so many people in major powers. Any ordinary person would choose Great Qian Empire as their protector. Jiang Qin hasn't returned. It's true that Jiang Qin didn't come back. He disappeared into the spatial crevice. Your major powers have also seen it. If you don't believe me, you can go back and ask. Plus, Jiang Qin had already expressed his intention to leave Great Qian Empire when he was in Golden Horizon. He has nothing to do with Great Qian Empire. As for Dragon Xian, he isn't a person of Great Qian Empire. We just got to know each other in Golden Horizon. It doesn't make any sense for you to come to Great Qian Empire to demand for him. Yang Bufan stood beside Yang Yu, unleashing the bearing of the evil lord. Both father and son stood side by side. One was more outstanding than the other. Looking at his son, Yang Yu couldn't help nodding silently. Yang Bufan's future achievements were limitless because he dared to point fingers and shout in front of so many experts. If Great Qian Empire was handed over to such a person in the future, Yang Yu would feel relieved. After listening to Yang Bufan's words, the experts of the 8 major powers couldn't help but frown. Indeed, they weren't sure if Jiang Qin was in Great Qian Empire. As for that Long San, he didn't seem to belong to Great Qian Empire. Even if they wanted to kill Long San, they wouldn't be able to pin the blame on Great Qian Empire. Besides, Yang Yu had already expelled Jiang Qin from Genius Prefecture in the name of the Emperor. It seemed that Jiang Qin really wasn't in Great Qian Empire. Yang Bufan, you said that Jiang Qin has entered the spatial crevice, but I don't believe it. Entering the spatial crevice will very likely send him into the turbulence of the spatial zone. Not to mention a puny Jiang Qin, even I wouldn't dare to do that, said Old Ancestor Yellow Spring. Old Ancestor Yellow Spring spoke. As the leader of Yellow Spring sect, he was also a ruthless character. Old Ancestor Yellow Spring is right, but what if Jiang Qin has mastered the Great Void technique inherited by Void Sovereign? Yang Bufan said. It wasn't a secret that Jiang Qin could use the Great Void technique, so there was no need for him to conceal it. What? The Great Void technique? Hearing the words Great Void technique, everyone's expression instantly changed. The Great Void technique sounded like a secret technique, but this secret technique itself represented the Void Emperor. Who would dare to neglect it? In the past, the Void Emperor relied on the Great Void technique to dominate the world, and everyone feared him. This damned bastard has actually obtained the inheritance of Void Sovereign. Old Ancestor Yellow Spring and the others were incomparably shocked, but just like what Yang Bufan said, if Jiang Qin had mastered the Great Void technique, he would be able to walk out of the turbulence of the spatial zone effortlessly. This man is too heaven-defying. He must be eliminated as soon as possible. This was the common thought of the 8 major powers. In a single trip to the Golden Horizon, Jiang Qin had obtained the Sun Divine Feather and the inheritance of Void Sovereign. Moreover, Jiang Qin had seized the luck of too many geniuses. He was a peerless madman who would become a disaster sooner or later. He must be eliminated as soon as possible. Therefore, the grudge between you 8 major powers and Xianxia is your personal grudge. It has nothing to do with Great Qian Empire. I advise you all to leave as soon as possible. Xianxia is unparalleled. He is the most heaven-defying monstrous genius I've ever seen in this world. His speed of growth is extremely fast and he possesses the Sun Divine Feather and the Great Void Technique. I can't tell when he will grow to the point where your 8 major powers will be helpless against him, said Yang Yu loudly. His tone was full of complacency. Although they had lost the Crown Prince and King Ping in this trip to the Golden Horizon, compared to the 8 major powers, Great Qian Empire was undoubtedly the biggest winner. Yang Yu, even if Xianxia isn't in Great Qian Empire now, he was able to enter the Golden Horizon because of the quota he obtained from your empire. Now that our 8 major powers have suffered such a great loss, your empire must pay a certain price. The Emperor of Great Cloud Empire, Yun Tianzuan, gnashed his teeth. The 3 empires of Eastern Xuanyu had always been at odds with each other. This time Great Cloud Empire had suffered a great loss. Even Yun Zhongxiao had died. This had infuriated the emperor. Pay a price. Yun Tianzuan, do you think a price is a price just because you say so? Do you think my Great Qian Empire is a pushover? I've already said that Xianxia isn't in Genius Prefecture, and that has nothing to do with Great Qian Empire. Why should I pay a price to you? Why don't you 8 major powers join forces and see if I, Yang Yu, am afraid of you? At worst, we'll have a life and death struggle. I'd like to see what kind of price you 8 major powers can make my Great Qian Empire pay. Chapter 1687. Yang Yu, do you think we won't dare to do so? The Golden Horizon has brought us such great losses. How can we leave just because of your words? Yun Tianzuan bellowed, releasing a powerful aura that wasn't any weaker than Yang Yu's. Cut the crap. If you want to fight, just do it. My Great Qian Empire has never been afraid of trouble. Let's fight to the death. A wave of air rose from the top of Yang Yu's head. It was a tyrannical qi. Upon seeing this, the leaders of the 8 major powers began to hesitate. They didn't expect Yang Yu's attitude to be so overbearing. As a matter of fact, even if they had the intention to attack the Great Qian Empire, they also had great concerns. After all, this was the territory of the Great Qian Empire. As one of the 11 major powers in Eastern Xuanyu, everyone knew how powerful the Great Qian Empire was. If they really fought to the death, even if the 8 major powers emerged victorious, they would still suffer great losses. It seems like Xianxia really isn't in the Great Qian Empire. If we attack the Great Qian Empire now, it won't do us any good. Our priority now is to hunt down Xianxia, find him and kill him instead of fighting to the death with the Great Qian Empire. If that happens, Xianxia will reap the benefits. His luck is heaven-defying. If he's given enough time to grow, he will become a disaster for our 8 major powers. Don't forget that he has the Sun Divine Feather and the Great Void Technique in his hands. The patriarch of the Zhuge family, Zhuge Qiong, spoke. He was dressed like a scholar and looked to be in his 30s. His eyes were constantly flickering with the light of wisdom. Chief Zhuge is right. The Great Qian Empire still has a patriarch who hasn't appeared. If we really fight, we might not gain any advantage. Furthermore, we don't need to start a war with the Great Qian Empire just because of Xianxia. Celestial Venerable Yun and the Great Qian Empire have never been on good terms. Now he wants to use us to get rid of the Great Qian Empire. There's no need for us to be used by him. Our top priority now is to kill Xianxia. The threat of this person is much greater than the Great Qian Empire, the sect master of Limitless Immortal Sect said. Although they came here in anger, none of them were fools. It wasn't worthwhile to start a life and death struggle with the Great Qian Empire at this time. The 8 major powers had already suffered great losses in the Golden Horizon. Moreover, compared to the Great Qian Empire, the threat of Xianxia was undoubtedly the greatest. Scope. There's no point in wasting our time here. We can't really start a war anyway. If Celestial Venerable Yun wants to fight, let him start a war with the Great Qian Empire. Now we have to exert all our strength to kill Xianxia and Long Shisan. I heard that Long Shisan is the descendant of the Battle Saint Ape. His Battle Saint technique is incomparably terrifying. He's also a great threat. Old Ancestor Yellow Spring was also a shrewd person. How could he not weigh the pros and cons? No matter how one looked at it, starting a war with the Great Qian Empire was not worth it. It was obvious that Celestial Venerable Yun wanted to use them. Celestial Venerable Yun was a smart person, but they were not fools. How could they allow others to use them? Yang Yu, we're going after Jiangchen now. I hope your Great Qian Empire won't get involved. Nanbei Taixing said to Yang Yu. Of course. Jiangchen has nothing to do with my Great Qian Empire anymore, said Yang Yu, smiling bitterly in his heart. He really wanted to get involved and help Jiangchen, but there was nothing he could do. He knew very well how big the trouble Jiangchen had caused this time was. The 8 major powers were probably just the beginning. There was still the Immortal Court and the other 2 major powers of the Immortal World and the Immortal Court. Even if Yang Yu had 3 heads and 6 arms, he still wouldn't be able to protect Jiangchen. The only thing he could do now was to pray that Jiangchen didn't die. As the emperor of an empire, he had the responsibility to plan for his people. He couldn't let them fall into an abyss of suffering. Therefore, even if Yang Yu wanted to help Jiangchen, he could only stay out of it. He didn't have the ability to reach the heavens, and he couldn't afford to offend the Immortal Court. Farewell. As soon as Nanbei Taixing finished speaking, he left with the higher-ups of Nanbei family. At their level, they wouldn't waste their time. Since they couldn't start a war, they should hurry up and do something meaningful. After the departure of Nanbei family, the other major powers of the 8 major powers also left one after another, leaving only an enraged Yun Tianzuan. Yun Tianzuan, are you waiting for me to treat you to a cup of tea? Yang Yu's face was full of ridicule. Yang Yu, don't be arrogant. After I kill Jiangchen, I'll declare war on your Great Qian Empire. Yun Tianzuan threatened. Any time. Yang Yu didn't show the slightest fear. Let's go. Yun Tianzuan flicked his sleeve and left with the people of Great Cloud Empire. His plan of using the other major powers to declare war on Great Qian Empire had gone down the drain. Now that he was the only one left, there was no point in staying any longer. Father, it seems like a war with Great Cloud Empire is inevitable, said Yang Bufan. Yes, Bufan. Yes, Bufan. The war with Great Cloud Empire is your chance to establish your prestige. Yang Yu patted Yang Bufan's shoulder and turned to leave. Yang Bufan's eyes flickered with cold light. He understood the meaning of Yang Yu's words. If he wanted to rule the empire and become the emperor, he must have the means and achievements to make people submit to him. Waging war with Great Cloud Empire was his best chance. The huge crisis of Great Qian Empire was resolved by Yang Yu's domineering attitude. A true emperor must be able to shoulder the fate of an empire at the critical moment. Undoubtedly, Yang Yu was a qualified emperor. The crisis of Great Qian Empire had been resolved, but Jiangchen's crisis had just begun. As soon as the 8 major powers returned, they immediately issued the ultimate kill order. Like a whirlwind, the news spread across the entire eastern Xuanyu at the fastest speed, including what had happened in Golden Horizon. Jiang Qin and Long Shisan's reputation became known by everyone in just one day. They had become the most wanted criminals in the history of the immortal world. Currently, there were only 8 major powers involved. He was afraid that the Immortal Court would soon join in. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Jiang Qin and Dragon Shisan had become the most wanted criminals. In the entire history of the immortal world, no one else had received such treatment other than these 2. My God. This is the first time in the history of Eastern Xuanyu that the 8 major powers have issued a kill order at the same time. What exactly did this Jiang Qin do to provoke the 8 major powers to hunt him down? You still don't know? Jiang Qin has killed many geniuses of the 8 major powers in Golden Horizon, causing them to suffer heavy losses. They have never suffered such a huge loss before. Naturally, they want to eliminate Jiang Qin. I heard that Jiang Qin has killed thousands of geniuses this time, including the geniuses of the 3 immortal courts. That's heaven-defying. Look, this is just the beginning. I'm afraid that the immortal courts will also get involved. Scary, scary. The world is in chaos. The entire Eastern Xuanyu know the entire ethereal immortal domain is going to change. Chapter 1688. The world was in chaos. Experts from various major powers had been dispatched to kill the same person. This was the first time in the history of Eastern Profound Domain. Zhou Xian and Dragon Xian had become famous. No one wasn't shocked by this. Among the major and minor powers in the streets and alleys, the topic of discussion was Zhou Xian and Dragon Xian. The two most wanted criminals had almost become two legends that won people's praises. A single battle has made him famous. He has killed so many geniuses. Such a thing happens to me, my life will be worth it even if I'm captured and killed by the 8 major powers. While living in this world, everyone desires to do something spectacular. Either we live a spectacular life or we die a spectacular death. Only someone like Zhou Xian wouldn't have come to this world in vain. Even if he dies, his name will be recorded in the annals of history, and the later generations will revere him. That's right. This is the miracle of the young generation. He's the idol of countless young men. As a man, he should be like Zhou Xian, doing what others can't and dare not do. Zhou Xian's name had become the idol of countless people. Which cultivator didn't have the slightest bit of courage? Sometimes it would be stimulated. What they couldn't do didn't mean that they couldn't look forward to it, and what they yearned for didn't mean that they could achieve it. When what they yearned for was achieved by someone else, that person's figure would become incomparably tall and unreachable in their hearts. The experts of the 8 major powers had been dispatched, searching for Zhou Xian all over the world. Even half-step immortal venerables could only stay in their sections. Although the 8 major powers were bent on killing Zhou Xian, they knew how terrifying Zhou Xian was, or rather how terrifying the Sun Divine Feather was. Even the half-step immortal venerable geniuses of the immortal court couldn't withstand a single attack from the Sun Divine Feather. Given Zhou Qian's ferocity, he wouldn't show any mercy once he encountered him. The next day, experts from the major powers of North Xuanyu, South Xuanyu and West Xuanyu began to appear in East Xuanyu. As the number of experts increased, East Xuanyu became even more chaotic. This was a matter of the entire ethereal immortal domain. The immortal court hadn't even made a move yet, but it had already caused such a huge commotion. The vast East Xuanyu was hundreds of millions of miles wide. At this moment, the sky was filled with powerful pressure. Some people were hiding in their residences, not even daring to come out. There were too many experts and immortal venerables. Divine senses were crisscrossing in the void. It seemed like the experts of the major powers were going to turn the entire East Xuanyu upside down in order to find Zhou Xian and Long Xian. However, it was as if Zhou Xian and Dragon Xian had completely vanished from this world. The experts of various major powers were busy searching for them, but none of them could find them. Not even a strand of monkey hair could be found. In the depths of the void, a silhouette was shuttling back and forth like a dragon. It was none other than Zhou Xian. The spatial crevice was a place that even the divine sense of immortal venerables couldn't reach. Only Zhou Xian, who had mastered the Great Void technique, could walk in it as he pleased. Zhou Qian's face was full of sadness. He didn't think about what was happening outside, nor did he think about his own situation. This wasn't the first time he had experienced being surrounded by enemies. Zhou Qian's mood was very heavy. He looked at the Sun Divine Feather in his hand that was glowing with flames, and thought of De Huang's reckless departure. Yan Qinyu was now in the immortal burying coffin. Wu Ningzhu had entered the inheritance of Empress Xiao Yao and didn't come out of Golden Horizon. De Huang Dog had entered the legendary Great Thousand Mirror. Zhou Xian had suddenly become a loner. He was used to being alone, but he was afraid of being alone. It was a different feeling. Some people had never obtained something, so they were used to being alone. Some people once had something, but once they lost it, they would feel especially lonely. Zhou Xian belonged to the latter group. His heart was heavy. The once greatest saint, the once peerless old ancestor, was now entangled by countless questions. There were too many questions and too many secrets. Zhou Xian didn't know anything about them. Why is Xiao Yu in the immortal burying coffin? Is that person in the coffin really Xiao Yu? If not, where is she now? If she is, what's her relationship with Immortal Execution King and Great Sovereign Zhou Xian? That damn De Huang left just like that, leaving behind a pile of questions. Zhou Xian shook his head. In the past, De Huang was full of mystery when he was around him. Zhou Xian wasn't in a hurry. He felt that De Huang would tell him everything when the time came. But now that De Huang had left, Zhou Xian suddenly didn't know what to do next. It turned out that he had long developed a sense of dependence on that dog. It was a spiritual dependence. What happened to the Golden Clan in the past? Why can't I see the faces of the enemies in that great battle? What's the meaning of the images left by the Great Thousand Mirror? Is it to warn the future generations? Who is that young demon sovereign that appeared in the end? Why does he have such an impact on De Huang? Could it be De Huang himself? There were too many questions and doubts. Jiang Chen couldn't calm down for a long time. He who was once omnipotent suddenly felt that he was so insignificant. He couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. In the end, Jiang Chen simply stopped thinking about it. His attention began to focus on the dragon transformation skill. When he was in the Golden Horizon, the dragon transformation skill had already shown signs of metamorphosis. The phantom of the ancestral dragon of slaughter had even appeared. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen still hadn't mastered the Tao of slaughter. The dragon transformation skill had fallen silent again, showing no signs of metamorphosis. Jiang Chen knew that it was because he hadn't killed enough to stimulate the metamorphosis of the dragon transformation skill. I've been in the spatial crevice for so long. I have no idea what's happening outside. Let's go out and have a look. Jiang Chen locked onto a direction and found an exit in the spatial crevice. With a sway of his body, he flew out. He concealed his qi and used the Zulong Tower to conceal his qi. Given his current condition, he would look like the most ordinary mortal among the crowd. It would be incomparably difficult for the experts of the major powers to find him. As soon as he walked out of the spatial crevice, Jiang Chen felt the powerful pressure in the void. His facial expression changed instantly. For God's sake! So many experts. East Xuanyu has brought so many immortal venerables. It seems like the experts of the other 3 major domains have also come. They really think highly of me. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. Given his intelligence, he could naturally guess why so many immortal venerables had appeared in East Xuanyu. Obviously they were coming for him. Subsequently, Jiang Chen gazed into the distance and murmured, "After I settle a matter in my heart, I will come back and turn this heaven and earth upside down." Chapter 1689. Tianyun Pavilion. Ever since Jiang Chen killed Tianmuyun, Tianyun Pavilion had ruled the entire One-Line Sky, becoming the true overlord of One-Line Sky. Under the leadership of Taoist Yufeng, Tianyun Pavilion also prospered day by day, causing the entire One-Line Sky to prosper. From this point alone, Taoist Yufeng's contribution couldn't go unnoticed. Furthermore, Taoist Yufeng was a person of virtue and prestige. He was a figure from the era of Ouyang He and was very popular. In addition, Jiang Chen personally appointed Taoist Yufeng as the pavilion master of Tianyun Pavilion. Therefore no one in Tianyun Pavilion dared to disobey him. At this moment, as night fell, the sky above Tianyun Pavilion was cast with a layer of shadow. The entire mountain gate was filled with an oppressive aura, making it hard for people to breathe. Inside the meeting hall of Tianyun Pavilion, a group of higher-ups were sitting together. Everyone was frowning. The scene was silent and appeared particularly stressful. 2 people were sitting in the main seat. One was naturally Taoist Yufeng and the other was Tianjizi. Tianjizi's meridians were broken, causing him to lose his cultivation base. All of this was caused by Tianmuyun. Although Jiang Chen later helped him restore his vitality with the wood's spiritual energy, he couldn't cultivate anymore and could only be a cripple for the rest of his life. However, no one in the entire Tianyun Pavilion dared to say that Tianjizi was a cripple. Everyone's respect for him even surpassed that of Taoist Yufeng. Right now he was like the overlord of Tianyun Pavilion. He didn't speak on normal days, but as long as he spoke, everyone had to obey him. This was because Tianjizi was Jiang Chen's master. Everything in Tianyun Pavilion today was built by Jiang Chen. Now Tianjizi also had a worried look on his face. "Sect Master, Elder Tianji, that old devil gave us 3 days. Tomorrow is the deadline. We can't just sit here and do nothing." An elder sighed. "Are we really going to move away?" Another elder said angrily. "No, Tianyun Pavilion has stood tall in One-Line Sky for so many years. It was created by Brother Jiang Chen. This is his painstaking effort. Moreover, when Jiang Chen left, he handed over Tianyun Pavilion to me. If I just hand it over to others, how would I have the face to see Jiang Chen? Even if I die, I would not have the face to see sect leader Ouyang." Taoist Yufeng spoke. He clenched his fists tightly, feeling incomparable rage. Right now his cultivation base was still at the immortal king realm. When he thought of how terrifying that old devil was, he felt helpless. If we really can't do it, we can only move away. Where there's life, there's hope. We have to protect the thousands of lives in Tianyun Pavilion. Tianjizi spoke. It could be seen that Tianjizi was having a great struggle in his heart when he said this. 3 days ago an old man suddenly appeared in Tianyun Pavilion. He was a mighty immortal emperor. He had taken a fancy to the mountain gate of Tianyun Pavilion and wanted to occupy it for himself. Hence he gave Tianyun Pavilion 3 days to move away. Otherwise he would massacre everyone in Tianyun Pavilion. After tonight that would be the deadline. To Taoist Yufeng this was an incomparably difficult thing. He would rather die here to protect the mountain gate of Tianyun Pavilion. To a major power there was nothing more important than the mountain gate. How humiliating would it be if the mountain gate was taken away? Besides, this mountain gate was the biggest foundation of Tianyun Pavilion. It had existed for many years. It was built by Ouyang He and revived by Jiang Chen. Now that Ouyang He was dead and Jiang Chen was gone, everything was handed to Taoist Yufeng. How great was the pressure on Taoist Yufeng? If they moved away, Tianyun Pavilion would never be revived. If they didn't move away, thousands of people in Tianyun Pavilion would lose their lives. To a bloodthirsty devil, massacre was nothing. That was a mighty immortal emperor. Tianyun Pavilion would never be able to resist. Jejia. As soon as Tianjizi's voice faded, a sinister laughter suddenly rang in the void of the main hall. Then a black mist emerged and turned into a human figure. It was a black-robed old man. He seemed to be in his 60s. He was incomparably thin and weak, the kind that could be blown away by a gust of wind. However, the qi radiating from the old man was terrifying. His eyes were like a venomous snake, like a specter representing the will of death. As soon as the old man appeared, everyone in the main hall stood up all of a sudden. Their faces began to turn incomparably unsightly. Old devil, it's not the deadline yet. What are you doing here? An elder spoke. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak like this in front of me? The old devil's body flickered and appeared in front of the elder. His speed was extremely fast. His palm grabbed the elder's chest, then he slowly dug out the elder's heart, threw it into his mouth and began to chew. His hand and mouth were full of blood, but his face was full of enjoyment. Delicious. Delicious. The old devil licked his lips. The scene was horrifying to the extreme. This scene was too eerie. Taoist Yufeng and the others felt their breathing getting heavy. In front of this old devil, they didn't even have the slightest strength to resist. I gave you 3 days but you didn't do anything. Truly insincere. It just so happens that I don't want to wait any longer. It's too late for you to move away now. Tonight I will start a massacre in this mountain gate and kill to my heart's content. I will kill all of you without leaving a single one alive. Kiki, the old devil laughed sinisterly. He took pleasure in killing. After hearing this, everyone's expression changed. There was only one thought in their mind. It's over. The end of Tianyun Pavilion has arrived. This old devil was their calamity. Master, can you give us another chance? We're willing to move out. We'll move out tonight. Tianjizi spoke, wanting to fight for the last chance for Tianyun Pavilion. No, I won't take back my words. I said that I will kill all of you, so I will definitely kill all of you. What qualifications do you have to bargain with me? The old devil was bloodthirsty. In his eyes, these people in front of him were nothing but ants. They were just tools for him to vent his desires. Expert, I am the sect master of Tianyun Pavilion. How about killing me and sparing thousands of disciples? Taoist Yufeng said helplessly. He could see that there was no reason to reason with such a person. If his life could be exchanged for the lives of thousands of disciples, he was willing. No, I want your life and the lives of the others. Now I will start killing you all. I will stain this place with your blood, Kiki. The old devil laughed. He loved to see the despair on people's faces before death. It was a kind of enjoyment. Is that so? I'm afraid you won't be able to kill a single one today. Chapter 1690. This sudden voice immediately disrupted the bloody and tense atmosphere in the hall. "Who is it?" The old monster's face turned cold as he shouted at the void. There was actually someone who could appear in this hall without him noticing. He couldn't help but care about such a character. Taoist Yufeng and the others couldn't help but feel delighted because they vaguely felt that this voice was very familiar. The void rippled and a figure emerged, standing in front of the old monster. He was clad in white and had an extraordinary handsomeness. Who else could it be but Jiang Qin? Qin Sect Master. Seeing the sudden appearance of Jiang Qin, Tianjizi and the others immediately exclaimed. In their hearts, this young man was the real boss of Tianyun Pavilion. As long as he was here, even Taoist Yufeng would have to step aside. Several elders immediately burst into tears as they recovered from the despair just now. In their hearts, Jiang Qin was an omnipotent existence. He had created too many miracles. Now that Jiang Qin had appeared, Tianyun Pavilion could be considered to be completely saved. No matter how powerful the opponent was, they didn't care. They believed that Jiang Qin would be able to deal with it. The name Jiang Qin was like an omnipotent god in everyone's heart. He was the soul of a sect, a kind of deified blind confidence. This was a pleasant surprise. Who would have thought that Jiang Qin, who had gone far away, would suddenly come back in the middle of the night, as if he had predicted the tribulation of Tianyun Pavilion. It turned out that Jiang Qin had not truly abandoned Tianyun Pavilion. Tianjizi came to Jiang Qin's side, watching Jiang Qin's continuous growth with a gratified expression on his face. "Master, I've startled you." Jiang Qin bowed deeply to Tianjizi. Tianjizi was definitely one of the people that he respected. Back then, Tianjizi's cultivation base and meridians were destroyed because of him. When Jiang Qin left, he swore that he would find a way to heal Tianjizi within a year. After coming out of Golden Horizon, the first thing he did was to return to Tianyun Pavilion and help Tianjizi recover from his injuries. This was the most basic respect for one's master. This was Jiang Qin's promise. Jiang Qin was glad that he had returned in time. It turned out that Tianyun Pavilion was facing a calamity. It seemed that if he had returned half a step later, everything would have been too late. "Master's fine. I'm very pleased that you were able to return at this time." Tianjizi smiled. The person he was most proud of in his life was this young man in front of him. "Kid, who are you?" Old Devil's cold eyes fell on Jiang Qin. When he found out that Jiang Qin was merely a half-step immortal emperor, he didn't put Jiang Qin in his heart. Jiang Qin didn't answer Old Devil's question. Instead, his eyes fell on the corpse of the elder whose heart had been dug out by Old Devil. Killing intent burst out from his body all of a sudden. "I don't care who you are or where you come from. Today you have come to the wrong place." Jiang Qin spoke lung. What an arrogant kid. A puny little half-step immortal emperor dares to speak like this in front of me? You really don't know the meaning of death. Old Devil laughed loudly, totally not putting Jiang Qin in his heart. He was just a little surprised that a young half-step immortal emperor could appear in such a small sect. One should know that such a figure was considered a rare genius even in a big place like East Xuanyu. "Old man, you really shouldn't kill people here." Jiang Qin shook his head. This old man was just a puny intermediate immortal emperor. To Tianyun Pavilion, he was indeed an unreachable expert, but in front of Jiang Qin, an intermediate immortal emperor was just an ant that he could kill with a raise of his hand. "Brat, you look very arrogant. I'm going to kill everyone here today." "I'll start with you." Old Devil was infuriated. Whether it was his cultivation base or status, there had never been a kid who dared to talk to him like this. How could he stand it? Old Devil moved. His terrifying sharp claws lunged at Jiang Qin. His face was filled with a sinister smile. He stuck out his tongue and licked the blood at the corner of his mouth. In his point of view, the heart of a genius was the most delicious thing. The appearance of Jiang Qin was just to deliver food to him. "Be careful, sect master," Taoist Yufeng hastily warned. He had experienced the terror of this old devil, reminding Jiang Qin not to be careless. But before the sharp claws of the old devil could touch Jiang Qin's body, a tremor was heard in the void. Jiang Qin's palm had firmly grabbed the sharp claws of the old devil. "What?" The old devil was shocked. Immediately he exerted a powerful force, but to his horror, no matter how much strength he exerted, he couldn't budge an inch under the control of his opponent. This old devil wasn't a fool. He knew that he had encountered a monstrous genius. He was afraid that he had kicked an iron plate today. Chi-chi. Wisps of flames rushed out of Jiang Chen's palm like spiritual snakes. In just a blink of an eye, the old devil's arm was engulfed in flames. Arg! The old devil let out a shrill scream. The cultivation law that he cultivated was evil. This kind of flame was like a natural enemy to him, making him feel excruciating pain. What Jiang Chen casted was the fire of sun, which had fused with Jiang Chen's energy. It wasn't something that the old devil could deal with. His entire arm was instantly incinerated, turning into ashes. Swish! The eyes of Taoist Yufeng Tianjizi and the others immediately lit up. Jiang Chen's growth had always been beyond their imagination. Only now did Taoist Yufeng realize that his warning just now was completely superfluous. This old devil who stood high above them was as weak as a baby in front of Jiang Chen. "Brat, this lord will fight you to the death," the old devil roared. Suddenly, 3 silhouettes appeared and surrounded Jiang Chen. Corpse puppets. Jiang Chen's eyes trembled. The thing that the old devil summoned was a corpse puppet. Jiang Chen couldn't be more familiar with this kind of thing. So it's the scum of Cultivation sect. Jiang Chen sneered. He didn't feel the slightest burden in killing the people of Cultivation sect. These 3 corpse puppets were only intermediate immortal emperors. Under the control of the old devil they pounced at Jiang Chen, but these corpse puppets posed no threat to Jiang Chen. With a flick of his finger, 3 rays of fire of sun rushed out. With a bang, the 3 corpse puppets turned into a sea of fire and were incinerated into ashes. Damn it! My corpse puppets! The old devil was so angry that he almost coughed up blood. The people of Cultivation sect cared about corpse puppets the most. They treated them as treasures. These 3 corpse puppets were refined by the old devil with great effort. Now they were incinerated by Jiang Chen so easily. How could he bear it? But so what? This young man who came out of nowhere was just too powerful. He was no match for him. Brat, just you wait. Today's matter isn't over yet. Your sect will be razed to the ground sooner or later. The old devil left a ruthless remark, then tore the void and prepared to escape. In his point of view, even if he wasn't a match for Jiang Chen, it would still be easy to escape. Chapter 1691. Seeing that the old devil was about to escape, the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. If a puny intermediate immortal emperor escaped from his hands, it would be a humiliation to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen would never allow such a humiliation to happen. Jiang Chen gently grasped the void. The body of the old devil, which had just entered the spatial zone, couldn't move anymore and was pulled out by Jiang Chen. The matter isn't over yet. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Jiang Chen said with a smile. Alright, I admit defeat today. Kid, how do you want to end this? The old devil spoke maliciously, but at this time he had no choice but to yield. After all, he had to lower his head under the eaves. The young man in front of him was just too powerful. He was no match for him at all. Although there was a gap between their cultivation base, their combat strength wasn't on the same level. Ever since his debut, he had never suffered such a great humiliation and loss. Because of his identity, who wouldn't give him some face? Even if he had gone too far, the other party wouldn't dare to say anything. Today he had undoubtedly failed miserably. He had already lost an arm in the hands of a kid. This made the old devil extremely depressed. Naturally, a debt of blood must be repaid with blood. Since you have killed someone, you should leave your life behind. Isn't that very reasonable? Jiang Chen said in a casual manner. What? The old devil was stunned for a moment. He suspected that his ears were playing tricks on him. Then he burst into laughter. Kid, did I hear it wrong? You dare to kill me? Do you know who I am? A disciple of Cultivation sect. Jiang Chen looked at the old devil with great interest. He was a little curious about the identity of this old devil. Judging from the old devil's tone, it seemed like he really had a high status. The old devil's smile stopped abruptly. He looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. You know Cultivation sect? That's great. I might as well tell you that I'm the younger brother of Old Man Cultivation. If you dare to kill me, your entire Tianyun pavilion will be buried together with me. Old Man Cultivation's younger brother, looks like I really can't kill you. Jiang Chen's eyes trembled. He didn't expect to catch such a big fish today. If this guy had a different identity, he would have died immediately. But since he was the younger brother of Old Man Corpsine, he was really reluctant to kill him. Wouldn't it be a pity? Boy, you know what's good for you. If you kneel down and kowtow to me, bow your head to me and offer this mountain gate to me, I may spare the thousands of lives in Tianyun Pavilion. The old devil was certain that Jiang Chen was afraid. After all, in East Xuanyu his reputation was nothing, but Old Man Corpse Yin's reputation was enough to make people tremble in fear. Coupled with the terrifying methods and style of the Corpsine sect, who wouldn't be afraid? What I don't understand is how did Old Man Corpsine have such a useless younger brother? Jiang Chen shook his head. He was indeed puzzled about this. One should know that Old Man Corpsine was the sect master of Corpsine sect and had an intermediate immortal venerable cultivation base. No matter how weak his younger brother was, he should at least be a half-step immortal venerable, but he was only an intermediate immortal emperor. Furthermore, this bastard didn't stay in East Xuanyu Pavilion, but came to One Line Sky to break the rules. It seemed like he didn't want to improve himself. What did you say? The old devil's face turned cold, but he didn't dare to make a move. He wasn't a fool. He knew that he was absolutely no match for this young man. It seems like you still don't know anything about the Golden Horizon. I won't kill you, but it doesn't mean that I'll let you go. I might make you wish you were dead instead. Jiang Chen said, then suddenly stretched out his palm and pressed it on the old devil's forehead. A wisp of sun fire entered his body through the old devil's forehead. Arg! Arg! The old devil let out a blood-curdling scream. He felt his whole body heating up as though there was a fire dragon wreaking havoc in his body, wanting to incinerate everything. That wisp of sunfire had destroyed his meridians and qi. In just a minute the old devil had become a cripple. You crippled me. You actually crippled me. Arg! The old devil's heart was torn apart. As an intermediate immortal emperor, he was used to flaunting his prowess and dignity. Once he was crippled, it was like falling from the top of the pyramid into the deep soil, never to climb out again. That kind of feeling wasn't something that ordinary people could understand. It was truly worse than death. Kill me. Hurry up and kill me. The old devil had gone mad. He felt that he no longer had the courage to continue living. What was the point of living in this state? Humph. It's hard for you to die now that you've fallen into the hands of me, Jiang Chen. Just wait to meet your brother. Jiang Chen struck out a few seals to seal the old devil, giving him no chance to commit suicide. After that, he threw the old devil into the Zulong Tower. Master is getting more and more terrifying. An elder spoke. Everyone's eyes were filled with respect when they looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's growth was beyond their imagination. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen's return today, they were afraid that everyone in Tianyun Pavilion would have been killed by the old devil. Why did Chen Er come back all of a sudden? Could it be that he predicted that Tianyun Pavilion would be in trouble? Tianjizi said with a smile. Now that the crisis of Tianyun Pavilion had been resolved, everyone's mood had become incomparably relaxed. Master, I came back this time to treat your injuries. Coincidentally, this old devil was going to harm Tianyun Pavilion, so I dealt with him along the way. Jiang Chen said. He was relieved to see that Tianjizi was still as lively as ever even though he couldn't cultivate. What? Chen, why you're able to heal my injuries? Tianjizi didn't dare to believe it. At this moment he was so excited that even his voice began to tremble. He was very clear about his injuries. In fact, he had long since given up hope that he would be able to recover to his original state. Today Jiang Chen came back from thousands of miles away and said that he was going to treat his injuries. If these words didn't come out from Jiang Chen's mouth, he wouldn't believe it at all. Yes, master. I have a way to help you recover. Jiang Chen smiled. Good. Chen Er, even if I can't recover, your kindness is already a great comfort to me. Tianjizi seemed incomparably excited. His eyes were a little red. Compared to Ouyang he was the luckiest. His eyesight was better than Ouyang He, and Tian Muyun and Jiang Chen couldn't be compared at all. It's the great fortune of Tianyun Pavilion to respect the master and value friendship. Chapter 1692. Taoist Yufeng, don't spread the news of my return. I don't want to cause any commotion. It won't be good for Tianyun Pavilion. I'll leave after Master's injuries are healed. Jiang Chen said to Taoist Yufeng. Yes, Sect Master. Taoist Yufeng nodded. He didn't ask why. He knew that Jiang Chen must have his reasons for making such an arrangement. The main purpose of Jiang Chen's return this time was to heal Tianjizi's injuries. After that he would leave. Taoist Yufeng was very clear about this point. Subsequently, Jiang Chen brought Tianjizi into the 33rd floor of Zulong Tower. Tianjizi's injuries would probably take a lot of time to heal, so it was best to do so in the 33rd floor. As for the reason that Jiang Chen specially arranged for Taoist Yufeng to conceal the news of his return, it was also for the sake of Tianyun Pavilion. Given his reputation and status in Tianyun Pavilion, once the disciples knew that he had returned, there would definitely be chaos. What Jiang Chen was worried about was that the news of his return would spread to East Xuanyu. Given his current situation, he was afraid that he would immediately bring disaster to Tianyun Pavilion. His enemies were much more terrifying than Old Devil. In the 33rd floor, Tianjizi was sitting cross-legged with an excited expression. His face was full of expectation. For a person who had lost all his cultivation base, nothing could make him more excited than the news of recovery. Jiang Chen took out a drop of Great Earth Immortal Milk and handed it to Tianjizi. Master, this is Great Earth Immortal Milk. It has the effect of bringing the dead back to life. It's enough to help you reconstruct your meridians. At that time, not only will you recover to your original state, but your cultivation base will also improve greatly. Your body will be improved and you will be reborn. Jiang Chen said. A drop of Great Earth Immortal Milk was enough to help Tianjizi recover. What? The legendary Great Earth Immortal Milk. Tianjizi couldn't maintain his composure any longer. He had browsed through the ancient books and learned about a lot of magical heavenly and earthly treasures. He also knew about the Great Earth Immortal Milk, but this saint item only existed in the books and legends. He had never seen it before. He didn't expect that Jiang Chen had even obtained the Great Earth Immortal Milk. How could this not make Tianjizi excited? He was very clear about the effect of the Great Earth Immortal Milk, so he couldn't control his emotions. Master, swallow the Great Earth Immortal Milk now. I will help you refine it. Jiang Chen said. Yes. After calming himself down, Tianjizi swallowed a drop of Great Earth Immortal Milk according to Jiang Chen's instruction. Normally, he wouldn't have the guts to swallow the Great Earth Immortal Milk even when he was in his prime, let alone now that he had lost all his cultivation base. The energy contained in a drop of Great Earth Immortal Milk was unimaginable. Given his previous cultivation base, swallowing it was no different from courting death. But it was different now. Tianjizi trusted Jiang Chen too much. Pong. As soon as the Great Earth Immortal Milk entered his body, a terrifying energy immediately spread out. Tianjizi couldn't bear it and immediately spurted out a mouthful of blood. Calm your qi and focus your mind. Jiang Chen yelled. Both of his hands grabbed Tianjizi's wrist. Strands of energy penetrated into Tianjizi's body. Under the guidance of this energy, the terrifying energy of the Great Earth Immortal Milk was quickly controlled. 3 days later, Tianjizi's broken meridians were completely repaired. The newly reconstructed meridians were emitting a milky white light. The qi of the Great Earth Immortal Milk was everywhere. His meridians were extremely tough. It was impossible to damage them any further. One had to admit that the Great Earth Immortal Milk was indeed a rare treasure. It could revive the dead, grow bones and reconstruct meridians. Compared to Tianjizi's meridians before, it was countless times stronger. Powerful energy gushed out of Tianjizi's body. The moment his meridians were repaired, Tianjizi's cultivation base directly broke through to the Immortal King realm. At this moment, Tianjizi was so excited that he wanted to scream. Ever since he was crippled, he had been suppressing himself for a period of time. Today he could finally release his stress. Not only had his injuries been completely healed, his cultivation base had also reached the Immortal King realm that he had been dreaming of. This made Tianjizi very excited. However, this was just the beginning. The energy of the Great Earth Immortal Milk was still enormous. Even though Tianjizi had reached the Immortal King realm, he still couldn't control the remaining energy. He had to rely on Jiang Chen's rapid guidance. Just like that, another 7 days passed. Tianjizi's cultivation base had already reached the late immortal king realm. The energy of the great earth immortal milk had almost been consumed. The remaining energy was enough for Tianjizi to control. Xianxia retracted his palm. Looking at the lively Tianjizi, he couldn't help but laugh. Haha. Late immortal king. Qin heir, this realm is something that I wouldn't even dare to dream of. Tianjizi laughed heartily, unable to control his fluctuating emotions. Late immortal king. How great of an improvement was this? It was something that he wouldn't even dare to dream of. Given his current cultivation base, he wouldn't be able to find an opponent in the entire one-line sky. After all, the Great Earth Immortal Milk was very effective. Back when he obtained the Great Earth Immortal Milk in the Immortal Vault of Ancient Buddha, it could even advance an immortal emperor, let alone someone like Tianjizi. Therefore, it wasn't an exaggeration for him to advance to the late immortal king realm. Master, I can rest assured now that you have recovered. Finally, one of my worries has been resolved. Xianxia smiled. Back when he left One Line Sky, he had vowed to cure Tianjizi. Today his wish had finally been fulfilled. Qin heir, are you going to leave now? Tianjizi asked reluctantly, but he also knew that a figure like Xianxia wouldn't stay in One Line Sky. To Xianxia, One Line Sky wasn't a challenge at all. Yes, master. I still have a lot of things to do. I have to leave now. Xianxia led Tianjizi out of the Zulong Tower. Although 10 days had passed in the 33rd level, not a single day had passed in the outside world. The sky had just turned bright. And go ahead. Be careful. Tianjizi patted Xianxia's shoulder. He didn't ask about Xianxia's matter in East Xuanyu. There was no need to ask about what Xianxia was going to do. Xianxia left. Before he left, he set up layers of restrictions outside Tianyun Pavilion, left behind the Immortal Emperor weapon and some rare herbs for Tianjizi. He didn't know when he would return. Perhaps Tianyun Pavilion would truly become one of his stops. Forging Tianyun Pavilion into an iron plate was the last thing that Xianxia could do. Xianxia didn't bring Tianjizi with him. East Xuanyu wasn't suitable for Tianjizi, let alone staying by his side. Tianjizi was now the strongest fugitive. He couldn't even protect himself. Being alone was the best choice, fighting against the major powers without any worries. Chapter 1693. Walking in the void was as easy as taking a leisurely stroll in the courtyard, like an ethereal immortal. The world was vast and there were thousands of worlds. He could go anywhere, including the spatial crevice, the void turbulence and the world barrier. There was nothing that could stop him. This was the Great Void Technique. Rumor had it that when the Great Void Technique was cultivated to the extreme, one could travel to different worlds. That level was beyond Xianxia's imagination. He had only learned a little bit of the Great Void Technique. If he could master the Great Void Technique as skillfully as Void Sovereign, he was afraid that even the world law of the immortal world wouldn't be able to suppress him. He would then be able to leave the immortal world and return to Saint Origin World at any time. Of course, this was based on the fact that he had cultivated the Great Void Technique to the extreme. Given Xianxia's current condition, he couldn't do it. When one was alone, one's thoughts would be in a mess. Just like now, Xianxia couldn't help but think of De Huang Dog, everything that happened in Golden Horizon, the scene in the Great Thousand Mirror, the secret of the Golden Clan and the desolate ancient land. Desolate ancient land, where is this place? Xianxia frowned. De Huang Dog had left a message for Xianxia, asking him to go to desolate ancient land to save him. One should know that De Huang Dog would rarely say the word, save. Since he wanted Xianxia to save him, it meant that there must be something in desolate ancient land that De Huang Dog couldn't handle. I won't think about these unrealistic things for now. Putting aside the fact that I still don't know what kind of place desolate ancient land is, even if I know, I'm afraid that I won't be able to help De Huang with my current cultivation base. My top priority now is to improve my cultivation base as soon as possible. Xianxia's eyes glinted with determination. Instead of thinking too much, it was better to just do it. Nothing was more important than strength. Whether it was to save De Huang and Yan Qinyu or to deal with the current situation, Xianxia needed to be strong. Right now he was surrounded by enemies from all over the world, so he had to increase his cultivation as fast as possible. In order to advance to the Immortal Emperor realm, I have to transform the dragon transformation skill and comprehend the Tao of Slaughter. Now that the ancestral dragon of slaughter in the depths of my soul has fallen silent again, it seems like my killing intent isn't enough. In that case, I'll slaughter again, using the heart of slaughter to comprehend the Tao of slaughter and stimulate the transformation of the dragon transformation skill. As long as the dragon transformation skill evolves, I will be able to break through to the Immortal Emperor realm. The killing intent that had disappeared reappeared on Jiang Chen's body once again. For the sake of the dragon transformation skill's transformation, he had to continue doing something. In East Xuanyu, immortal venerables were everywhere. Apart from the experts of the 8 major powers in East Xuanyu, the immortal venerables of the other 3 major domains had also appeared. The entire East Xuanyu was like a huge net. As long as Jiang Chen jumped into it, he would never be able to get out. In the sky above an empty mountain range, a mighty early immortal venerable was hovering in the sky with a solemn face. His body was surrounded by trembling whirlpools of air. His divine sense had covered tens of thousands of miles, trying to search every corner of this area for Jiang Chen's shadow. He was an elder of Nanbei family with a dignified face. He was a mighty immortal venerable who usually wouldn't show himself, but today he had taken the initiative to show himself for the sake of a mere Jiang Chen. Just as the old man was using his divine sense to scan the area, a figure silently appeared not too far away. When this figure appeared, there wasn't even a trace of spatial fluctuation. It was so quiet that it was frightening. It was like a ghost without a trace at all. "Are you looking for me?" The silhouette spoke. The elder's body quivered. He turned around abruptly and saw a white-robed young man standing leisurely not far away, holding a golden feather in his hand. "Sun Divine Feather? You're Jiang Chen?" The elder exclaimed. Putting aside the fact that he had already grasped the qi of Jiang Chen, the Sun Divine Feather alone was the greatest symbol of Jiang Chen. In the entire world, there was only one person who could control the Sun Divine Feather. But what shocked the elder the most was that Jiang Chen was able to appear so close to him without him noticing. This was undoubtedly a very scary thing. One should know that he was an immortal venerable with incredible senses. Almost nothing could escape his senses. Any ripples in the void would be sensed by him. Therefore he couldn't help but be surprised. "Jiang Chen, you're right. Seems like the Great Void technique truly lives up to its name. Can actually escape my senses." The elder spoke gloomily. He wasn't a fool. He knew that Jiang Chen was proficient in the Great Void technique, which was why he was able to escape his senses. The appearance of Jiang Chen also made the elder understand that it was useless for so many immortal venerables to come to East Xuanyu to capture Jiang Chen. With the Great Void technique, he was afraid that Jiang Chen wouldn't be discovered even if he walked right in front of them. Apart from feeling shocked, the elder's face began to show excitement. After all, his purpose of coming here was to find Jiang Chen. Now that he had met Jiang Chen, he was naturally excited. "Which major power do you belong to?" "I, Jiang Chen, don't want to kill a nameless person, especially an immortal venerable. It's better to know your identity." Jiang Chen spoke. This was his first time fighting an immortal venerable. In any case, he still had to show some respect to the other party. Given Jiang Chen's current cultivation base, he was afraid that he would turn and flee if he encountered an early immortal venerable. However, he now had the Sun Divine Feather, which could even kill a half-step immortal venerable genius like Zhang Yulong with a single strike. Killing an early immortal venerable elder would be as easy as flipping his hand. After all, even if Zhang Yulong's combat strength wasn't comparable to an early immortal venerable, it wouldn't be too far off. With the Sun Divine Feather in his hand, it was afraid that only an intermediate immortal venerable could fight against Jiang Chen. What an arrogant kid. Do you think you can ignore everything just because you have the Sun Divine Feather? It seems like you have no idea how terrifying an immortal venerable is. If you hand over the Sun Divine Feather and follow me to Nanbei family, perhaps I will let you die a quick death." The elder burst into laughter. This was the funniest joke he had ever heard in his life. A half-step immortal emperor kid had threatened to kill him in front of him. Wasn't this a joke? The elder looked at the Sun Divine Feather in Jiang Chen's hand. His eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of greed. He felt that it was his fortune to encounter Jiang Chen, a gift from the heavens. As long as he killed Xianxia, the Sun Divine Feather would belong to him. With the Sun Divine Feather, his status in the entire East Xuanyu would be supreme. So you're from Nanbei family. Great. Since you want the Sun Divine Feather, let's see if you can take it. Xianxia spoke. The Sun Divine Feather was already slashing at the elder. Chapter 1694. In order to kill the people of Nanbei family, Xianxia wouldn't show the slightest bit of mercy. What he needed now was slaughter. The higher the realm of the enemies he killed, the better it would be. Now that so many immortal venerables had appeared in Eastern Profound Domain, all of them were here to kill him. Naturally, Xianxia wouldn't be merciful in his attacks. This was in line with the Tao of slaughter of the dragon transformation skill. The Sun Divine Feather was too terrifying. Flames spread out, immediately sealing the void. The area within 100 miles was turned into a sea of fire. The void was torn into pieces. The Sun Divine Feather turned into a sharp sword and appeared above the elder's head in the blink of an eye. What? The elder of Nanbei family exclaimed. His facial expression changed dramatically. An extremely dangerous qi rose from the bottom of his heart. That was the taste of death. As a mighty immortal venerable, this was the first time in his life that he felt that death was so close to him. Clang. A terrifying combat saber immediately appeared in the elder's hand. In the face of the powerful Sun Divine Feather, he didn't dare to be negligent. He gathered all the energy in his body into the combat saber in his hand to resist the Sun Divine Feather. Hong Long. The combat saber and the Sun Divine Feather collided. Both sides seemed to be on completely different levels. The elder let out a miserable shriek. His entire body was sent flying away and the combat saber in his hand flew away. Xianxia grabbed the combat saber. This was a powerful immortal weapon of a venerable. As a spoil of war, Xianxia naturally had to keep it. Barf. The elder was struck a few hundred meters away. His flesh was almost cracked. Blood spurted out from his mouth like a fountain. One had to admit that an immortal venerable was indeed an immortal venerable. He didn't even die from a single strike from the Sun Divine Feather. The elder of Nanbei family trembled in fear. He would never understand how terrifying the Sun Divine Feather was if he didn't face it head-on. Unfortunately, it was already too late by the time he found out. Xianxia never gave his enemies any chance. Almost as soon as the elder stabilized his body, Xianxia arrived before him like a shadow. The Sun Divine Feather turned into a sharp sword and slashed at him. No. The old man let out a miserable shriek. A dignified, immortal, venerable expert didn't even have the chance to escape. This in itself was a very sad thing. Puchi. The Sun God Feather cut off the old man's head. However, the moment before the old man died, he crushed a spirit talisman in his hand. A messenger talisman? Xianxia's lips curled into a faint smile. He grabbed the old man's head and left. Xianxia has appeared. Tens of thousands of miles away, there were immortal venerables who sensed the shattering of the talisman. Their qi immediately fluctuated and they flew over. At the same time, there were at least a dozen immortal venerables. Let alone tens of thousands of miles, even millions of miles could be crossed in an instant by powerful immortal venerables. Almost as soon as Xianxia left, more than a dozen powerful experts appeared. Most of them were experts of Nanbei family. After all, the messenger talisman was made by Nanbei family. Unfortunately, despite their speed, they were still a step too late. By the time they arrived, they saw a headless corpse lying at the bottom of the mountain. There was no trace of Xianxia. Big brother. An elder burst into tears when he saw the headless corpse. His eyes turned red. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Xianxia, I'm going to shred you into 1,000 pieces." Xianxia can't have gone far. Everyone hurry up and chase after him. Be careful. It seems that the Sun Divine Feather in Xianxia's hand has the power to kill an early immortal venerable. Our messenger talismans have been connected. Once you find any trace of Xianxia, don't fight him. Crush the talisman immediately. Someone spoke aloud. The sight of the headless corpse made everyone's heart heavy. They knew that they had underestimated Xianxia's strength, or rather the power and lethality of the Sun Divine Feather. In other words, Zhou Xian now had the power to kill an early immortal venerable. Everyone had to be extra careful. The news of the death of an immortal venerable spread like wildfire, adding a sense of heaviness to the already tense atmosphere. No one had thought that Zhou Xian would dare to take the initiative to attack at this time and kill an immortal venerable. This had caused a huge uproar in East Xuanyu. Zhou Xian has appeared. This bastard is truly audacious. Now that so many experts are looking for him, he should be hiding, but he has taken the initiative to attack. I'm afraid there's no one else who has the courage to do this except for him, Zhou Xian. This Zhou Xian is too terrifying. He has actually killed an immortal venerable of Nanbei family. That's an immortal venerable we're talking about. Damn it. How could he kill him just like that? This is heaven-defying. It's not that Zhou Xian is powerful, it's that the Sun Divine Feather is too powerful. The divine feather extracted from the gold feather fan is extraordinarily powerful. Not even an immortal venerable can withstand it. But what puzzles me is that Zhou Xian, a half-step immortal emperor, is actually able to display the full power of the Sun Divine Feather. I wouldn't believe it if it didn't happen in real life. The sky is going to change. Even an immortal venerable is dead. I heard that Zhou Xian has mastered the Great Void technique. He can come and go without a trace. So many immortal venerables couldn't find him. I guess Zhou Xian will strike again. East Xuanyu is going to be plunged into chaos. No one wasn't shocked. No one had thought that Zhou Xian would take the initiative to attack. In this way, the situation in East Xuanyu would be plunged into chaos. In the depths of the spatial zone, after killing an immortal venerable, the killing intent in Zhou Xian's body intensified. The phantom of the ancestral dragon of slaughter emerged in the depths of his soul once again, urging Zhou Xian to continue his slaughter. Kill. I can't stop. This time I have to keep going until the dragon transformation skill evolves. Zhou Xian gritted his teeth. He knew that he was in a very dangerous situation, but at the same time, it was incomparably exciting. Under this kind of stimulation, Zhou Xian was ready to strike again. In the wilderness, four half-step immortal venerables were standing in the sky. They were experts from South Xuanyu. Their faces were incomparably solemn, looking in different directions. Everyone be careful. That Zhou Xian has the strength to kill an early immortal venerable. If we encounter him, we must not fight him. Just use the message talisman to summon the experts. Someone spoke. Voila. However, as soon as his voice faded, a dazzling golden light carrying steaming flames struck out from the void. The expert who spoke didn't even have the chance to react before his head was chopped off. Not good. Zhou Xian has appeared. Hurry up and send the message. Chapter 1695. Zhoush. Zhou Xian appeared. His black hair fluttered in the wind. He didn't use his dragon form as it didn't make any difference to him now. The power of the Sun Divine Feather was the same. Both of his eyes were bloodshot. His whole body was filled with killing intent. The ancestral dragon of slaughter in the depths of his soul was roaring unceasingly. The current Zhou Xian had undoubtedly become a peerless god of slaughter. Zhou Xian, you can't run away anymore. We have already crushed the signaling talisman. Powerful experts will be here soon. Just surrender. One of them yelled, but his voice was trembling. Clearly he lacked confidence. Roar! Zhou Xian roared madly. The roar of a dragon shook the sky like an erupting beast. The Sun Divine Feather sprinkled out thousands of rays of divine light, shrouding the three experts. The three of them immediately fled in different directions. They didn't dare to confront Zhou Xian, thinking that it was no different from courting death. Arg. Even though their speed was fast, two of them still died under the Sun Divine Feather. Zhou Xian carried the two heads and did not chase after the third one. He cast the Great Void technique and fled far away. He didn't want to continue fighting because he knew very well that these immortal venerables had signaling talismans in their hands. In the next moment, countless experts would arrive. Zhou Xian didn't bother to chase after the fourth person. Whoosh. Similarly, as soon as Zhou Xian left, a large number of experts arrived. There were many intermediate immortal venerables among them. Unfortunately, they only saw 3 headless corpses when they arrived. Bastard. Bastard, he got away again. The sect master of the invincibility school flew into a rage. As a mighty immortal venerable, he had never felt so aggrieved before. He felt like he was being toyed with by a brat. Sect master, that brat has learned the Great Void technique. He can come and go without a trace. Now that he has the Sun Divine Feather, he's going to treat our people as his prey. One of them spoke in an incomparably tense tone. At this time, the half-step immortal venerable who had left earlier reappeared. He was the only one among the four of them who managed to escape. He felt lucky, but the thought of what happened earlier still made his heart palpitate. Too scary. The Sun Godly Feather is too scary. That kid is a homicidal maniac. This expert was still in a state of shock. This was the first time in his life that he felt fear. In the following period of time, Xianxia continued to appear in different places of East Xuanyu. Wherever the Sun Divine Feather passed, the heads of immortal venerables were chopped off. By this time, many immortal venerables began to tremble in fear. Some of them were looking forward to meeting Xianxia, but now they were afraid of meeting Xianxia. They had set up an inescapable net in East Xuanyu just to find Xianxia. Now that Xianxia had made his move, they had become his prey. Because Xianxia's attack was too fast and disorderly, coupled with the unparalleled Great Void technique that allowed him to vanish without a trace, the experts of the major powers of ethereal immortal domain had to work together for the first time. Now that everyone was panicking, they couldn't come up with a perfect countermeasure. That night, Xianxia appeared again. He came to the top of the highest mountain in Eastern Profound Domain, strung a dozen human heads into a string, and hung them high up in the sky. The moon was dark and the wind was strong. It was really scary. For a moment, the entire East Xuanyu was in chaos. This was a blatant provocation. Xianxia alone was challenging countless major powers. Those hideous heads showed the failure and loss of the major powers, casting a shadow over the hearts of the major powers. The major powers were no longer as imposing as before. To them, Xianxia and the Sun Divine Feather weren't scary. What was scary was that they couldn't find him. Xianxia was like a ghost. No one would ever know when he would appear or where he would appear. That kind of killing in the dark was the most frightening. By God! Those are all famous experts. The strongest among them is at least a half-step immortal venerable. Now their heads have been chopped off and placed neatly on the ground. Xianxia is flaunting his prowess to all the major powers. This is only the first day and so many people have died. Xianxia will never stop. The grudge between him and those major powers can no longer be resolved. With the Sun Divine Feather and the Great Void technique, he isn't afraid of anything. Now he's going to turn into a killing god and reap the lives of his enemies. Those high and mighty immortal venerables have become his prey. He's like a ferocious tiger hiding in the dark, ready to pounce at you at any time. There has never been such a peerless figure in the immortal world. This is truly heaven-defying. It will only get more and more lively. I'm afraid that today is just the beginning. Those major powers must be both angry and nervous now. Everyone was shocked. The world had fallen into chaos. Xianxia had appeared out of nowhere and started a massacre. In just a day he had killed more than a dozen powerful experts. Their heads were hanging in the sky. He had gone mad. Great Qian Empire, Genius Prefecture. Han Yen and Tyrant had a look of excitement on their faces. Little Qinzi has begun to attack. This is just the beginning. Those major powers are going to suffer. Han Yen smiled. He and Tyrant knew Xianxia too well. They knew that Xianxia wouldn't attack, but once he did, it would be earth-shattering. Xianxia had always been fearless. He had always been cruel to his enemies. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. When someone was determined to put you to death, what you had to do was to fight back ruthlessly. Enemies were meant to be killed. If Xianxia doesn't die, he will become the #1 sovereign in the world. Yang Zanqing said solemnly. Yang Yu and Dong Fengyu, who were beside him, couldn't help but look at Yang Zanqing. They knew how arrogant Yang Zanqing was. They had never heard Yang Zanqing evaluate someone like this. The #1 sovereign in the world. What kind of title was that? It was unprecedented. No one had ever dared to call themselves the #1 sovereign. He is walking on his own great sovereign path. The whole world is his enemy. He wants to trample all his enemies under his feet to pave the way for his own path, said Yang Yu. His evaluation of Xianxia was also very high. Now he was very glad that Great Qian Empire didn't make Zhou Xian their enemy. It was an incomparably terrifying thing to make an enemy of such a person. For a figure like Zhou Xian, you had to either kill him in advance or give him a chance to grow. That would be the doomsday of the enemy. Even immortal venerables would have their doomsday. In the face of Zhou Qian's massacre, even immortal venerables would tremble in fear. The world was shocked. Not long after the dozen heads appeared, they were taken away by the experts of the major powers. They didn't say any harsh words. Their expressions were very miserable. At this time, none of the major powers would retreat. They had no way to retreat. A person like Zhou Xian must be killed no matter how great the loss was. They couldn't give him a chance to grow. Chapter 1696. This night the world was stirred. Billions of people couldn't calm down. A name spread rapidly. The name of God of Slaughter was completely established tonight. This was the first person in the history of the immortal world. No one knew how many years had passed since the immortal world existed. Peerless figures had appeared one after another. Each of them had left their name in the records of history and had done many great things. However, none of them was like Zhou Xian, who dared to challenge the major powers of the immortal world and take the initiative to hang the head of an immortal venerable in the sky despite being the enemy of the whole world. That night, Zhou Xian didn't attack again, but the major powers didn't dare to be negligent. There were nearly 50 major powers in 4 major domains. Including the half-step immortal venerables, there were hundreds of experts who had almost controlled the entire East Xuanyu. This was a major event that had never happened in East Xuanyu before. There had never been so many immortal venerables. It was said that after the head incident, the old ancestor of Corpse Yin sect had appeared. He was a late immortal venerable supreme expert. Normally he wouldn't show himself, but today he had personally come to capture a half-step immortal emperor junior. To the old ancestor of Corpse Yin sect, this was an unimaginable matter. That's right. The old ancestors of the other major powers didn't show up. After all, experts of their level rarely showed themselves. They were all working hard to advance to the next level. How would they have the time to care about the matters below? Furthermore, given their status, it would be too embarrassing for them to hunt down a half-step immortal emperor personally. They couldn't afford to lose their face like this. Comparatively speaking, the style of Corpse Yin sect was different. They only cared about efficiency and results. Face was something they didn't care about. The matter is getting bigger and bigger. Now even the old ancestor of Corpse Yin sect has appeared. If Zhou Xian attacks again, he will most likely be targeted by the old ancestor of Corpse Yin sect. At that time it will be difficult for him to escape. It's hard to say. Zhou Xian has mastered the Great Void technique. That is the orthodoxy left behind by the Void Emperor. If he deliberately evades, I'm afraid the Corpse Yin sect ancestor won't be able to catch him. Zhou Xian's methods are too ruthless. Right now he and the other major powers are as incompatible as fire and water. The grudges between them are impossible to resolve. They are destined to fight to the death. After today's matter, the other major powers will no longer dare to underestimate Zhou Xian. They will all be extra careful and work hard. Let's see, even if the Corpse sect ancestor appears, I guess Zhou Xian will definitely appear tomorrow. He is a fearless person who dares to provoke a tiger. On this night no one was able to remain calm. Discussions were going on everywhere and the air was filled with an intense pressure. Some of the weaker ones were trembling under this pressure. There had never been so many immortal venerables. Those who weren't involved were watching the show. Such an unprecedented show was destined to be recorded in the annals of history. Many of them concluded that given Zhou Qian's style of action, he would attack again tomorrow. In Great Qian Empire, Yang Yu, Yang Zhanqing and the others couldn't sleep either. They were constantly paying attention to the situation outside. Although they had severed their relationship with Zhou Qian, they still regarded Zhou Qian as one of their own, a part of Great Qian Empire. They had no choice but to sever their relationship with Zhou Qian just to protect Great Qian Empire. Late at night in King Fan's prefecture, a beautiful figure was looking up at the night sky. Today's night sky was very dark. The pressure of immortal venerables had covered the moon and stars. Big Brother Jiang will be fine, the woman murmured. Her eyes were bright and beautiful, but there was a trace of pitifulness in her eyes. Of course, the one who can kill your Big Brother Jiang hasn't appeared yet. Just at this moment, a voice was heard. Then a white-robed man appeared beside the woman. Who else could it be if he wasn't Jiang Qin? The woman turned around abruptly. When she saw Jiang Qin, her face was instantly filled with ecstasy. She couldn't control her emotions and threw herself into Jiang Qin's arms. Jiang Qin patted the woman's shoulder and couldn't help but sigh. What an ill-fated relationship. Qingqing, aren't I fine now? Jiang Qin spoke softly. There were some feelings that couldn't be avoided. Some people were destined to face. He couldn't avoid Yan Qingqing's feelings for him. Since he couldn't avoid it, Jiang Qin didn't try to hide anymore. Big Brother Jiang, those major powers are hunting you everywhere. You won't be discovered, right? After a brief moment of excitement, Yan Qingqing began to worry. She couldn't help but worry because she knew Jiang Qin's current situation. The entire immortal world was shaken. Countless immortal venerables were hunting Jiang Qin. To Yan Qingqing, an immortal venerable was an existence she never dared to imagine. Don't worry. Unless I show myself, no one will discover me. Jiang Qin spoke. With the Great Void technique, he could go wherever he wanted. Now that he had come to King Fan Prefecture stealthily, no one would be able to find him. Back then, he left Yan Qingqing alone in King Fan Prefecture and didn't take care of her. He felt somewhat indebted to her. Qingqing, the reason I came here this time is to help you improve your cultivation base and physique. This is East Xuanyu after all, the true immortal world. Improving your cultivation base is the most important thing. Jiang Qin spoke, then took out the Great Earth Immortal Milk. He didn't expect Yan Qingqing to encounter great opportunities like Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qinyu, but he still hoped that Yan Qingqing could become stronger bit by bit. And all right. Yan Qingqing nodded. She didn't ask what the thing in Jiang Qin's hand was. In any case, it must be a rare treasure. Ever since she came to King Fan Prefecture, she had acknowledged Old Man Bai Wang as her master. She had been cultivating diligently day and night, but it was still difficult for her to improve. Yan Qingqing loved Jiang Qin, but she knew very well that Jiang Qin was destined to achieve great things. That was why she kept working hard and didn't want to be a burden to Jiang Qin. Just like Wu Ningzhu, she wouldn't let go of any opportunity to improve herself. In order to become Jiang Qin's woman, she was destined to be extraordinary, and this extraordinary was destined to be very tiring. She was willing and satisfied with the tiredness. Jiang Qin used the Great Earth Immortal Milk and the Wood's spiritual qi to cleanse Yan Qingqing's meridians. Then he left the rest to Yan Qingqing. Yan Qingqing was different from Tianjizi. Her foundation was much stronger than Tianjizi. Therefore she could absorb the Great Earth Immortal Milk by herself. When all of this happened last night, the sky had already turned bright. Qingqing, I'm leaving now. After you refine the Great Earth Immortal Milk, I'll ask King Fan to send you to Genius Prefecture to cultivate. Don't worry about me. I won't die. Jiang Qin said. And be careful. I heard that the old ancestor of Corpse Insect has appeared and is looking for you everywhere. He's a late immortal venerable expert. Yan Qingqing reminded. Humph. I already know that. Since old ghost Corpsine has left Corpsine sect, I'm going to attack him and make Corpsine sect disappear completely. Jiang Qin harumphed coldly. He had no good impression of this Corpsine sect. He had long vowed to get rid of this evil major power one day. Since Corpsine sect was so eager to kill him that even their old ancestor had appeared, Jiang Qin naturally wouldn't be polite. Jiang Qin cast the Great Void technique. His target was the mountain gate of Corpsine sect. Now that the old ancestor of Corpsine sect had appeared, the current Corpsine sect must be empty. Jiang Qin was going to give this sect a fatal blow, a devastating blow. Corpsine sect was located in the Corpsine mountain range. Its mountain gate was built inside the mountain range. The entire mountain range was exuding cold and evil qi, giving people a very uncomfortable feeling. Jiang Qin came to the center of Corpsine mountain range. He stood in the sky, his black hair fluttering in the wind. The sun divine feather in his hand was emitting crackling sounds. The Corpsine qi in the surroundings was incinerated. Corpsine sect, today I'll destroy your mountain gate to teach you a lesson. I'll let you know the consequences of provoking me, Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian arrived in the sky above corpse insect and raised the sun divine feather in his hand. Rumble, a huge hole was immediately created in the sky. The sun divine feather turned into a fire dragon that was tens of thousands of meters long. A blood-red pillar of light soared into the sky. This was the intense fire of the sun. The fire dragon danced in the sky. Zhou Xian let out a roar and the huge fire dragon slashed towards the mountain range of corpse insect. It was a river of fire that fell from the sky. Before the people of corpse insect could react, it directly slashed down without any warning. Rumble. The earth shook and the sky changed color. This was an immeasurable and terrifying energy. Under the impact of the terrifying fire dragon, the entire corpse insect was directly split in half. Palaces, altars, and countless other buildings were smashed into pieces. Just this attack alone killed countless people. Soon after, the entire corpse sect was engulfed in a monstrous calamity. This was the powerful sunfire, the corpse sect's greatest nemesis. Ah! Countless screams echoed. Large numbers of corpse insect disciples were engulfed in flames. They were instantly turned into a sea of fire and burned to ashes. It's Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian has appeared. Quickly inform the ancestor. Inform the sect master and ancestor to come back. Otherwise our corpse insect will be destroyed. Damn it, this deranged guy actually destroyed our mountain gate. The corpse insect was in complete chaos. The blow that Zhou Xian dealt to the corpse insect was too great. It was an irrecoverable loss. Whoosh. 2 immortal venerables of the corpse insect appeared. They summoned their corpse puppets and attacked Zhou Xian. They wanted to delay Zhou Xian until the ancestor returned. Their eyes were red. Corpse insect had never suffered such a huge loss before. Even their sect was split in half. Half of their disciples died tragically in the fire. Although they were very angry, their faces were also filled with fear. That was the fear of Zhou Xian. They already knew that Zhou Xian had killed an immortal venerable. So even if they wanted to delay Zhou Xian, they would use their corpse puppets to block the attack. Chapter 1697. Zhou Xian's sun divine feather swept out. All the corpse puppets were incinerated. Seeing this, the 2 immortal venerables were frightened to the extreme. As immortal venerables, each of them was incomparably confident in their own strength. However, they would never understand the terror of Zhou Xian before confronting Zhou Xian head-on. Just like now, when the corpse puppets were killed in an instant, they finally thought of the skulls that were floating in the sky last night. Perhaps, it wouldn't be long before their skulls would be hung in the sky as well. Thinking of this, they didn't dare to delay any longer. They turned around and fled. In any case, they had already sent out the messenger talisman. Zhou Xian wasn't someone they could fight against. The flames of the sun divine feather had an extremely strong restraining effect on corpse insect. Facing the sun divine feather in such a situation was almost certain death. Zhou Xian didn't chase after them. He swept out the sun divine feather once more. A large number of fireballs flew towards the mountain gate of corpse insect. Each fireball was like a giant cannonball with earth-shattering destructive power. Hong long. Innumerable fireballs landed in different places of corpse insect. Looking at it from afar, the surrounding 10,000 miles had already been plunged into a sea of fire. Even if the 2 immortal venerables didn't send out the messenger talisman, Old Man Corpse In and the old ancestor of corpse insect would still be able to sense such a huge commotion. Half of East Xuanyu would be alarmed. Miserable screams filled the sky. This fire was a devastating blow to the corpse sect. Corpse sect disciples who were covered in flames could be seen everywhere. Not only did these fireballs contain blazing flames, but they also had a very powerful attack power. Under this kind of attack, many people were seriously injured. How could they have the strength to resist the terrifying sunfire? The sunfire was the biggest nemesis and natural enemy of the corpse sect. Looking at the miserable state of corpse insect, a cruel smile appeared on the corner of Zhou Xian's mouth. Then his body flickered and vanished. Not long after Zhou Xian disappeared, the experts of corpse insect returned. Old Man Corpse In and the old ancestor of corpse insect were the fastest. When they saw the miserable state of corpse insect, they almost spurted out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Old man Corpse was shivering with anger. It wasn't easy to anger a mighty immortal venerable to such an extent. Bastard! Old man Corpse roared. His body flickered and appeared above the sea of fire. Violent energy turned into a layer of dark cloud. Under the pressure of the cloud, the fire was extinguished very quickly, but there wasn't a single intact building left in Corpse sect. Not only had this fire destroyed all the buildings, but at least half of the disciples of Corpse sect had been killed. This was an immeasurable loss in the history of Corpse sect, and all of this was caused by Zhou Xian. As soon as the old ancestor of Corpse sect appeared, he immediately sealed the area, but he couldn't find any trace of Zhou Xian. He knew very well that Zhou Xian had already escaped if he was one step away. The Great Void technique has actually reached such a level. The old ancestor spoke coldly. He knew very well that the reason why Zhou Xian was able to escape so quickly was because of the Great Void technique. If it wasn't for the Great Void technique, Zhou Xian wouldn't have dared to come to the mountain gate of Corpse sect even if he was given 2 times more guts. We must tear this man into pieces. Corpse sect will become the laughingstock of the entire world after today's incident. Old man Corpse Yin's eyes turned red with anger. He gritted his teeth. If Zhou Xian was next to him at this moment, he would definitely eat Zhou Xian one bite at a time. The 2 immortal venerables who had escaped earlier appeared. They came to the side of old man Corpse and the old ancestor, trembling. The thought of the power of the Sun Divine Feather still lingered in their hearts. Sect Master, the Sun Divine Feather is too terrifying. It's simply the bane of Corpse sect. The powerful corpse puppets we have cultivated are completely vulnerable in front of the Sun Divine Feather. One of them spoke. Old ancestor, Sect Master, that Zhou Xian has cultivated the Great Void technique. With this technique he can go anywhere in the world. It's simply impossible to guard against him. He ran over and killed us, then left without leaving a trace. Today Corpse sect has suffered such a huge loss. It's unprecedented. The other man spoke. As a mighty immortal venerable, he had never seen such a heaven-defying genius. Don't worry. Zhou Xian will die sooner or later. We will make that little beast pay the price for our loss. The loss of Corpse sect will sound the alarm to the other major powers. Can a puny little half-step immortal emperor really overturn the heavens? Old man Corpse spoke viciously. Inside the ancestral dragon pagoda, Zhou Xian looked at the old devil with interest. At this moment the old devil was completely dumbfounded. He was still immersed in the cruel scene of Zhou Xian destroying Corpse sect, and couldn't get it out of his mind. That's right. Did you see that? This is the end of Corpse sect. Do you still think that being a disciple of Corpse sect is something to be proud of? In my hands, Corpse sect will be destroyed sooner or later. I will destroy it with my own hands. Your elder brother and your old ancestor will all die. Today is just a lesson. Zhou Xian said in an indifferent tone. The old devil sat on the ground. He was in complete despair. His last bit of hope had been completely shattered. Now his intestines were green with regret. He didn't know what was wrong with him. If he hadn't gone to One Line Sky, he wouldn't have fallen into the hands of Zhou Xian, and he would still be free and unfettered in the heavens and earth. Originally the old devil still had his last hope, and that was his elder brother. But after seeing Zhou Xian's actions today, he was in complete despair. He finally understood what kind of heaven-defying existence he had offended. Destroying Corpse sect was something he didn't even dare to think about, but Zhou Xian actually did it. When the sky brightened, East Xuanyu was already in an uproar. The matter of Corpse sect caused a huge uproar. It was even more shocking than the head incident last night. It felt like the entire sky of East Xuanyu was about to move. People guessed that Zhou Xian would make a move the next day, but no one thought that it would be this big. The entire Corpse sect has been destroyed. Not a single building is intact. I heard that half of their disciples were burned to death. It's too tragic. One of the 11 major forces in East Xuanyu, the Corpse sect that no one dares to provoke, actually suffered such a huge loss. Their sect was destroyed. Zhou Xian's methods are too ruthless. I've never seen such a terrifying bastard. It seems like there's nothing in this heavens and earth that Zhou Xian doesn't dare to do. He's just too ferocious. He actually destroyed Corpse In's sect. That's right. Chaos, complete chaos. A devil incarnate has appeared. Countless major forces have joined forces but still couldn't catch him. Every time he makes a move, it will cause an earth-shattering movement. Chapter 1698. The incident of Corpse In's sect was the biggest event in the history of East Xuanyu. 11 major powers had fought against each other and dominated the entire East Xuanyu. The other major powers had long wanted to get rid of a powerful force like Corpse In's sect, but none of them had caused the slightest loss to Corpse In's sect. Today, however, a puny Xianxia had almost annihilated Corpse In's sect. The destruction of their sect was like a slap to their face. Corpse In's sect was destined to become the laughingstock of countless people in the future. There was no doubt about it. Xianxia's fire had burned Corpse In's sect to the ground and killed nearly half of its disciples. Such a loss wouldn't be able to recover even if they were given 10 years. Just like what Old Man Corpse In said, the incident of Corpse In's sect had sounded the alarm bell for the other major powers. The old ancestors of the major powers didn't dare to show up. They could only guard their sects wholeheartedly. Otherwise, given Xianxia's character, he was afraid that he wouldn't fare any better than Corpse In's sect if he went to their sects and massacred them. Of course, Xianxia didn't plan to continue attacking the other major powers. He wasn't a fool. After dealing with Corpse In's sect, the major powers would increase their vigilance. The last person Xianxia wanted to encounter now was the old ancestors of the major powers. All of them were late immortal venerable supreme experts. Even if he went there with the sun divine feather, he wouldn't be a match for them. In the depths of the void, Xianxia's hair was disheveled. The killing intent all over his body had almost condensed into a substance. The ancestral dragon of slaughter in the depths of his soul had completely revealed itself. It was a blood-red dragon with emotionless eyes, full of bloodthirst. The body of the ancestral dragon was thousands of miles long. It was spiraling like a boundless mountain range. Finally, the time has come. After my continuous slaughter and the destruction of Corpse In's sect today, the dragon transformation skill is finally going to make another breakthrough. The Tao of slaughter has been integrated into my body. Once the dragon transformation skill advances, my cultivation base will advance to the peak of early immortal emperor realm. Xianxia's face was filled with surprise. He had been waiting for this day for too long, and it was finally here. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't excited. Ever since he started cultivating the dragon transformation skill, the thing that excited him the most was every time the dragon transformation skill underwent a transformation. Swoosh. With a sway of his body, Xianxia flashed into the 33rd level of Zulong Tower. He was afraid that the transformation of the dragon transformation skill would take a long time, because it was different from the past. This time he was comprehending the Tao of slaughter. The Great Tao was the most illusory and elusive thing. Therefore, according to Xianxia's estimation, this seclusion would take at least 2 months. 2 months in the Zulong Tower was equivalent to 2 days in the outside world. In the 33rd level, Xianxia kept the sun divine feather and circulated the dragon transformation skill to the extreme. The image of the ancestral dragon of slaughter continued to hover in the void. Xianxia's entire soul seemed to have integrated with the will of the ancestral dragon. He sat cross-legged there. Dragon scales began to emerge on the surface of his body. The outside world was still in chaos. Countless forces began to unite together. Even those who used to be hostile to each other chose to unite now. They really saw the threat of Xianxia. Such a person must be eliminated. They couldn't give him another chance to grow. Previously, because the forces didn't put Xianxia in their eyes and acted separately, Xianxia was able to take advantage of the loophole. Not only did he kill so many experts, he ruthlessly slapped the faces of the forces. He also destroyed the powerful Yin Corpse sect and used the reputation of the forces to establish Xianxia's name as the god of slaughter. The experts of the 4 domains had appeared and began to unite with each other to ensure that as long as Xianxia appeared, they would be able to besiege him. Furthermore, the distribution of their strength was balanced. Even if Xianxia had the sun divine feather, he wouldn't be able to cause any harm to them silently. The experts of the major powers weren't fools. They could see that Jiang Qin could kill early immortal venerables with the Sun Divine Feather, but intermediate immortal venerables were more than enough to deal with Jiang Qin. This point could be deduced from the fact that Jiang Qin had never attacked intermediate immortal venerables. Eastern Xuanyu had fallen into a state of tension, but there were three major powers that remained very calm. They were Great Qian Empire, Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley. Due to the appearance of Jiang Qin and Long Shan in the Golden Horizon, Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley didn't suffer any great losses. Instead, they had gained a lot of benefits, especially Lan Lingji and Hua Shaoqian. These two saintesses had been saved by Long Shan. They were very grateful to Long Shan and Jiang Qin. Therefore, the two major powers were paying close attention to the situation. Like Great Qian Empire, they had the intention to help Jiang Qin, but they couldn't. The enemy was just too strong. Not only would they not be able to help Jiang Qin and Long Shan, they would also be involved in this storm. One should know that all the major powers were feeling depressed, especially the 8 major powers of Eastern Xuanyu. They had been facing losses because they couldn't catch Jiang Qin. If Great Qian Empire and Exquisite Paradise were to act at this time, they would undoubtedly find a punching bag for them to vent their anger on. Yang Yu had been in a state of high tension for the past 2 days. Yang Zanqing and Dong Fangyu were also paying attention to the situation outside. The incident of corpse insect had made them shudder. They simply couldn't predict how much trouble Jiang Qin would cause. This kid has completely exceeded my expectation. I can't help but admire him for being able to cause such a huge loss to corpse insect. Yang Yu wasn't stingy with his praise for Jiang Qin. Your Majesty, now that all the major powers have united, do you think Jiang Qin's life will be in danger if he acts again? Yang Zanqing asked with some concern. Don't worry. Jiang Qin isn't a fool. Although he is decisive and ruthless, he is never impulsive. Everything he does is very wise. If it wasn't for the old ancestor of corpse insect, Jiang Qin wouldn't have had the chance to take advantage of the loophole. But even I don't know what kind of trouble this guy will cause. Yang Yu's face was filled with anticipation. This was going to be a great show, a splendid show. No matter if they were involved in it or not, they were all paying close attention to it. Naturally, Yang Yu was the same. Jiang Qin was the genius that he valued the most. He didn't want anything to happen to Jiang Qin, but he also hoped that Jiang Qin could create another miracle. I'm also looking forward to it, but this crisis is really not going to be easy to overcome. The Immortal Court hasn't taken action yet. I hope they won't. Otherwise, things will get out of hand. Dong Fangyu sighed. Ever since the end of the trip to Golden Horizon, he hadn't been able to calm down. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.